day, every moment,
Do
Adam's coming on here and he's lying. He's like, Sitch is late. Sitch is late in the chat. It's all lies. Adam, I want you guys to know.
Are we
Adam
live?
literally just sent no. I just want you guys to know.
You.
Yeah, we're not live. You can say all the offensive things you want.
Fuck you.
I want you guys to know that
we're not live until you say hey now, obviously.
58. 358. I can show you. I can screen cap this. I'm gonna screen cap this. I'm gonna put it on Twitter. Okay. 358. Adam sends me the link to the Zoom room.
Yeah, that's 2 minutes early. What the fuck are you doing? Get your ass in here. I'm ready to go.
Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday live stream with everyone's favorite late, slow boomer, Adam, friended forever.
It's complicated. It's complicated, guys. It's complicated, okay?
Technically, you're the late one. Okay? You're the late one. Anyways, today, besides looking at a lot of fem art of Sitch and Adam, we will also be, besides doing that, besides giving you more spank bank material, we will be watching a video that's the opposite of sexy. It's like, it's the exact opposite of spank bank. It just makes you want to die on the inside. It's Cody Johnson yelling at you very angrily about why all the people you like are terrible and horrible and racist.
Now, we're not going to agree with this guy one bit, this schlubby news announcer guy, right?
Well, don't say one bit. He says a couple things.
We're contractually obligated to disagree with everything this guy says.
No, we are the enlightened centrist, okay? Okay? So if he says something, that's a good point. We will point, or at least I'll point it out. Adam won't point it out because he's a tribalist shill. But me, I'm gonna be reading the chat. This is just the proof, okay? The proof that Adam is the sidekick.
No. We already established that.
Yeah, we've already established that you're the sidekick. That S-class is best class. Thank you.
A-team is, I don't have a fancy line.
A-team
rules. A-team is rad.
Is why you fail. It doesn't rhyme.
Did you see my new thing in the background here? Whoa!
What am I looking at?
Check that out.
Oh, your Kill a Kill thing?
Kill a Kill, yeah.
Nice.
Yes, fan of the show sent that to me. Super Deagle sent it, which is, look at that. Oh my God, it's amazing.
So, Enlightened Centrist wrote a poem I thought I would share with you guys.
Yes.
S-team is best team. S-team is like steam. It's hot. You can't touch it with your laser beam. Not even in your dreams. We will win by all means through fire and flames and memes. S-team.
Oh my God. What?
There you go.
It's S-class. How could he do that to you? It's so close to A-team.
It doesn't matter. S-team, S-class, it's all better.
He threw you under the bus.
Adam.
He threw you under the bus.
That's all it means. No. That's all it means, Adam. You're just jealous. Anyway, before we start, let's watch this hilarious 42-second video Enlightened Centrist made for us.
And then we'll get straight into the video.
The for 2 pounds says CS gas is vegan friendly. Well, there you go. There you go, guys. Vegan friendly tear gas. For your consumption. Or
hilarious.
Whenever I go to the store to buy tear gas, to gas them commies, I make sure to get ethnically farmed tear gas. Vegan friendly. Because why must the animals suffer just because you want to make those animals suffer?
Oh my God. Did you just come up with that on the fly? That was fucking bitching.
Yes, there you go. CS gas by America.
Oh, that was great.
Ethnically farmed tear gas. There you go. There you go. Thank you very much, Enlightened Centrist. We here at PSA Sitch and Adam Friended, we make sure that when we tear gas the commies, no innocent animals must suffer.
That's great. When those animals suffer, our animals don't suffer.
That's right. It's got to be the right animals that suffer. Anyways, Should we set up anything else, Adam?
Yeah, what do you got for after the show? After
Oh,
the
right.
video.
Okay. Let me open the notes. Okay.
6 hours from now, you will hear stories.
6 hours from now, guys. Maybe I'll get to 2 of these things on the list. Okay. Scott Adams had some very interesting takes. One in which he says that Donald Trump, Scott Adams, everything Trump does is 10-dimensional, underwater, super virtual reality chess. Scott Adams said that Donald Trump will lose the election
Yeah, he's been saying
if
that
he
a lot
doesn't
lately.
take back a tweet.
I know. Oh man, he's been saying ridiculous stuff.
He's been all
Ridiculous
over the
stuff
place.
lately.
Yes. Crazy. So we'll talk about that. We'll talk about the liberal signing of the anti-cancel culture message and the blowback that happened. It was very interesting. We have Adam found Carlos Mazda criticizing our good friend Peter Coffin. So I don't know if you want to.
Do you like the way
that.
I tweeted that out? I was totally on the sly. Like I didn't mention the Peter Coffin like dig at all. And
yes,
it got a
shitload
of retweets.
It's perfect. Someone will super chat, or maybe I'll just get triggered, and we'll talk about some Roger Stone controversy. Yeah, and finally, of course, we have Deshaun Jackson of the Philadelphia Eagles, football player, putting out a fake Hitler quote that was incredibly racist and anti-Semitic.
Oh my God.
Louis Farrakhan, dear, beloved friend of the show, our prophet Louis Farrakhan, claiming that he personally asked God to smite Florida with the coronavirus.
Oh man. So God,
and you know why
through?
He did that, Adam? You know why he did that?
Yeah, no, he's fucking anti-Semitic as fuck. What are you talking about?
Because of the Jews. That's right.
I figured. Yeah.
Somehow it's the Jews' fault for everything.
Yes.
And that's why Louis Farrakhan asked God to smite Florida with the coronavirus.
A lot of Jewish people retire in Florida.
There you go.
Come straight out of New York.
Anyway, do you have anything to add to that list?
Dude. No, let's get to the video. Come on. What's taking so long? Why are you so late today?
You know, you see what I put up with? You guys see what I put up with? The struggle of putting up with Adam every day. It's just grating. I don't
get on with the fucking video already, dude. What the fuck?
I think I should get Brooks to be my sidekick instead of you.
We tried to get Brooks on the show this week. We're desperately trying to get Brooks back onto the show, just so you guys know.
Yes.
You reach out to Brooks, tell him to come on, call him a chicken if you have to, but
there you go.
Brooks is calling out sit. What did he say? I mean, this is actually related to the video.
So I guess we'll talk about this real quickly. So we talked about actual Justice Warrior Sean had a debate with the Serfs.
Yes.
Actual Justice Warrior destroyed Sean utterly and fully. And then Sean was talking to, I don't know, some random guy that I'm not aware of. No,
it's not Sean. Sean is actual Justice Warrior. It's Lance.
No, I mean, I'm sorry. Lance Serfs was talking to some guy.
Lance from the Serfs is spreading rumors about Sean, actual Justice Warrior. Like he's spreading rumors that he's
from the Serfs,
a racist, which is fucking bonkers. But so
he called Sean a race realist.
Yeah. So Stephen Michael Davis tweeted out the clip of him doing this. Obviously, Sitch and I both retweeted it, but Brooks responded to my tweet saying that Sitch is exactly the same as the Serfs, as Lance of the Serfs. Now, you've never called Brooks a race realist or any of that stuff. Like, we have a disagreement over culture, right? Like, Brooks believes that there is a thing called a white culture. We don't necessarily believe that.
Brooks is an idiot, but that's not. It doesn't matter what I called Brooks specifically. It's that he's trying to insinuate that, like the Serfs, Brooks was just making an innocent, completely non-racial point, and mean old Sitch, evil old Sitch, which is coming along and was like castigating Brooks into the fires of racism. Innocent Brooks, he was just wandering through the fields of multicultural love, and then Sitch comes by and says racist and destroys his entire world.
We've Well, Brooks needs to come on the show so we can work this shit out, so we can clarify. I mean, I talked to Brooks for, I think, an hour and a half when we talked about this white culture thing. So we have a disagreement on culture. I'm hesitant. I'm hesitant. I don't, would you, fuck, I don't even want to say it.
What?
No,
Say
let's ignore this.
Say it.
Brooks needs to defend his position.
There you go.
Brooks needs to defend his position. Okay. Actual Justice Warrior has defended his position. I don't know if I'd call. I guess what's his name? Lance is calling him a race realist, but I think of race realism as racist. To be honest with you,
that's what that is. That's what race realism is code for.
Yeah, it's code for racism. Yes.
Yeah. It's not even code. It's very blatant.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. And nothing Sean said in the debate was racist at all.
Yeah, totally.
So I don't even. He specifically said anti-racist things. So
that's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very, very silly.
There's a bunch of that stuff in this video, which I'm glad you picked this video out because we can make our positions clear on the distinction between culture and biology and all that good stuff. He covers a lot of really interesting stuff in here. Well, I don't think we have any of the stats or anything.
No.
On any of that stuff, but we're here just to make a whole race discussion funny. That's what we're here for. We're here to crack jokes. So let's get into the video.
Whoosh! This just in, breaking news, then some even more news, hot off the press, a piping hot scoop for Cody's Shody, some boiling ice cream for you. Are you ready? Racism is over? All right, that doesn't seem right.
White power! Yes!
This must be a typo.
Okay, so that's the tweet that Donald Trump shared, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Pro tip: when you're the president of the United States, don't tweet out a video of someone shouting "white power" while supporting your position.
Totally.
President. Not a good look.
Yes.
Not a good look.
That's like wadding up your media training and fucking throwing it in the garbage and lighting the garbage can on fire. Like,
no. It's like going on stage, pulling your pants down, taking a shit on the podium, and then in front of the audience, you just start eating it afterward. You just start smearing it all over your face, and you go, "It's just a joke. It's just a joke, people. It's okay because it's just a joke."
So, do you think? Have we tracked down the golf cart guy? Like
actually, it's a good question.
He just? I'm sure CNN probably doxed him by now. Like, I wonder if the guy was just saying it to get at the people, because it is to the point now where you're just going to say the most obstinate thing you can say, just to torture people.
I mean, I'm assuming that in the context of the protest that he was shouting it to be a troll. Or an asshole.
Totally, exactly.
I'm assuming because of like kind of the what the other people were yelling back at him and everything. But it doesn't matter. You still don't if you're president, you still don't fucking tweet that out. Like, give me a break here. Was he on the golf course? That clip was pretty short. Like, are they yelling white power on the golf courses of Florida now? Well, it's so that whole clip, we talked about this last week. That whole clip is so bizarre anyway. Because like, why is there a golf cart parade of Trump supporters driving by a line of anti-Trump protesters? Like, what is this? What is even happening in the clip?
I know, it's bizarre.
So bizarre. Anyway.
There it is. Systemic racism is over. That's much better. That doesn't seem right either. Pretty sure I just saw seeing a global pandemic disproportionately affect the black community and nationwide protests following the police murder of an unarmed black man, and also all the other police murders, but it says it right here on this piece of paper. So where did we get this information?
Systemic racism does not exist.
Oh, okay. It all makes sense now. We just did a recent diversity of thought hire, and so one of our writers is really into the intellectual dark web. A group of smart, dangerous, brillianters. So this is just some person.
So,
like you.
Yeah, I can't believe you're not pausing.
Okay. Well, I was trying to see if I could find out who the golf cart guy was.
Oh, really? Oh, I got you. Dave Rubin, it's like he picks, hold on. On the hierarchy of the intellectual dark web, who has the highest IQ? Well, actually, let me ask that. Let me ask that a different way. Who has the lowest IQ? Come on, it's
Come
it's
on.
not.
Yeah,
It's
do we
not.
have to say it? Do we have to say it? Come
It's
on.
probably Dave Rubin. Yeah.
It's probably. No, look, we say this with nothing but peace and love.
Nothing
okay?
but love for Dave
Nothing but
Rubin.
peace and
Exactly.
love,
Yes.
right?
Exactly. Yeah.
But no,
Low
you'll see a
IQ.
lot- but what you'll see a lot in this video and this is where this video is the height of dishonesty, is that he'll take like different clips of different people like Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson, Dave Rubin. He'll take different clips of them all saying different things in completely different contexts and then act like they're all saying this is one sort of unified racist message.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
the context of this video.
He calls out the race realism thing, not unlike Lance from the Surfs likes to call everyone a
Yes.
race realist. Hey, if
Yes.
you're thinking of debating that Lance guy, I wouldn't do it, man. It's not worth it. It's not worth it for him to slam you as a race realist afterwards. Like,
Right.
that guy's dangerous, totally dangerous. But yeah,
That gives him too much credibility. He's just a fucking schmuck.
Yeah, he's a total schmuck. He's painted the intellectual dark web, and when he holds up the photo of the intellectual dark web, I'm looking at all those pictures and I'm thinking, who on this list is a fucking race realist? None of them. Not one of them.
I know. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's so bad. They want to tie everything to race. The thing is, when your lens is specific, like only race focused, then you look at everyone else's actions through the prism of race. But I don't
Right.
think really they're thinking of it racially. I mean, if anything, they're thinking there are racial disparities that they would like to help. These are their ideas to actually fix them.
You and me and my quarantine roommate, Mr. Bonkers. He's my girlfriend. Anyway, this person.
Did he really just
some
do that?
guy.
Hold on, did he really just do that?
It was a joke, Adam. It was a funny
Oh.
joke.
But
Did you
he's-
laugh?
But he's holding up his spank hand and saying it's his girlfriend. We're not going to call that out. Come on.
Oh, is he objectifying women? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I don't know. He held up it for those of you listening. He held up his spank hand, his fap hand.
Like you and me and my quarantine roommate, Mr. Bonkers. Some guy.
No, he said
Just
he didn't say
said
girlfriend.
that-
He said quarantine roommate. Adam. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Adam's projecting.
Didn't he say
You're
girlfriend?
projecting.
I thought he said girlfriend.
I don't think he's. I think.
Like you.
I think
and
you're
me
crazy.
And my quarantine roommate, Mr. Bonkers. He's my girlfriend.
No, he does
okay,
say
maybe
he's
you're not
my
crazy.
girlfriend. Come
Maybe
on,
you're
dude.
right.
That's his spank
There
hand.
you go. Cody Johnson,
There you-
total sexist, sexually objectifying women. All they're good for is being a hand, a jerk, your little ding dong. There you go. He's the sexist, not
It's
us.
complicated.
It's complicated.
Anyway, this person, some guy, just said this really incorrect thing out loud in front of a bunch of books that, like, probably have information that refutes what he's saying. And I won't attribute this to lying or ignorance, but it is wrong. And it's just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to these super secret smart society fucking dipshits helping people pretend that racism doesn't exist, that history doesn't.
Helping people pretend that
Pretend that
racism doesn't exist. I don't know that any one of those guys would say that racism doesn't exist. I mean, you got Sam Harris over there who was full-blown TDS. Come on, let's be real here. Like,
Right, who I'm assuming would say that Trump is going out there dog whistling to racists
Totally.
all the time.
yes, yeah,
Right.
yeah.
No, but but this is why this is so dishonest, because you'll have some of them will say things like institutional or systemic racism doesn't exist, and then that gets conflated into racism not existing, and then it's just all you'll see he just keeps taking clips of them all responding to completely different conversations about different topics and different ideas, and just mashes it all together and says, "See, folks, they're all racist."
Yeah, this all has to do with race.
Doesn't exist. But rule number 1 of American history is never underestimate the ability of racist ideas to perpetually reinvent themselves for whole new generations by, not reinventing themselves at all, but packaging themselves in a brand spanking new form.
Called social justice.
I was literally about to say
Called social justice.
yes, called white fragility.
Yeah, called white fragility. Exactly. Repackaging them and pushing them up to the top of the New York Times bestseller list and forcing everybody you work with and everyone
right.
you know to read. Come on.
Are you a white person?
Yeah.
Then that means that deep down inside, you're just a fucking bigot.
Yeah,
And a
totally.
piece of shit.
Yeah, and we're allowed to say that because
allowed to say
racism,
that.
because we can't be racist.
No.
It's physically impossible for us to be
It's
racist.
Possible to be racist against white people.
What is this brand spanking new form, you ask, a two-dimensional rendering of a news dude on your screen for a video that was recorded a few days ago? Well, this dude of news hears you loud and clear. I see you. I mean, not really. But that's what this immensely long video is all about. Because the sadistic murder of George Floyd by police and the disproportionate number of deaths from COVID-19 of black people are just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to racism in society.
You know, it will be really interesting. So Scott Adams has a theory.
Yeah, I know. Go ahead.
That
Spill it.
who knows if this is true, but he has a theory that a big factor influencing COVID-19 is vitamin D levels.
Yes.
And they're saying that supposedly the black population, not just America, but around the world, generally has less vitamin D because of obviously they have darker skin and it's harder to get from the sun, or you have to be out in the sun longer to get the same amount of vitamin D.
Yeah, I don't know how vitamin D works. Like it
I don't know,
magically comes
you get
from
it
the sun. Vitamin D is generated in the nuclear furnace of the sun.
Well,
and
I
it
don't,
travels through the
I don't think
space and
that's how it
time
works, Adam.
until it gets
I'm
to
assuming-
our planet, and then it comes and it kisses you right on the skin. No, I'm making that shit up because I have no idea. What the fuck? Like you need sunlight to make vitamin D, I guess. Like it's in your body, but you need sunlight.
Your body somehow. Yeah, I think your body metastasizes.
When
some
you're born
chemical.
with a core of vitamin D slowly chipped away at by the sun and released throughout your lifetime.
Yeah, didn't you guys know that right under your skin, there's a layer of vitamin D that just fully covers your entire body?
Yes.
The thing is, it only gets activated and released when hit with enough UV light.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah,
Interesting.
that's how vitamin D works. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Or you could just take a supplement. I do.
Or you
I
could
take
just
a
take a
vitamin
supplement.
D supplement. It's no big deal.
Yeah. So
We could fix all of this racial inequality with just a vitamin D supplement. Jesus Christ.
But see, this is the problem because so much of this is looking at an outcome. Okay, it's just looking at a disproportionate outcome, and you assume racism.
Totally.
Right?
Yes.
So they say, oh, Black Americans are dying from COVID-19 at 3 times the rate of white people. Now you can say, okay,
Racism.
I'm assuming a lot of that has to do with economic status. Right?
Racism.
Right. But so if you immediately just say racism, and that's all you go off of, you're going to create a solution or try to create a solution based off that. But if it's something like, well, it's actually vitamin D levels, then you're fucking doing the exact wrong thing because
Totally.
you jumped to the wrong conclusion based on causation correlation error.
All this could have been fixed with a vitamin supplement. Ugh.
Also, this.
White power! Yes, there you go.
But 90% of that iceberg is hidden from view.
Dude, Lance is going to clip this out. Go, look, they're laughing at white power. They're laughing at white supremacy.
Got us there.
Grandpa on the fucking golf cart. Come on. I grew up in a world where we all just assumed our grandparents were racist. Like, we're just like,
Yes.
yeah, those old timers. Racism. It's okay. They're going to die soon. We'll get past this.
Yeah, my grandparents were definitely racist. I assume most people's grandparents were racist.
Definitely. Yes. It was a different time back then.
And though it is readily accessible and well known to many, there is an entire perversion of thought that is obscuring its visibility from a
What the fuck is that picture?
I don't know. It's a guy. It's a brain with eyes staring at a couple kissing.
Got to work on your graphics, okay?
large portion of the population. And if we don't call it out now, it will continue to infect the minds of young people in front of books. And I don't want to have to do this.
Do you buy that?
If we don't call out racism now, it will continue to affect the minds of young people.
Yeah.
I mean, not to the way that he's creating this, because you could say the same thing. It's like, if we don't call out the social justice warriors right now, they'll continue to infect the minds of the young people.
Yeah.
You can say that about anything.
Well, I think how you call it out is important too, because saying like white people can't help it, they're just genetically racist.
Yeah,
Kind of
exactly.
makes people racist against white people. You're kind of actually creating more racism that way.
And you're kind of instilling that in the mind of young people.
Yeah, yeah. You're kind of building a whole cult around it.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what's so disturbing about all this white fragility bullshit is that you can't even question it without being labeled racist. It's a
Yeah.
Kafka trap. By just
Totally.
saying, well, I don't agree with your thesis. You're like, well, of course you don't, because you're white and a racist.
Yeah.
Again, in 50 years as I lie in my death pod. But if history is any
So I just think it's amazing because the irony level is off the charts there. Like him saying that we have to continually call out the racism to make the racism like more prominent is like, okay, how's that work?
Well, I mean, you can call out racism in society without being racist against other people. You can call it racism without basically creating a system of learned helplessness by telling people there's nothing you can do because it's just society is just built in racism and you're just gonna fucking fail. So why bother trying? Like, why would you teach that message to people?
Yeah, it's bonkers.
indication,
And more
I will
important than
probably
that,
have.
who's doing this you gotta hire a new graphics guy. They couldn't even be bothered, Cody, okay, to put a transparent layer over your face to make it look like it was actually in the pod. Sloppy. Very sloppy.
Cody does these on his own, so you got to understand. It was a late night.
I mean, look at his appearance. It's all sloppy, Adam. That's the aesthetic. Sweaty white guy yells at you for an hour.
I almost put my jacket on, but I didn't want to look too much like him.
So, whatever's Martian for like and subscribe. Glorm. Anyway, get comfortable because things are about to get really uncomfortable. Now, we're all aware of the racist ideas that run on an endless loop on Fox News, like a bigoted version of Groundhog Day, where every day you're like, will Laura Ingraham see her reflection? And you're like, of course she will. She's a Nazi, not a vampire. And
boy, that's so awful. Isn't that that's a false statement of fact, right? I guess he's getting away with it because it's parody. We just call Laura Ingraham a Nazi.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if she's a member of the National Socialist Party of Germany, but I'm going to go out on a limb here and say probably not.
Doesn't she have like an adopted non-white child?
Oh my God, she's a social justice warrior.
Let's see. Laura Ingraham's adopted child is from Guatemala.
Oh my God.
Other things you probably didn't know. There you go.
Crazy.
What a Nazi. Well, obviously, look, this is the Nazi plan, okay? You adopt children from other countries and then you just indoctrinate them with whiteness to eradicate their culture.
Don't you love the fact that they've come up with the premise that black people themselves can be racist against black people to get over the fact that there's all these black people on Fox News? Like, why do they have so many minorities on Fox News if it's just the racist network?
Thomas Sowell is a well-known black racist, Adam. Okay, racist against himself. It's all internalized.
Yeah.
It's all internalized.
anyway, the racism coming from Fox News is clearly a huge problem. But the median age of the Fox News viewer is 65 years old. What we at Cody's Shody Incorporated are going to be examining today is where the younger population is picking up on these ideas that we all hoped would eventually die off with.
Think of the children, Adam. Think of the children.
These people don't care about the children.
That's all they think about. They think,
don't.
how can we indoctrinate the children to follow us?
The book I'm reading now is about all the trans stuff. Oh my God, it is fucking terrifying. It is so terrifying.
What's the book, Adam? Tell me so I can label you a transphobic bigot.
I don't remember the name of the book. I know I'm bad, but I'll look it up.
You don't know what it's
I will
called?
look it up. I will look.
Okay.
Well, it's about you guys, I already told you what it's about. It's about the trans craze. But I didn't know there's so much. They've compiled so much information about how far it's gone into the school system that you just if you don't have kids in school, you don't know this shit. But it's crazy. It's like
Is
totally.
it called irreversible damage?
That's it. Totally. Yes.
The transgender craze seducing our daughters.
Yeah. Benjamin Boyce did an interview with the author, and as soon as he did the interview, I'm like, I'm going to read this book, and I got it, and nightmares. It's literally giving me nightmares. Like as a parent, like everything that you are terrified of comes true in that book for countless parents. Yeah, countless parents. Their kids are indoctrinated into this. It's like a cult. It's like a trans cult. Yeah. Yes. Evil.
Bigot.
Evil beyond evil.
Well, if we're being real,
Well, that's why I'm saying, like, these people don't care about the children. Cody here doesn't care about the children. Cody here cares about activism, and if a few children end up falsely diagnosed as gender dysphoric, what is it? Is it gender dysphoric? If
Gender dysphoria.
yeah, if a few children are wrongly diagnosed and to have double mastectomy, so be it.
So be
bad.
it. Yeah, it's not a big deal. Look, Adam, you just get fake boobs. It doesn't matter. It's not a big deal. You can get bigger fake boobs. See, it actually helped the child in the long run.
They talk about the people who are getting surgeries to become some indiscriminate third gender between male and female. Like, how is that? How does that come out biologically? How can you not say that that's not just simply culturally constructed? You think biologically we have some indeterminate third gender between male and female?
Because 0.00001% of the population has intersex conditions, that somehow means that people without intersex conditions also can have third genders.
Okay.
Don't ask questions. Okay.
Yeah. Don't question reality, guys.
Somebody's loved one. But it turns out that there is an entire ecosystem of media figures that is providing a whole new batch of young people with the intellectual framework that underpins their support for racist ideas and racist policies in America. One of the most instrumental influencers impacting impressionable innocence over the past few years is a cluster of political and social commentators that has been dubbed the intellectual dark web. A group of people who are not particularly intellectual or dark, but we're fair and balanced, TMCR, damn it. So admittedly, they are sometimes web. The prominent members of this network of gloomy intelligentsias range in political affiliation and include...
This is the alt-right pipeline argument.
I know, yeah.
Yeah.
Include traditional conservatives, libertarians...
In the book where all the trans stuff comes from that these people that fall into...
No.
You want to guess? Take a wild guess.
Yeah.
Trans influencers on YouTube.
Oh.
Yes. Yeah. That's where all these kids get it from. Yeah. Yeah. All those detransitioners that are coming down the pipeline. I learned it on YouTube.
There you go.
Yeah.
No, but it's the dark web, Adam. It's Jordan Peterson.
I know.
He tells you to clean up your room, and it makes kids become depressed and get gender dysphoria.
Yeah.
And then kill themselves.
Yeah.
It's very sad.
Yeah,
Damn you, Jordan Peterson. It's so funny. Jordan Peterson has never taken a strong stance, or maybe even any stance against gender transition surgery.
No, not at all.
He's always labeled as the transphobe because he was against non-binary fucking genders.
Because he's against
social
compelled
justice
speech.
warriors and historical literacy.
Social justice.
Oh, whoops. Wait.
Yeah, what are you doing?
I wanted to pause on him calling Jordan Peterson a traditional conservative.
We're fair and balanced, TMCR, damn it. So admittedly, they are sometimes web. The prominent members of this network of gloomy intelligentsias range in political affiliation and include traditional conservative
Jordan Peterson.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not true.
It's so funny. Eric Weinstein, is it Weinstein or Weinstein? I always forget. Eric Weinstein never gets any credit. He's the guy that came up with the fucking term. No one ever talks about him. So so sad.
Totally true. Not even in there.
I know.
Libertarians, never Trumpers.
I know. He's big brain. Eric, come on. Of course they're going to use Dave Rubin. Why would they use the smart guy?
Well, Eric is too liberal-ish, you know, too much on the left.
Oh, he's way on the left. Come on.
I don't want to talk about that. Though he does, I will give Cody credit. He does correctly identify Sam Harris as a liberal.
Yeah, you'll get no credit for me, Cody, just so you know.
Pretty surprising. Well, I'm saying that's pretty surprising. Usually people are like, Sam Harris is a conservative.
Oh, yeah, that's bonkers.
But I guess, you know what? I forgot. I'm pretty sure Cody is like a Bernie or bust leftist communist. I don't think I'm making that. I'm pretty sure I saw a clip where he was very anti-liberal. So maybe for him, it's okay to call Sam Harris a liberal because he hates the libs too.
He's one of those dirty neoliberals, right?
That's right.
Sometimes Trumpers, and even some liberals. But they are all brought together by their hatred of political correctness.
Why do you throw Joe Rogan in there? He never talks about a single thing Joe Rogan ever says in this entire video.
Yeah.
Throws him in there.
Yeah, he didn't want to throw in Eric
Identity
Weinstein.
politics.
Nope. You know why? Because he's anti-Semitic.
Ooh. Ouch.
Got him.
Ouch.
Got him. Social justice warriors, and historical literacy.
Social justice, you should understand, is actually evil. Social justice, when people say it, it's an actual evil. Because anytime you put a modifier in front of a term that is inherently good, you turn it into a perversion of itself.
That's right, comrades. Ben Shapiro wants to cancel adjectives, adverbs.
So I never saw the clip that he's talking about, and Cody obviously doesn't put any references. So I don't know if that is as stupid as it sounds, or if it actually makes sense in the context that Ben is talking about.
Yeah.
Because that's not a good point, obviously.
Probably looked for the clip.
I didn't look for that clip. I didn't care enough to look for that clip. But.
Oh, good for you.
And participle phrases. They are perversions because if you dare to put a modifier.
Well, also, this is totally an ad hom too, because this has literally nothing to do with the argument whatsoever.
Totally.
He's like, Ben Shapiro said something which sounds stupid in no context provided. So therefore, his entire argument about something completely different is also stupid. I rest my case.
This is joke time, though. This is a joke portion of the video.
Oh, I forgot. This is the funny. This is the funny jokes, guys.
This guy's huge. These people are laughing at something. Oh, look, we're making fun of conservatives. How fun.
Okay, you're going to have to explain this to me. Have you seen that woman who does the Trump lip syncs?
Yes.
Or what's her name?
I believe so, but I don't remember.
Sarah Cooper or something? Is that her name?
Yeah. Super lib.
I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't get it either. You gotta.
It's not funny. There's nothing about it. And look, as you guys will know and attest in the chat, I'm no Trump lover, no Trump fan.
Oh yeah.
I just watch these videos and I'm just like, where's the comedy? She's just lip syncing Trump. What is the joke here?
Have you seen the one where Trump, they deep fake Trump's face onto a baby that's going no 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 no?
See, that's actually funny.
That one is hilarious.
There's a joke there. Okay,
there's a total joke there.
Yes, there's a joke there. It's funny.
It is.
The Sarah Cooper shit is just like, and everyone tweets. Everyone's like, "This is the funniest thing I've." Look, guys, this is the funniest thing. She's doing lip syncs. So I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Just to let you guys in on the meme, you can look it up. She's asking Trump about different policy, like, and the baby is basically saying no, 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 refusing like everything that she's saying. So there's this interaction between the two of them that's just priceless.
Of a term that is inherently good, it makes it evil. So, for instance, I think we can all agree that a baby is good, but if you were to say, that is a cute baby, for example, well, that would be a perversion that would make the phrase cute baby evil. But back to the issue at hand, what do these cool kids philosophers have to contribute?
I mean, if you did call that baby a cute baby, it would be a perversion.
That's true. That's true.
So, I mean, yeah. The whole idea behind social justice being a perversion is that it's not really justice. It's racism. Like, how can you call it justice?
to the discussion of race in America. Let's start with Dave. The left got a little too PC, so I changed all of my opinions about the economy, social issues, systemic racism, and history. Ruben, does he?
That's fair.
Dave, people
I'll
are
give-
allowed
I'll
to
give Cody
change their
that.
minds.
I'll give Cody that. That's a fair assessment.
People are
right?
allowed to change their minds. It's Ziegler. It's Ziegler. He's Ziegler.
What's Ziegler? I don't even know what you're talking about.
Ziegler is that movie with Woody Allen where Woody Allen becomes whoever he's around. Like whoever he's close to, he becomes exactly like them and starts
but that's not
looking like them.
generally like a positive trait you want to emulate, right?
No, but it's a hilarious movie.
Okay, well I can imagine why.
Does he have an explanation for his claim that systemic racism doesn't exist?
Systemic racism does not exist. There are no laws in America, meaning the system. Doesn't mean racism doesn't exist. Racism exists. There are people who are racist.
Oh my God. You just said racism exists. I thought the whole thesis was that he's saying racism doesn't exist.
That's right. That's right.
What's going on
Well,
here?
he even specifically said at the beginning, there's this group of philosophers trying to taint the minds of the young children, trying to convince them that racism doesn't
exist. That's exactly what he said.
What he said.
What the hell? He's got a clip in his own video that refutes him.
I know.
And you should do everything you can to show them that their ideas are wrong.
What? Oh, you're supposed to go against those fucking racists? Dave, what are you doing? You're betraying us here.
I know.
And that you should not be judging someone based on their race, of course.
What? Oh my
What
God.
a bigot. This is Adam. This is it. This is the man trying to teach our children to pass racist, bigoted policies into the future. Can you fucking believe it?
Well, he's fucking up royally here. He's totally screwing this up. God damn it.
But the idea that there is systemic racism, meaning that there are laws in place that treat black people differently or Asian people differently or white people differently, simply doesn't exist.
Okay, I get it now. There are no laws that treat people differently based on their race, and that is what systemic racism is, isn't it? Isn't that the definition and function of systemic racism? And are you actually claiming that there are no laws that treat people of different races differently? In short, the answer is no to all of it. But we'll get back to those questions. For now, is there anything else you'd like to add, Dave?
Now, that doesn't mean that we can still do better on certain things. So, for example, often black people will be incarcerated longer for simple crimes that if a white person committed won't be. Now, that has to do with more with socioeconomic reasoning.
Oh, Dave.
Yeah, he cuts him off on what the socioeconomic reasoning is.
Well,
Better lawyers, right?
Right. So yeah, better lawyers. But also, and this is Cody's an idiot too, because let's just play it for a little bit.
Dave. Immediately after stating that systemic racism doesn't exist, you cite a perfect example of systemic racism, and then
Okay, so this is really stupid. So part of the big problem with the whole term of systemic racism is it's not clearly defined by anyone.
Totally.
Okay? Yeah, it's not a clearly defined thing. So Dave's definition that he gave, he said there's no law that's like says in the law, to be bigoted against black people or Asians or whatever. Okay, so he's saying, that if there is, sentencing differences on average between white and black people, he's saying, well, white people tend to get better lawyers, or individual judges handing out the sentences could be racist.
Sure, that could happen.
Doesn't mean that the law is racist. Okay, that's what Dave Rubin is saying. But this is what this whole stupid mess comes around to. This is all Sitch's law, Adam.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's all an
Sitch's
argument.
law, Adam, or Sitch and Adam's law?
Sitch's law, comma, Adam. Okay, it's all an argument.
He put the comma in finally. You motherfucker.
It's all an argument about what the fuck the definition of institutional racism is. Okay?
Totally.
So I sent you a picture. If you want to put it up,
sure,
on
totally.
screen for a second.
Where'd you send it to?
It's on your Twitter DM.
Okay.
Because I I hunted it down. I did the Sitch thing. Okay. I went
Oh
to the
my
source.
God.
Okay. I said, I want to find out what the fuck the definition of institutional racism is. Okay. And the first source of information is a book from like the 60s that isn't super helpful because it's like a diatribe. It's not really like a scholarly work of any sort. But then I found that most of the people actually don't really follow the original 60s definition. They follow this other definition from a book called Prejudice and Racism from the 90s.
It's up.
And this is why this is so important. It says institutional racism has two meanings. First, it is the institutional extension of individual racist beliefs. This consists primarily of using and manipulating duly constituted institutions so as to maintain a racist advantage over others. Okay.
So it's got to be deliberate.
Right. So that's the definition that Dave Rubin's talking about. That's the definition that most people, if you say institutional or systemic racism, that's what they're thinking of, right?
Yeah, but what Cody's pointing out is inadvertent.
Right. But then the second definition is, second, it is a byproduct of certain institutional practices which operate to restrict on a racial biases, the choices, rights, mobilities, and accesses of groups of individuals. These unequal consequences need not to be intended, but they are not less real for being simply de facto.
Right. Those are the inadvertent ones.
Right. So that's the key part, that the unequal consequences need not to be intended. So the translation means of this is that baked into the definition of systemic racism is the idea of equality of outcome, okay? Because baked into the definition of systemic racism means that if they look at anything in society and see that there's some racial difference, okay, they're going to automatically say, well, it's systemic racism by definition. It doesn't matter if the reason there's some difference actually has to do with racism or bigotry.
Yeah.
By definition, it's automatically systemic racism.
That's fucked up. That's way fucked up.
That's super fucked up. But see, this is what the problem is, because when most people talk about it, they talk about the first definition. Dave Rubin's talking about the first definition, but then you have people like Cody and the other woke warriors. They come along and say, well, actually, no. According to this definition that this guy created, you automatically lose the argument. See, it's so funny. It's just like P plus P equals R. It's like, let's define a term in such a way that makes it so it's impossible for you to actually argue against it.
Yeah, that's sad. That's super sad.
I don't know if there's got to be some like word for that. There's got to be some like logical fallacy where you just define the solution and problem all in the definition and make it impossible to actually argue against.
Academics. That's the word for it.
There you go.
Sociology.
There you go.
Then explain it away as having to do with socioeconomic.
Oh, did you take the thing off?
Yeah, sure did.
Reasoning.
Gotcha.
Another example of systemic racism. I guess in Dave's mind, when you have two interrelated aspects of systemic racism, they sort of cancel each other out. You know how, like, if I were to punch you in the face, but then also kick you in the balls or pussy, those two wrongs mean that you can't get mad at me. It's simple math. Go learn math better, everybody. But of course, Dave...
Do you understand his... I don't even understand what the fuck he's saying.
Illogical.
Made this argument before the recent murder of George Floyd and the ensuing protests. Surely these events would change these guys' minds, right?
Right. When it comes to...
Why would... Wait. Okay, explain this to me. So you have a cop... does something really fucked up and kills someone. No evidence that it was racially motivated has been provided so far whatsoever.
Were they different races? Well, what more evidence do you need, Sitch?
Right. I mean, you know, people were quick to show the Tony Timpa video, which is literally the exact same thing as the George Floyd video. Okay, white cop on top of a white guy.
Oh, I know.
Die.
Yeah.
It's actually, you know, and Sam Harris had a great point about this. He said the Tony Timpa video is so much worse because you can hear the cops like trying to be jovial and laughing. And he's like, imagine if Tony Timpa was a black guy when that video came out.
Do you maybe we just. I think I figured out a solution for all this, Sitch.
What?
Segregation.
Oh. So, but anyway, so so you have the George Floyd situation, which everyone agreed. How would this change your mind? Literally everyone in the country, everyone
Totally
agreed
Totally.
that the
Totally.
cop should go to jail and what he did was fucked up and some form of manslaughter or murder. Everyone agreed with that. And then on top of that, everyone protested across the country in huge protest. And then everyone acted like it wasn't a violation of the quarantine because the social justice. So how exactly is this going to change their mind about America being more racist?
Probably not.
Doesn't really make sense, does it?
Conspiracy theory, everything can be explained by malevolent people behind the scenes pulling the strings, right? This is the sort of anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. Or, by the way, the idea of institutional racism, that a bunch of white people are sitting behind the scenes and deliberately attempting to harm black people. Right? If you're making that argument, you're an idiot.
Oh, hey, you're back with a great point, Ben, my hero, Shapiro. I expect you're watching, Ben, because I know
Shapiro's your hero too, right? Hero Shapiro. That's pretty good.
Fuck Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, Sitch can't stand Ben Shapiro. This is weird. I don't know. Like, whose side is he going to take here? It's between
I'll
two
take
people
Ben
he
over
hates.
Cody. I'll take Ben over Cody most
Okay.
of the time. But I'm not a Ben Shapiro fan, obviously.
Ben Shapiro's pretty smart, but he's definitely in the conservative bubble.
Yeah, he's he's way too blinded for the facts and logic guy. He's way too blinded by his emotions and bias in his religion.
Yep.
I mean, the conversation he had with Tucker Carlson we did that. It was so hilarious because you
Yeah.
have Tucker Carlson's over here taking like the populist position, and Ben Shapiro's like, "Well, poor people can just move out of their poor neighborhoods." Like,
Oh yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Totally. That's easy to do when you're poor.
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
you watched my video about you, and I know you desperately want to be in a...
Wait, should we read this? Wait. Ben Shapiro says, "I'm sorry, you're too stupid to recognize the basic difference between canceling a magazine because of the content of the magazine and canceling a membership to a gym where I like everything, but the owner happens to donate to a politician I don't like."
Okay.
Okay. All right.
band with me. But according to Ben, institutional racism is actually a conspiracy theory. Because as we all know, when people talk about systemic racism or institutional racism, they are talking about a bunch of white people behind the scenes, in a room, plotting, pulling the strings to deliberately harm black people. Puppeteers! Oh, hey, look! It's my other quarantine roommate, Mr. Strawman! Good to see you again.
Okay, this is so dumb because
I know.
that literally used to be the way it sort of was.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
so acting like it never was like that is so stupid. This is the problem with all this shit. It's like, this is how we know that this is bullshit. Okay, there are definitely problems. Like, racism has caused problems that still echo into today's world, obviously.
Big time.
I don't think anyone denies that, right?
Yep.
But the thing that's so dishonest about the woke warriors conversation about this is, instead of just acknowledging this and the complexities of it, all they do is they just keep trying to change the definition of words to suit the narrative. So it's like, oh, well, racism no longer means like intentional bigotry like it meant for hundreds of years, or well, not hundreds of years, but for 50 or 60 years when people were intentionally bigoted and racist, because it's not really, that behavior is not shown so much in society anymore. So instead of just creating a new word or using a different concept, we just have to change the definition of racism. We have to utilize the social power that word has and just change the definition to be implicit biases or subconscious or unintentional.
Yeah, this is what's so insidious about it, because it really is about power. It really is just about obtaining political power, like developing different arguments against your political foes. That's what all this redefining words is all about. I can't stand that shit.
It's all political messaging. That's exactly what it is. It's like calling the estate tax the death tax.
Totally.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's a
Exact
word.
same thing.
It's evil. It's scary.
And no one will vote for a racist. Let's just let's just label all our political enemies racists. It's like the best thing going right now. But wait, they aren't racist. Well, I know. Let's just define racism so they are.
Yeah, if we just redefine racism in a way that makes everyone automatically racist, then it works.
Problem solved.
Love you. I love you too. Gross. Okay, so Ben tells us that systemic racism is a conspiracy theory, and Dave tells us that it doesn't exist. Of course, this begs the question, if systemic racism, under Dave's definition, ended in the 1960s with the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which, by the way, was...
Well, he's conflating... Dave, by his own definition of systemic racism, shows that it does. Like, he's conflating his definition of systemic racism and Dave's definition. I mean, Dave was totally clear about his definition.
Yes, under Dave's definition, it doesn't exist.
Yes.
Right.
Recently gutted by the Supreme Court. And also, like, imagine an apartheid state granting a group civil rights and then being like, we did it. But if we did indeed did it.
Except that's a completely different point that I'm assuming, and I thought Dave Rubin said he agrees with.
Yeah, so. Exactly. That's why I'm like, okay.
Yeah. I assume Ben Shapiro would agree with that too. I know for a fact that Sam and Jordan Peterson have directly, obviously, agreed with this.
Yes, and would like to find ways to fix it.
Yeah, exactly.
But not necessarily the ways that discriminate against other people, because that is injustice when you discriminate against people.
Right, and also just strategically, you need to get people. You need to get the majority of people on your side. Right?
Yes.
And you're not going to get, this is the Martin Luther King strategy. Okay. You're going to appeal to the common humanity because you need those people, those white people on your side because they're the majority.
Now, you
don't go around labeling them as evil demons.
Yeah. You know what makes it extremely difficult to get those white people on your side in the voting booth where it really matters? You call them all racists.
You call them all internal secret Nazis.
Yeah. Makes it super hard to get them on your side.
Little pro tip.
Why does there still remain so much inequality between white people and black people? Any thoughts, Ben?
Because it has nothing to do with race and everything to do with culture.
Now, for context.
Oh, I love this part. This was the part where I super got interested because I agree. It is about culture.
Well, okay. So, again, he's playing this tiny clip.
Yeah.
Well, here's what's also very dishonest about this. Okay, Ben Shapiro literally just put out a video, like I don't know, like a month before this, where it's like him debunking a systemic racism video, and in that video he makes his positions a lot more clearer, and he gives like evidence and studies to support his position. Cody doesn't bring up any of that. He doesn't use any of those clips. He doesn't respond to any of that stuff. He responds to these other like random clips that who the fuck knows what the context is. Because I'm assuming, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm assuming if you ask Ben Shapiro, hey, do you think the legacy of slavery and Jim Crow laws has affected the black community and put them in a in a situation that has made them poorer by comparison to the white population and an unequal distribution? I'm pretty sure Ben Shapiro would say, yes, obviously that's the fucking case.
Totally. He points out a bunch of racist policies that we don't disagree with. I'm sure none of the people in the intellectual dark web would disagree with. Fucking Eric Weinstein and they would be talking about these. They hate those things.
Right.
Ben is answering a question about the cause of wealth inequality between white people and black people. And Ben's response is that it has nothing to do with race, aka racism, and everything to do with culture. Please continue, Ben.
You explain to me why black kids aren't graduating high school. Explain that one to me. Explain to me why black kids are shooting each other in rates significantly higher than whites are shooting each other. Explain to me why 13% of the population is responsible for 50% of the murder. Explain to me why the number of blacks.
He said the 1350.
Yeah. What's your take on that?
On Ben Shapiro being a horrible racist?
No, on the well, saying that is those are the real statistics, are they not?
I assume they are.
Yeah.
Sure. I've never looked into it. Well, I've never heard anyone, even the people against it, debunk it. So that's why I'm assuming that the statistics are accurate. But
What's your, I mean, I'm going off of, and this is straight out of Steven Pinker's book, I think, Enlightenment Now. Well, he elaborates on it, Enlightenment Now, but it's pretty common in sociology that there are the three cultures that we're living in now. They're the honor culture, the dignity culture, and the victimhood culture. Like sociologists study this shit. If you're in a low resource environment, you're going to produce an honor culture. It's not, but it's not related to biology. It's related to the environment. Like white people 100 years ago lived in an honor culture. Like white people have moved from an honor culture to a dignity culture, but there's a strong argument to be made that blacks who have lower resources, well, any low resource environment is going to facilitate an honor culture.
And yeah, it's going to fuck you up in many ways, obviously.
Yes.
So, but here's the problem, because, and maybe Ben's making this argument. If he is, he's
Ben is
fucking
describing
stupid.
an honor
I don't
culture.
know.
Ben is describing an honor culture here.
Right. So here's the difference. Okay. So if Ben is looking at the situation saying it's not racism that's the cause of it, it's the fact that people are living in low resource environments. Okay. That's what he's saying.
Correct.
And then Cody's saying, no, it's racism because racism is what caused them to live in the low
income
resource
environments. Yeah.
And it's like, well, they're both true.
Yes.
Like you're both arguing about fucking nothing really.
Yeah.
Except,
they aren't.
Right. Except, and this is where the important part comes in. How do you fix it?
I know.
And that's the problem.
That's why I'm here. Like,
right,
how do we
you
fucking
can say,
fix it?
Right. Because you say, okay, I agree.
Yes.
That racism caused certain populations of the country to live in low resource environments. Okay. But how do we fix it now? Okay, it's the question. And the question is, if you just keep saying, well, we have to fix racism, that's not going to fix the low resource environments and people living in those situations because they're not actively being discriminated against, which is how 99% of the fucking world conceptualizes the concept of racism. So instead of just trying to broaden the term of racism to apply to a bunch of other fucking dumb shit that doesn't apply to, just address the problem.
Yeah.
And black kids in prison, not for innocent reasons, not for walking down the street and getting pulled into a prison, is so high. Explain, if it has nothing to do with culture, explain to me why the single motherhood rate in the black community jumped from 20% to 70% in the same course of time that the civil rights movement has made such tremendous strides. Is America more racist now than it was in 1960? And if it is, please explain to me how that happened.
So let's put aside the fact that graduation rates, homicide rates, and rates of single motherhood are all results of wealth inequality, and that there is tons of evidence that black people are put in jail for the same crimes as white people at significantly higher rates. But whatever, let's see this argument through. As Ben would say, let's say that the reason black people on average have 10 times less wealth than white people is not because of the cumulative impact of systemic racism, but actually because of black culture and how it doesn't value education and is violent and doesn't have family values. By the way, all very new arguments that have never been made before and are not a part of a long legacy of
those two arguments are not, they're not opposite of each other.
They aren't. I know, it's tough. It's tough here.
That's why this is so stupid. That's why this is so stupid, because they would probably, both sides of the issue would basically agree on this.
Yeah.
If they like actually just stopped and turned off the politics and turned off the tribalism and just talked about it in a rational manner. But
Yeah, how do you get,
it's impossible.
How do you get resource? What the conservatives will always say is the thing that creates wealth is families, marriage, owning a home, those kinds of things. All the things Godey brings up later in the video. But, you're kind of in a, I don't know how you incentivize that kind of stuff when you're already in a low resource environment. Like how do you incentivize marriage in a low resource environment when it literally takes a certain amount of resources to get that dignity culture going. I mean, I watched this once and I kept thinking about it. It took us like 100 years to evolve from an honor culture to a dignity culture. Like the honor culture was the Wild West, and still in the Middle East, it's very much an honor culture. They have fucking honor killings and shit. The idea of a dignity culture is a wealthier culture. Like you literally have more to lose. Once you're in a dignity culture, you're less likely to resist arrest, fight back against the police. You're more likely to call your attorney. All of these things have to do with the transitioning from an honor culture to a dignity culture. There's an article that I go back and read every once in a while. It's called The Code of the Streets. It's this old Atlantic article. And the description of the black culture in that article is very much an honor culture. It's totally an honor culture. So I don't know, Cody, how do you get from an honor culture to a dignity culture? Like that's the big question. I don't see either side throwing out answers to that. I mean, the right constantly says, I mean, you're not going to inspire blacks to form families just by wishing for it. Like, how do you incentivize that? I don't know. It's a fucking impossible problem.
You don't.
Yeah. What do you do? Like even what we the liberal side wants
a complicated,
I know
difficult thing to solve.
It's complicated.
It's complicated.
I mean, the left wants to just airdrop pallets of money over there.
Right.
Airdropping like an honor culture is the Wild West. So imagine you're going to airdrop pallets of money into Wild West town. Like the fucking Billy the Kid is going to come and swoop up all that money and fucking no one's going. Exactly. He's not going to distribute it evenly among the public. Come on, get the fuck out of here.
Right.
Explaining racial outcomes by creating racist ideas.
But do they like the left almost just ignores the whole culture argument altogether? Like I don't understand it. They want to talk culture when we're talking about LGBT issues. Like if it's LGBT issues, we got to change the culture. It's a culture, right?
If it's white people, white culture is inherently racist and bad and needs to be changed,
right,
and destroyed and dismantled,
right.
Yeah, and if it has to do with gender, all the gender concepts that exist in our culture have to all be destroyed and dismantled.
Destroy the culture. Like, but when we're talking about black culture, it's like, oh no, that's fine. Like, what the fuck? Come on, guys. I mean, I don't. It's not our place to talk about the black culture. I mean, obviously.
Well, and there's obviously, and you get into the same problem that you get with Brooks. Like, there's no such thing as like a unified black culture. Obviously.
Totally.
Just as no such thing as a unified white culture.
Right. But this is why. I mean, this is why the honor culture, dignity culture, victimhood culture is so good, because it actually. It's more of a class thing, because anytime you're in a low resource environment, honor culture is going to form. Like a middle class culture is a dignity culture. The victimhood culture that we're all being oppressed by is a fucking upper class culture. It's weird.
It's very weird.
He actually conflates. It pisses me off later in the video because he conflates those, where he talks a bit about white culture or he conflates like white culture and liberal culture. We'll see it when we get to it. I'll bring it up.
That justify racist policies, which in turn perpetuate racial inequality. Because after all, as Ben asks, is America more racist today?
You know, he keeps making this point. He says, what they're saying justifies racist policies. Now, I watched 40 to 50 minutes of this video, so maybe he gets it all in at the end, but up to that point, he never says what these racist policies are that Ben Shapiro and Dave Rubin are advocating for.
Yeah, he does.
Never says it.
He does talk about old policies that are racist. I'm assuming those policies have been changed.
Yeah, he talks about old policies that were changed.
Redlining,
right?
Shit
but he doesn't
like
talk
that.
about But he's saying that right now, the intellectual dark web is giving this fake narrative in order for people to justify racist policies that exist today. And he
Yeah.
never says what those racist policies are.
Yeah. Because they don't exist, maybe? I don't know. Seems like they would. Anytime anyone pointed one of those racist policies out, you'd have some liberal politician running to fix it so that they could get elected.
Right.
I mean, that's the whole thing. The reason why you've got the woke Democrats now virtue signaling about pronouns is because they got nothing to fucking fix. They fixed it all. That
Right. And when you had, and this is what's so funny too, or stupid and funny, when you had Nancy Pelosi and the evil moderate Democrats, okay, the evil neoliberals, when they come like within days of the George Floyd shooting, within days of that, they come out with this legislation that's actually pretty moderate, nothing extreme or radical in it. That's pretty good police reform that I assume that the Republicans would also agree with. What happens? Do the leftists say, oh, that's wonderful, that's fantastic, politicians are actually working for us? No. They say, these fucking politicians aren't defunding the police. They're not dismantling the system, even though police all exist in state and local levels, and the fucking federal government can't actually do that. But it doesn't matter.
yeah. Oh my
It's
God.
it's just so frustrating. It's so frustrating and so stupid because they actually, all these people virtue signal about this shit and they don't care.
No,
actually
they
give a shit.
don't.
Than it was in 1960? Now, we'll get back to that question too. But for now, let's continue down this racist rabbit hole and follow this white rabbit and see where it leads us. Yay. But also, huzzah. So, if black culture is to blame, what created that culture? Surely a singular culture for an entire group of people, which every black person shares, was not created in a vacuum.
Look, he admitted it right there. He fucking admitted it. So we
Yep.
just a second ago said black culture is not a monolith. He just admitted the same thing. He agrees with us. Black culture is not a monolith.
Right. Well, I assume he's trying to mock Ben Shapiro for claiming or talking as if there is some sort of magical unified black
You know
culture.
this guy believes white culture is a monolith, though. We've got the colonialist gene. This guy
I'm
looks like a
sure-
race realist to me.
Right. I'm sure if we went back into some videos, maybe even in this video, I'm sure we'll find some video of him talking about white culture as if it's some magical unified property of
Yeah.
America.
Vacuum. I mean, you're not suggesting that it's some sort of an innate genetic quality, are you?
People don't want to hear that intelligence.
Oh, okay. This is This is what I'm talking about. This so fucking dishonest shit that Cody's involved in. Okay, so he's reacting to a Ben Shapiro clip, right? Where Ben Shapiro is talking about how the problem that he believes that's facing the black community is facing right now is a cultural issue, not a racist issue. So, does if you ask Ben Shapiro, well, how did that culture, the honor culture that we were talking about, form? That formed because of racism. What would Ben Shapiro say? I assume he would say yes, but we don't get that clip. Instead, he just immediately shifts to Sam Harris talking about the IQ stuff with Charles Murray that has nothing to fucking do with the comment that Ben Shapiro just fucking said,
Yep.
to make Sam Harris look like some kind of race realist.
Cherry picking.
Like, this is so dishonest and fucking disgusting.
Intelligence is a real thing, and that some people have more of it than others. They don't want to hear that IQ tests really measure it. They don't want to hear that differences in IQ matter, because they're highly predictive of differential success in life. And not just for things like educational attainment and wealth, but for things like out-of-wedlock birth and mortality. People don't want to hear that a person's intelligence is in large measure due to his or her genes, and that there seems to be very little we can do environmentally to increase a person's intelligence, even in childhood. It's not that the environment doesn't matter, but genes appear to be 50 to 80% of the story. People don't want to hear this. And they certainly don't want to hear that average IQ differs across races and ethnic groups.
No, Sam.
Dun, dun. Got him.
Got him. Got him. He's talking about IQ differences. That must
Yeah.
mean that Sam is a race realist racist, guys.
Yeah, if you drop Albert Einstein into an honor culture, what do you think is going to happen? I think he's dead in a week. I say he's dead in a week. What about you guys?
Yeah, exactly.
Come on. Come on. Billy the Kid versus Albert Einstein? Nah. Albert Einstein's losing his wallet.
Yep.
I think a lot of people do want to hear that, and that's the problem. But let's leave that alone for now.
You think Sam Harris got in more trouble or more positive press and viewers from his conversation with Charles Murray?
Oh, he lost. He lost audience. Plus, Ezra Klein dragged him over the coals. He got put in a bunch of different things.
This is the problem is a lot of people. Yes, there's a really good niche position for Sam Harris to fill. The liberal spouting race realism. Yes,
Totally.
that's the niche he really wants to fucking peg himself into. Like, what? You fucking insane?
Yeah, it is sad.
Now, and how living thought experiment Sam Harris fits into this whole grid of grimy good grade getters, and continue to pull this thread on the sweater of racial obliviousness. Yes, I would like to destroy the sweater. So far, we know that systemic racism does not exist because there are no specific laws that favor one race over the other, and that the reason racial inequality still persists is because of black culture and black intelligence. But what about white privilege?
God,
See,
I
but you
hate
like how he
that
just snuck
argument.
that in there?
Totally. Yeah.
A completely different point by Sam Harris. He just snuck it in there. Just whoop.
He did. Yeah. Sam Harris wasn't saying that.
But it's just
This is an argument that people make that drives me crazy, though, because
Right.
it's so fucking stupid. Such a stupid argument.
He's acting like Ben Shapiro was talking to Sam Harris. And Ben Shapiro said, "Hey, Sam Harris, what do you think's up with the black community?" And Sam
Yeah.
Harris said, "Well, black people have lower IQs." Like, that's
Yeah.
the picture.
They have a
that he
bad
just
culture
painted
that
for
comes
us.
together from low IQ. That's it.
Like, that's the picture he just fucking painted for the audience.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's gross. It's totally gross. I'm sure Sam Harris is just as much against that as anyone. It's terrible.
Surely that must play some role in racial inequality.
I want to talk about
Oh, then he goes after our boy.
Nah. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. We gotta rope. Look,
I
we
know.
always have to rope Jordan Peterson to everything. It doesn't matter. He's the grandpappy of all that is evil
I
in the
know.
intellectual dark web.
This poor guy, man. This poor guy.
This poor man who said Hitler was more evil than you know.
Oh my God.
This poor man that has said that all systems are inherently tilted toward oppression
Corruption,
and
yeah.
bigotry and corruption, and you must always be vigilant to stop them. Yes, this total non-liberal
Yeah.
racist bigot.
Sad.
Ugh.
intersectionality and white privilege a bit.
Oh, goody! Jordan Lobsters show us why human hierarchies exist, also therefore they're good, Peterson.
Holy shit.
Whoa!
My God, he's sneaking in premises. God
I missed
damn
that
it.
when I first heard this.
Yeah.
So I love that.
Fucking A. Like Jordan Peterson.
makes-
Hey, go ahead.
Jordan Peterson makes the descriptive argument.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
descriptive argument
Exactly.
that hierarchies are inherent in nature.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not that
That's-
they're good.
Yeah, he doesn't say
You
that.
fucking
he literally
idiot.
He fucking literally said. He might have even said in that fucking longer clip. He's literally said that hierarchies all tend towards corruption.
Yes.
Okay?
Totally.
If you're not vigilant to
Yes,
prevent it.
Yes.
But no,
There's a big
there's
a big distinction too between dominance hierarchies and prestige hierarchies, which
Right,
Jordan Peterson has articulated ad nauseum. Like
Right.
a dominance hierarchy is predicated on violence, a prestige hierarchy is dedicated on doing things useful for the community. But even those tend towards corruption because once you get in a position of power, you can lean on people. You can show dominance.
course.
Yeah.
Of course.
So
Yeah.
this-
Do we need like Cody? Do we need a fucking straw man to come on screen? And go,
Yeah,
hey, Cody,
totally.
you
Where's my
fucking
straw?
idiot!
where's my fucking straw man?
Total straw man.
Come on, Cody. I would say you're better than this, but we know.
But we know that's not true.
Glad you could join the party. Also, sorry for your recent challenges. I hope you get better, and yet I'm grateful that you've been MIA as of late during all of this situation. Nevertheless, your ideas and words are still influential, so here we are. Now, notice that laughter from the crowd when he said that. I mean, you must be getting ready to tell a really hilarious joke, Jordan. For context, the specific list that Peterson is about to reference comes from an essay written by Peggy McIntosh about the everyday advantages that she experiences because she is white.
Okay, so here's her white privilege.
Yeah. You know what the joke is? It's just like white fragility, okay?
Yeah.
You have some person comes along and not based on science, not based on study, just says, you know, I
Yeah, totally.
feel like I have XYZ privileges. I feel like this is the way the world works. This isn't based on anything. It's just based on I just reached into, I put my hand right in my butt, okay? And I went all the way up. I went through my colon, all the way up my large and small intestines, all right into my gut. And I reached inside, I pulled it out. And what was in there? But my feelings.
Band-Aid colors.
Band-Aid colored feelings. And you know what my feelings told to me? It told to me, everything you feel is completely objectively true.
Oh my God.
And you must share this with the world.
Oh my God.
You must tell them your feelings. You must preach your feelings from the rooftops. Fuck science. Fuck studies. Fuck data. Preach the gut intuition.
Oh my God.
And that's that's why people are laughing, because that's what the whole unpacking the backpack of white privilege bullshit is.
Do you, so Jonathan Haidt's new book, The Calling of the American Mind, he lays out 3 great untruths. Guess what number 2 is? The untruth of emotional reasoning. Always trust your feelings. Always trust them. Your gut. It can never be wrong.
Yep. Exactly.
Take your hand out of your butt, Peggy.
She thought she was unpacking her backpack.
I know,
the
exactly.
whole time she was unpacking her colon.
List, some of it, there's like 50 things. I can, if I wish, arrange to be in the company of people of my race most of the time. If I should need to move, I can be pretty sure of renting or purchasing housing in an area which I can afford and in which I would want to live. That's actually a wealth thing, by the way.
Oh, a wealth thing, by the way.
Is that white privilege or is that like majority privilege? Is the same true? You go to China, you're Chinese. It's the same true if you're Chinese? Is it majority privilege? And if it's majority privilege, isn't that just part of living within your culture? So let's say you live in your culture, you're privileged as a member of that culture. Well, obviously, that's what the culture is for. That's what it's for.
So
there's only one way to achieve that privilege for everyone. You know what it's called?
Common humanity?
No. Segregation.
Oh,
like, come on. What the fuck?
No, there is a way. You create your culture around the concept of not skin color.
Well, no, if you're saying that it's a privilege to be able to live around people that look like you, well, there's only one way.
I'm talking about
there's only one way to fix that. What are you talking about? It's fucking segregation.
I'm talking about the idea of like majority culture, how to get everyone to be part of the majority culture.
Yeah.
And what he said is completely true. Culture is always self-perpetuating.
Yeah.
It will always, So you want,
really,
and there's always going to obviously be a culture that when the majority, regional, local, countrywide, is going to exist in some aspect.
Mm-hmm.
And so the solution to this is not to further segregate cultures via multiculturalism. No, the solution to this is to broaden the in-group. Okay.
Yeah.
Is to make everyone identify through something that isn't your fucking skin color, so everyone can partake in whatever the majority culture is.
Correct. Let's not base it on skin color. It's going to really fuck us up, especially since we have such a large minority population in the United States. It's probably a bad idea, guys. That ship has sailed. Sorry.
Rant about how white privilege isn't real. You state that culture is for providing privileges to the members of the culture. But, what? What definition of culture are you looking at? Culture isn't for anything. Also,
what? Holy shit. Motherfucker. That's the stupidest thing anyone's ever said.
I knew you were
What
gonna
the fuck?
like that one.
Yeah, culture's
Yes.
not for anything. Oh, okay. I got you.
Look,
My
Adam,
culture is farting in people's faces, Cody. Why don't you come a little closer?
culture just spontaneously, randomly generates like a bunch of flies in a flask somewhere, Adam. Okay. It doesn't actually serve a purpose. It doesn't actually maintain a society or anything like that.
Oh,
No.
what a... all this, we have to change the culture, guys. We have to change the culture. LGBT friendly culture.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, exactly.
Culture doesn't
Why is
serve
he-
any purpose.
Why is he so interested in changing the culture to the woke warrior way if it doesn't actually do anything? If it's not for a purpose?
Oh my
This is
God.
baffling. It's so baffling. I've never heard someone not understand something Jordan Peterson's ever said more than that.
Crazy town.
He slips this in.
Why would you bother building the damn thing if it didn't accrue benefits to you?
You see, America was built on the backs of white people. Anyway,
He's just
Okay.
He's like
He said, wait, oh my God.
he's like a social justice gag doll that you just pull the string and he like says some social justice talking point. It's ridiculous.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
built
very
on the
clear.
backs of slaves. Rick.
It's very clear that he's not even talking. He said majority culture
Totally.
exists to accrue rights to the majority, which is true. And that shows that Jordan Peterson understands the concept of systemic racism.
Oh
and
my
racism
God.
in our society.
Exactly.
Okay. And he even, I don't remember if Cody shows it or if I found the clip of it, but there's even this clip of Jordan Peterson literally saying this at some point. Okay. He literally says this. Okay. Says almost those exact words. So he understands, but he wasn't even talking about America. He was just saying, yes, the point, like the descriptive, not the prescriptive, the descriptive nature of majority culture is so that's going to accrue rights to itself.
Yeah.
At least
Especially
in modern times. I
democracies.
guess, obviously in past times where we didn't live in a democracy, where you lived in like a monarchy, the culture was not based around accruing rights to the majority of people.
No, democracy. It's a
Right,
it's a
but
principle of
democracy,
democracy. I know a lot of people there's a lot of people who are just they're down with the republic and they're skeptical of democracy, but democracy does accrue rights to a majority. There can be a tyranny of a majority, and our founding fathers obviously tried to strike a balance between the republic and the democracy, which I think is
Right.
good. Yeah. I mean, there's a great book called Political Tribes. I can't remember the name of the author, but she goes into a bunch of different places that are market. There's a minority population that dominates a market, so they tend to become the elite upper crust. And as soon as democracy comes into those nations, the majority has rule, and all of a sudden, the first thing they use that rule for, get even with that minority population that has outcompeted them in the marketplace.
The Jews.
It's not because it's
Translation.
no, because like this happened in Iraq with Sunni and Shia.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
Sunnis, the Sunnis are, just so you know, Sunnis aren't Jews. Is it the Sunnis or the Shia? What was Saddam Hussein?
I don't remember.
Yeah.
It's all the same.
They're
Who
not.
cares?
They're both Muslim sects. So fuck you
Yes.
on your anti-Semitism.
Wait, go on, doctor.
Now you might say, well, one of the consequences is that it accrues fewer benefits to those who aren't in the culture. Yeah, but you can't immediately associate that with race.
That's literally what you just did, but go on.
It certainly could be.
Wait,
How did he do
that's-
that? Yeah.
he literally didn't, unless Cody is suggesting that Chinese is a race of people.
Oh yeah.
Is that what he's
That
suggesting?
would make him a race realism, wouldn't? A race realist.
Yeah.
Is Cody a race realist
Chinese was
now?
a race. Yeah, exactly.
I thought race was just a social construction, that race didn't exist.
Certainly could be wealth.
Wealth, you say?
So white privilege. Well, the other thing you might
So he literally said it could. He said the majority culture can help the majority of people accrue wealth.
Yes.
So he's literally agreeing with your point, Cody, but he doesn't use the correct woke warrior terms you like him to use.
notice is that to attribute to the individuals of a community the attributes of that community on the basis of their racial identity is called racism. That's what racism is. There's no other way of defining it.
And here Peterson plays a clever or ignorant, I can't decide which, rhetorical trick. No one would argue that attributing a characteristic to an individual based on their race, while not the only way to define it, is not some form of racism.
Like the woman talking about white privilege and white fragility?
Yeah, totally. Racist.
But the concept of white privilege is not ascribing immutable characteristics to individuals based on their race. It is commenting on how a person's race influences their relationship with society. For example, in
Wiggle, wiggle.
Yeah, what is this bullshit
I
that
know.
you just said?
Wiggle,
Wait a minute,
wiggle,
wait a minute.
wiggle.
Wait a minute, gotta go back like a second.
To an individual
He's
based
like-
on their race, while
There's no other way of defining it.
and here Peter to an individual based on their race.
Identity is
What are you
called
doing?
racism.
Fucking it all
That's
up.
what racism is. There's no other way of defining it.
And here Peterson plays a clever or ignorant, I can't decide which, rhetorical trick.
It's a trick. Now
a
here
trick.
is where Cody plays a linguistic trick by redefining everything he said so it fits a brand new definition. Here, watch
Right.
the wiggle wiggle.
Or
No
by
one would
saying
argue.
the same thing in a different way so it sounds different.
Yeah.
That attributing a characteristic to an individual based on their race, while not the only way to define it, is not some form of racism. But the
So attributing a characteristic to someone based on their race is a form of racism. Okay, got that?
Right. But this isn't racism because he's doing something completely different. He's saying, you know, how your culture affects you being in that culture. Let's hear it. I'm listening
concept
closely.
of white privilege is not ascribing immutable characteristics to individuals based on their race. It is commenting on how a person's race influences their relationship with society. For example,
Okay, so ascribing immutable characteristics to someone based on the race is racist, guys. But saying that based on someone's race, they must have, they automatically are all given special magical privileges because of their race is not racist.
Yeah. Not only
Okay.
that, he called white culture a monolith again. He fucking called white culture a monolith. He's saying
Oh,
if
what
you're
do you say?
white, you're interacting with your culture in a specific way that, you know,
Yes.
we can comment
Yeah, exactly.
on.
Exactly.
What
exactly.
what way is that, Cody? Is that like some monolithic way where everyone who's white has all of these privileges, no matter how much money they have in their bank account? Come on.
in 1860, you could pretty safely assume that a white person was not enslaved. This would not be
Oh,
a
and then he wants to go to the most extreme example. He's like,
Yeah, I know.
yeah. Come on. Guess what slave time? Guess what white people were living under during slave times? A fucking honor culture.
Yep.
racist assumption, and would also be a pretty good example of white privilege at that time in our history when we did the slave stuff. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Where were we? Yes. So not only does white privilege not exist,
See, but this is again this very they always do this. It fucking drives me crazy. Okay, some woke warriors, some will create a concept. Okay, or they'll take something that already exists, a concept that already exists, like white privilege, and you go, okay, obviously, if you exist and you're part of a majority racial group, and the majority racial group is white, you're going to have some privilege benefits to that being that, especially if there's a history of racism against non-white people. Obviously, you're
Hell
going to
yeah.
be some privileges associated with that you as an individual should be cognizant of and aware of so that you can move through the world in a better understanding way, right? And so that you can be thankful, and not even just white privilege, but everyone has their own privileges. You have your healthy or unhealthy privileges. You have your wealth privileges, your income privilege. You have two-parent household privileges. This is all very
Attractiveness,
important.
privileges. Come on.
Right. Are you attractive? Are you tall?
Yeah.
Okay.
Tall privilege.
Long? You know, like
Tim
have a
Pool beanie privilege.
you have a Tim Pool beanie privileges, right? Do you have big tits privileges? There's all sorts of privileges that
Yeah.
people should be aware of on a personal level, okay? In order to be empathetic to other people and to be grateful and thankful for the random chance that has bestowed these privileges upon them. Everyone, I think, agrees with this idea. But then you have some woke warrior twist that idea and says, no, what you have to do is you have to unpack it, and you have to take a whip, and you have to whip your back, and you have to say, I'm sorry for being white. I'm sorry for being white. Because I am white, I have implicit biases and implicit racial privileges that I can't ever get rid of. So if ever a white person or a non-white person says something to me about race or racism in my country, I just have to shut the fuck up. It doesn't matter if what they said was illogical and not based on data or science or anything. I just can't even have an opinion on it because I have white privilege.
Man, that sounds racist. That sounds so racist.
That's what's so fucking despicable about this shit.
But this concept is actually racist against white people. Anyone else share that view?
So white privilege is a myth and a lie and should be completely destroyed. It's rooted in racism.
Guilt by association argument.
Well, what does Charlie Kirk have to do with any of this stuff?
Well, he's just saying, oh, look, he agrees with Charlie Kirk. Ultimate
Yeah, but Charlie Kirk's
racist.
not like alt-right or anything.
Yeah, I don't know. In their minds, they call Tucker Carlson a white supremacist. Come on, let's be
Right.
real here.
It is a racist idea.
White privilege isn't reality. It's a cowardly way, a chicken way, to blame someone else for your failures to live up to decent, responsible standards.
Ben, it's good to see you again all the time, every time. I miss you. And hey, it's also Charlie Kirk. Are you part of the nerds of nefarious netting? I mean, with comments like,
Oh my God, did you know like the bootstrap guys made bootstrap arguments?
I know.
Amazing.
How do you feel
Incredible.
about those bootstrap arguments?
They're fucking stupid.
Yeah, exactly.
Fucking really stupid. A bootstrap mentality, fantastic for you on an individual level. Terrible when looking at society as a whole.
Yeah. Both of those
I don't know what the
guys, I believe, got their bootstraps from their folks. They got really nice, shiny, brand new bootstraps with fucking gold bootstrap buckles on them. Are you kidding me?
Well,
Come on.
Yeah, and even if you grow up poor or whatever, it's very easy to look at someone like Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro and be like, this person was born a type A, right? These are people that are like, they came out of the womb driven, like with a pencil in a hand and a pad, and they're fucking ready to go. They were giving their mom notes on how they had their pregnancy wrong. Okay, they're ready to go.
Yeah. The bootstrap
Like
argument
that?
is fucking nonsense. Like,
Yeah.
business 101, it takes money to make money. Like,
Right.
if you're going to have to work a
It's
minimum wage job to save up enough money to start your own business, you're going to be at a huge disadvantage over a guy like Charlie Kirk who can say, take a loan from their parents for whatever they need to start their business. Like, they're starting business from the get-go. Come on.
right. No, but and again, like the bootstraps system, if we're going with systems, not goal, for you to have personally is great.
Yeah.
Because it's going to help you as an individual, okay? But that doesn't mean that you should apply it to everyone in society and just say, well, why didn't you do it? I did it. Why didn't you do it? But what does this have to do with what Jordan Peterson said?
Yeah, Jordan Peterson in that same talk makes the argument that a lot of people did start from nothing. And sure, there are plenty of people that do, but
Sure.
I find the people that are generally making the bootstrap argument are people who got some free bootstraps. So
Right. Or there are people who, we talked about this a lot. Everyone assumes that their experience of the world is everyone else's experience of the world. Okay. So you have lots of people who are just born highly motivated.
mhm.
They just had
Yeah.
the right chemical composition in their brain that makes them adverse to demotivation. Okay. They just can get in the zone and they can just push forward.
Yeah.
And they're also just really smart. And this is why Jordan Peterson always says, what's the biggest predictor of success? It's not just intelligence. It's intelligence plus conscientiousness.
Yep. You want to read some super
I'm
chats?
sure you'll.
Sure, we can do that. We can read some super chats.
Let me bring
You have the
up-
graphic up?
Boom! Look at that. I need to put something new on this super chat graphic because I want to remind people that we have a clips channel now. Nathan Margolis has been doing clips for us on the Sitch and Adam clips channel. So if you want to subscribe to that channel, if you want to watch clips, We might try some different stuff over there too. So subscribe to that channel if you're interested in clips. 15, I think he's doing like 10 to 15-minute clips from the show. So just to let you know. Is there a link in the description? I believe there is.
should be a link in the description, yes.
All right.
Anonymous Coward for $2 says, have you read the George Floyd body cam transcript? No, I didn't even know
Holy
that
cow.
was
That's
out.
got to be interesting.
Why was that not widely talked about?
Probably because it doesn't validate the CNN narrative that it was all racist.
That would be the dog that wasn't barking, because
exactly.
I would assume if there was something really racially explosive or even just wrongdoingly explosive in there, everyone would be talking about it. I haven't heard anyone talk about it. So no, I'll definitely check that out.
Yeah. If it was explosive, CNN would have it on every 5 minutes, right?
Oh, so while we're doing this, do you want to put some of the art?
We can. You want to mix it in? So we got a lot of fan art. Since we're showing fan art, we're getting a lot of fan art, which I like. I like a lot. Should I show my favorite one first, or do you have a favorite one?
Yeah, just show one. We'll do a super chat and then you can show a picture. How about that?
Well, this is Noble Savage, who did a picture of me holding Sage up by the nape of his neck. And
of course that's your favorite one. Of course that's his
Of course it
favorite
is.
one.
Look at this. Just fucking dominating Sitch. It's obvious who's the sidekick in this picture.
It's got the Saxton Hale Adam over here.
Look at this. Oh my goodness.
Zero Richard for $5 says, "Is this show?"
Little baby Sitch, he's like trying to get away.
Oh my god, you look so creepy in that picture. You look like a Ren and Stimpy character or something.
I know, it's awesome. I love it.
Creepy. I don't like it. I don't like it.
So that's Noble Savage.
Noble Savage.
Thank you so much.
Zara Richards for $5 says, "Is this show slowly becoming vehicles for fetishes? At least judging from the fan art people draw."
Maybe.
Seems that way. Yes. Stuart King for $2 Aussie bucks says, "Adam, let's encourage women to take the hero's journey." Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, can we do it?
Journey. We can.
Hold on, I just noticed. I have one here from, is it Zombie Squab? What is this?
What?
They've inverted it here. Now it's us as furries with you torturing me. What the hell?
Amazing. Oh, thank you. I haven't seen it yet because it takes 20 seconds to appear on screen for me, but I'm going to assume it's pretty amazing.
It is amazing.
Bob B for $10 says, "Sitch called me racist against people as Shadow last week. I have now power on this channel, so I'm just prejudiced. Now, if you give me a wrench, P plus B equals R, you can call me racist."
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
I guess all our wrenches are racist by definition.
That's right. Oh, let me see. There's Zombie Squad made that.
Yeah.
I like the Zombie Squad has inversed the picture, making a furry, I think female. I think those are tits. Sitch that
Those
looks
are
like he's
huge,
about.
Look, those are your huge pectoral muscles.
That's right. He's about to. He's about to vor Adam. Just a little bit of vor Adam. So there you go.
Very cool.
Delicious. Sir King for $2 more Aussie bucks says, "You're watching Cody's video without one species, dude." I know. So sad. We can actually watch the video this time instead of getting dragged into a 2-hour-long conversation about craziness.
Was it a Cody video that we had him on for?
It was the cancel culture doesn't
yeah.
exist Cody video. Yep.
Still saying that. Still saying cancel culture isn't real.
Yep. Jamel Collective 1 for $9.99 says, "I'm playing Last of Us 2 the entire way through, and it's really fun if you pretend it's a Chaz simulator. You actually get to go to Capitol Hill and get shot by wacko cultists, just like in real life."
Wow.
There you go.
Should I play that? I actually looked it up. I was thinking, maybe I'll play this game that everyone's talking about.
Well, you'd have to play the first one to understand the context, so I don't
Who cares? Context. Who gives a fuck? What's up with that? What do you have you played the first one? You probably have.
No,
huh?
I haven't played any of
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
No.
I thought you might be playing it. Interesting.
No. So Zofrat's made a very special picture for you, Adam, that I'll send to you. You can put on screen.
Okay.
She felt bad that I was getting all the femme Sitch art. So she felt there needed to be some gender equality among us. So she made a very special Femme Adam.
Really?
Yes, I just sent it to you.
There's not enough Femme Adam? Because I have one here from David Aragon right here. Look at this fucking sexy Adam.
But we need more, obviously.
Yeah, obviously, but look at this. I even got the red shorts on. Look at that. Oh! Is this safe for YouTube? I don't know.
Oh, it is now.
Look at that. Oh, my goodness.
Alex Karras for $10 says, Robin DiAngelo has both power and privilege over me. Therefore, if I call her a racist, see you next Tuesday, and she denies it, she's confirming her racism. How do I fix this with DaVinci Resolve?
Oh, my God. We never thought of a good response. Sitch, help me out here.
There you go.
How do we fix that?
I'm now finally seeing the Adam fan art, so I'm distracted by your sexy butt.
Oh, yeah. You like those
That's
shorts?
Sexy. Those are the Tesla
yeah,
shorts.
They are, yeah.
Are you going to buy some Tesla shorts, Adam? Model it for us in real life?
Come on. Come on, dude. That's not going to happen.
Do it.
This is a great picture, though. I like how he's got my glasses, my glowing glasses. Excellent job.
Did you see the one that I sent you?
I did. It's blowing me away right now. I don't know. I might have to take a moment. I might have to turn my camera off, guys.
Oh, Adam is going to he's going to whack it a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Just a little bit, maybe.
Just a little bit.
Maybe a little under the table. Go ahead, another super chat.
Alex Karras for 10. Oh, we read that one. Gemini for $2 says, no amount of unsexy can make my Adam boner soft. There it is.
Okay, you ready for it? You want to see the Zoe?
I'm ready.
Oh my God.
How does that make you feel, Adam? You like that one? You like that, Adam?
It's not really my type. Let me just.
You know what the best part of it is? You see that little dog tag, the little dog collar around your neck that says sidekick?
I know. I don't like that part.
You like that? You like that sidekick, Adam? Look right there.
I don't like that part. Oh, look. And my breasts say objective and subjective.
Exactly. It's perfect. It's the perfect. This is the perfect embodiment of Adam. Okay.
So you can figure out if the guy believes in objective or subjective morality by which titty they suck on, right?
Right.
Oh my God.
So, and I'm also saying this, Vincent Etudo sent me this, and he wants you to just drink it in.
Are you sending me another one? Okay.
I sent you another one.
Oh my God. I hope that's not my butt.
Oh, that's your butt.
No.
It's your female butt. Jay for $2 says, Sitch, give Discord link. I always forget to put in the description.
Who sent this one? What's the name of the artist on this one?
Vincent. He sent us something last week.
Yeah.
Vincent Tundo. TOO programming on the Twitter. He sent you a secret one last week, didn't he?
He did. Yeah.
Yeah. If CT's there, she's not there. Someone put the Discord link in the chat. Someone just said.
We don't have a Discord. What are you talking about?
We have an unofficial Discord.
Right. Yeah.
Yes. An unofficial fan Discord that has nothing to do with us.
That we rarely go to. But you guys are more than welcome to hang out there. I might go more often. I always think, I'm going to go. And then I never do. So.
And then he never does. Mikhail Bykov for €2 says, Peterson is back. Yay. I know. It's nice. Lord of the Nerds for $5 says, been listening to So Well, Intellectuals in Society, Intellectuals and Race on YouTube directly, and your two's wheelhouse. Oh, in your two's wheelhouse was way more interesting than basic Econ 1010. We'll check it out. Stuart Keating for $2 dingo. 2 didgeridoo says, Adam, do you still believe a BJ is for health inspection?
Yes, I do. It works, guys. Seriously.
You're going to let Stuart give you a BJ for a health inspection?
No, it works to get the BJs from the girls that you like. Or I guess if it's the guys that you like too, you can always say, listen. Listen.
Did you put Vincent's butt up on the screen?
This butt is unbelievable. Oh my God. I'm serious. This thing's a work of art. Look at that thing.
Put that
Look at that. It's a thing of beauty.
Look at that. Look at that.
That can't be my butt. Come on. My butt doesn't look that nice.
That's true. That's too good to be Adam's butt. It does say it does have the
Obviously-
12 rules for life on the tramp stamp. So
I know.
there you go.
I don't know if I like that tramp stamp.
Gemini Gemini for $2 says Adam needs a health check. I volunteer. Woo!
I
Gemini.
just had my checkup. Are you kidding? I'm in perfect health, guys. No need.
Gemini wants to give you a little inspection, Adam.
I'm married. I'm off the market,
Adam,
guys.
this is a health inspection. Okay, it's for your health.
Can
it
you
has
imagine?
Nothing to do.
Can you imagine if I went into my doctor and I was like, "Oh yeah, for the last checkup." Well, you guys aren't doing that anymore.
You guys aren't giving BJs anymore for health checks. Anyway, you should put the meme I just sent you. It's pretty funny.
Another one. I have one from Bob Saget
okay.
here, which is it's of Scott Adams. Have you seen
Oh, I
this
didn't
one?
see that one. No, I didn't see that one.
Here it is. It's a Scott
I lost
Adams
a tab.
cartoon.
I don't know how to get back to you guys. Oh no. Oh, there you are. Okay. Anyway, the Wooster for 199 says, "This is your Streamly debates are gay PSA." There you go. That's true. Thank you, the Wooster, for reminding us. Paper Relic for $2 says, "Is Louis Farrakhan worse than Peter Popoff?" Who's Peter? I don't even know who that is. Peter Popoff is a German-born televangelist.
Yeah,
Don't know who that is.
they may be equally offensive. So this cartoon says, "Adam, would you join me in the simulation simp?" The
Simultaneous.
simultaneous simp. Oh,
Oh my God.
that's hilarious.
What a cartoon. There's Scott Adams and Adam Friended trying to get into Femsitch's pants. Look at that.
The simultaneous simp. Scott Adams also does a simultaneous sip on his show.
That's hilarious. I love it. But you know Femsitch ain't gonna have it. You two are not worthy.
She has that look
The
on her
simp.
face like we aren't worthy.
Yeah. I mean, you guys could simp for Femsitch and me. Okay, that just doesn't mean you're not gonna get any because you're gonna be simping for me. You're just gonna be giving your money for nothing. You
Well,
simps.
as long as it's to a worthy cause.
There you go. Gemini Gemini for $2 says, "If debate is gay and Adam likes to debate." ... Ooh,
Bob is giving me a hard time in the chat
Yeah.
because I informed him. He
Uh-huh.
did this comic originally with Scott Adams like towering over me when I'm officially 2 inches taller than Scott Adams.
There you go. Don't
I was like-
short shame Adam.
I
He's
was
not a
like,
short guy.
what the? Well, no. If like
Scott Adams is kind of short, isn't he?
I'm like, if Scott Adams is towering over me, I have to be like 4 foot tall in this fucking picture. What are you doing? Are you? What
I
are
like
you?
that. Someone sent Adam fan art. He's like, "No, redo it. Make me taller."
I did. All Scott Adams talks about is how short he is. I had to look it up because I was like, okay. Scott Adams talks about being notoriously short all the time, so I immediately looked it up. I can't remember who. My wife met someone recently, the actor that played Hellboy in the original. It's Ron Perlman, right?
Yes.
She met Ron Perlman recently, and it says online that he's 6 feet tall. And she said he was close to her height, and my wife is like a foot shorter than me. I was like, what? 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 What are you talking about?
He's 6 feet tall when he's wearing giant lift boots and playing
Maybe.
Hellboy. Okay.
Maybe.
Okay.
I looked up a picture because he's standing. I started looking at pictures of him standing next to other actors that you could look up how tall they are.
Right.
And obviously, dude is
Obviously,
not
it's
even
been,
close to 6 foot
When
tall.
he's the same height as Tom Cruise, you go, maybe
Yeah,
he's 6 feet tall."
exactly. When Tom Cruise is taller than him, you're going, I don't know about that.
I don't know about that. The opinion one for $2 says, "According to this guy, viruses are racist." Shaking my damn head. I know. Those racist viruses. That's why. Wait a minute. Since the viruses are racist, shouldn't that mean that they would attack the Black Lives Matter protests more, not less?
Are you sure it's not the virus and you sure it's not the sun that's racist?
You're right. You know what? You're right. It could be the sun is obviously bigoted. I Virgin Get Oryx for $5 says, Leftists and communists are completely reliant on decontextualizing and strawmanning. Only grifters like Turning Points USA do that on the right. There you go.
Strong
So
manning.
I had to pronounce I Virgin Getterix's name incorrectly because Morbakai, the guy who made the fantastic Progressive Adam song, he said that if I pronounced the name wrong one more time, that he was going to watch Vosh instead of us. So I'm calling you out. I'm calling you out. I want to see receipts. I want to force you to watch Vosh. Feel the pain. Oh my God. What is this cat sit? She just put on? Who made this?
This is Zombie Squab again.
Zombie Squab.
Somebody wants you to be not to be a trans, but to be a furry. That's what they really want.
A furry trans. I'm both.
Aren't they? Oh, I guess, yeah. I guess you are a trans animal.
There you go. Whale Ears for $10 says Gamergate was the entry point of intersexualism in culture and was sneaky as fuck because who would believe that gamers were under attack by feminists? Now intersectional critical racists are everywhere. It's true. It's very true.
Yeah. Yes.
The Wooster for $1.99 says vitamin D is stored in the balls.
I know. I saw that one when it went.
It's very true. It's very true.
Is it true? I don't know.
No, that's a fact, Adam. That's a scientific fact.
No, it can't be true.
It's very true. Latari for $10 says, on fixing the wrong problem, when a mind is flawed, the man is flawed. When a man is flawed, what he touches is flawed. What a flawed man sees, his hand makes broken. Decon. I like that. That's a good quote. It's a good quote.
Who is it?
Some guy from a video game.
Look at this stud.
But it's a good quote. And no zombie, I won't suffer. I love it. I love it all. Oh my God. I don't love the Adam butt that he just
look at this
put up.
How'd you see that? You didn't see that?
I could see the head. Did you not put the butt up part yet?
Oh my God.
There it is.
So
There's
wrong.
The Adam butt.
So
There's
wrong.
The Adam butt.
So wrong.
Zepton says he did a fan art of me and you. Oh no, just of me on Twitter, and he tagged us both. So if you can pick that up, Adam, while I'm reading the super chat.
This is David Aragon again.
David Aragon.
You guys know. So we got the side by side. Look at this.
Yeah. Look at them hairy legs. Look at them hairy legs.
I'm somewhat attracted to the female me, but this other one, no way.
No, you don't like it.
Get out of my car.
And into my life, or head, or how the song goes. I, Varen Getterix for $5 says, pretty sure people of color and women have every systemic advantage possible. Affirmative action, social expectations, media runs defense for them ad nauseum. Yeah, I mean, there was Scott Adams had that thread on Twitter where he said, everyone who's been fired or not been able to get a raise because they've been told specifically and directly that they're a white man respond. And there was like thousands of people respond to that. So Stuart King for $2. Aussie Buck says, who's funnier, Cody, the sweaty guy, or D. Rubin? That's a good question. Who's funnier, Adam? Dave Rubin or Cody?
Oh, man, it's a tie. Neither one of them are funny. Are you kidding me? Come on. I've heard people that have gone to see Jordan Peterson talk about Dave Rubin's routine and being kind of embarrassed for him.
Oh, my God.
Like it being embarrassingly unfunny. You might have been one of them.
I did say that. Did you see Zepton's art yet? Oh, my Lord.
No, it's great.
Jesus Christ.
I don't know if it's a he or she, but I followed them immediately. I just want to get the name. Yeah.
Is it up there?
No, not yet.
Oh my God. We're going to get the stream taken down. This is too risky.
Well, it's not full nudity.
Oh my God.
It's not full nudity.
Guys, I'm just so sexy. I'm the sexiest motherfucker alive. Okay. I just want everyone to know that.
He did. You guys should know that Sitch is kind of a diva about his smile. So
no, see, femme Sitch can always smile because it's like the inverse of masculine Sitch.
Okay. Oh, we're getting somewhere then.
So there you go.
Yeah. We're working on the comic, and it's a thing that we've talked about often in the comic is that Sitch has to frown. So,
yeah, how do I articulate emotion while frowning?
Yeah. How does he do excitement with a frown? So we're gonna have to figure that out. It should be a lot of fun trying. All right, you ready
Justin-
here? Go ahead.
Here, you
Read
got
the
it.
super
You got
chat.
it. Wait, do you have it up?
Not yet. Okay, I just
Justin
put
Hart
it up.
For, Justin Hart for $2 says, heard of our stupid poll? Marxists criticizing ID poll. No, I didn't know about the stupid poll. Or I guess they're just doing like class reduction and stuff, I would imagine. But yeah, check it out. Jay for $5 says, hey, Sitch, what are your opinions on the prison industrial complex? Do you believe racism plays a factor in this? If not, why? How do we fix it? Jesus Christ. That's a complicated question. And I'm also distracted by my sexy female body that just appeared on my screen.
No. Hold on. It's about systemic racism. How do we fix it?
S class is best class.
I don't like that part.
Look at
that part.
Ooh.
We need to.
Oh, look
Hold
at them. Look at them titties. And look
I
at
took
that
it down
G-string.
already. You can't.
Look at them. Oh, you did? How dare you?
Of course. We have a very
holding a
important super chat. You
soda.
have to answer how to fix.
Booty. Oh, Zepton. Oh, my God. Oh, Lord.
Okay,
Oh,
it's back up
heavens.
again. I don't know if, yeah, see, the stream is.
The stream is now removed for being too sexy. Too sexy.
What's going on here?
Okay, to answer the question, let's answer the complicated question of the prison industrial complex while a half-naked, sexy Sitch girl is on screen. Do I believe racism plays a factor? I mean,
I know
obviously the
that's
history of
so
racism.
tough because the racism industrial complex is totally
prison.
fucked
You said
up. Yeah,
racism.
the prison industrial complex. I love how they add on industrial complex to everything that's bad.
Yes.
It's like, I don't know, being like forming a complex around industry is probably good, but anyway, yeah, it's so bad because they pay the prisoners like 2 cents an hour or something like that. No,
Right.
it's slave wages all the way. I love how Cody talked about getting rid of the war on drugs, and that's going to fix everything. When I've said before, like, I don't think that's going to change anything.
Yeah.
Like the people with money, corporations are going to come in and take over the drug industry, and then that's going to be one less opportunity for poor people. Seriously.
I guess that's true. That's
like
true.
drug dealing is an opportunity for poor. Why do you think they do it? Like, it's
Yeah,
better
no,
than working
exactly.
at McDonald's. You make the same amount of money. You don't have to fucking. It's not as hard
Or
a
you
job.
make a lot more money.
You make a lot. Actually, there's an article. I think the Freakonomics guys.
Oh, like, yeah, the
figured
average
it out.
drug
Yeah.
dealer actually doesn't make that much
They
money.
make
yeah.
about the same amount as working at McDonald's, but it's a much more prestigious thing because it's high risk. And
Because you're a rebel.
girls love the fucking bad boy.
You're a rebel.
Don't tell
You're
me they
fighting
don't.
the system.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, like, Cody's solution would actually create less opportunities for black people.
In a kind of weird way. Yeah, I guess that's true.
Yeah. Logic.
So how do we fix the prison industrial complex, Adam?
Well, obviously, we defund the police and we just get
There
rid
you
of.
go.
No,
There you go.
who knows? I mean,
I don't know. I mean, I strongly disagree with private prisons because I don't think you should be financially
Oh, yeah.
incentivizing
Yes.
people to be imprisoned. That's
Yeah.
bad. But that's obviously just a tiny piece of the puzzle.
Yeah. We'd have to dig deep into that. People
Yeah.
want us to dig deep into this stuff because they perceive you as having a big brain. I'm just kind of like,
You're just an idiot. But who reads?
I'm the knowledgeable one.
There you go.
You're the smart one. So
I'll take it. Noel Campbell for $2 says so much non-discrimination. California wants to make it legal. Yeah, exactly. Jay for $5 says I agree with Cody, and I can't wait for Cody's video on calling out the systemically racist beliefs of the Nation of Islam towards Jews. Yeah, where's his video on Louis Farrakhan? Good question.
it ain't coming. Don't hold your breath, guys, just so you know.
McDesert Runner for $5 dingo dollars. I just scrolled away and lost it. Says, can't listen live, but this show better be a good one because I'm stuck in the hospital with nothing else to do. Parentheses, it's not the Rona. Well, at least it's not the Rona, so we're good about that.
I just got
better.
tested for Rona too, and I'm clean. I don't have the Rona. It's so
Good.
weird that you're going around when you can get something like a communicable disease. It's like the
I
equivalent
know.
of STD from just breathing the
it's
same
crazy.
air as somebody. It's like, do I know this person well enough to actually breathe air with them?
But get better, McDesert Runner, whatever the problem is.
Hey, you want to play a game? I thought of a fun game.
What's the game?
Is Joe Rogan taller than Adam?
I thought Joe Rogan is short.
Let's see here. I got a picture of Joe Rogan next to who is this guy?
Next to who?
Oh, I can't remember his name. I'm spacing on it. Joe Rogan's a little shorty. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I thought Joe Rogan is kind of short.
Adam is taller than Joe Rogan.
There you go. Joe Rogan is 5'7". Wow.
Yes. There you go.
5'7".
Considerably taller than Joe Rogan. Holy shit.
Because Alex Jones is 5'10", and Alex Jones looks like he's like towering over him. So.
He does. Holy
well, that's
cow.
not a real picture, Adam. I mean, yeah, that's not a real picture, Adam.
Really? No.
You think that's a real picture?
This is totally real.
That's not a real picture. I don't believe for a second that's a real picture.
Really?
Yes.
No, it's totally real. What are you talking about?
No, get out of here.
Come on.
Look how broad-chested Alex Jones. Look, like Joe Rogan looks like a tiny child. He's photoshopped at him. Are you crazy? No. They shrunk him.
You can't Photoshop that shit. Come on, look, the paintings behind his head. Come on, you think they did the? Adam. You think they redid the painting just to make it?
Yes,
no, that's a real photo.
Yes, I do.
Come
100%.
on.
That's a fake picture. Joe Rogan, Alex Jones, 100% fake picture. 100%.
No, it's real.
Why? Everyone in the chat says it's fake. Okay. Everyone in the chat says.
Don't trust the chat. Now, come on. The chat's ultimate goal is to fuck with us. That's why they come here.
No. Wait a minute.
Sitch has been distracted. Now he has to find out if it's a real photo.
Is this a fucking real picture?
It is totally real.
My fucking mind. Because there's a second one.
What is it?
There's
Alex
a second
Jones.
picture.
Alex Jones is 6 foot tall, they're saying in the chat.
There's a second picture.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe it's not Photoshop. This is.
I told you it was.
That can't be real. It just looks so weird.
Sitch, what the fuck?
It can't be
your
real.
co-host here. You got to believe me. You got to trust me on these things, okay?
I don't believe you, Adam.
I know what I'm talking about.
I sent you the second picture.
You looked it up.
They're both Photoshop. I don't believe it. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. He looks taller in the second one. Joe Rogan. I don't know. I refuse to believe this is real.
This is oh my God.
I refuse to believe. I'm going to listen to my gut. I'm going to say these are fake.
No, the second one is just there's a fucking painting behind them. You can see they're the same height.
I don't care. It doesn't matter. For my own sanity, I'm going to believe it's fake.
No. Oh my God, you're going full SJW here. You're
Stuart Keating for 5 Dingo Didgeridoo says, don't you feel a lot of conservatives dive into systemic racism with no nuance and instead hand wave it as there's no racism in the law, stop blaming whites? Yes, I do think that a lot of conservatives do that. That's part of the problem of the conversation. You have people on the left are saying everything is because of the racist. And then you have too many people on the right say nothing is because of racism, because systemic racism doesn't exist anymore, and just pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
Yeah, I think both of them are taking super extreme positions, and I wonder often if it's just out of hatred for the other side. It's like, oh, you're going to take that position, then I'm going to take this position.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Michael Taylor for $10 says, has the replication crisis been discussed yet? A lot of crap studies have been cited as definitive evidence and arguments which are probably not valid evidence for a scientific standpoint. Yeah, no, it's true. Especially a lot of the woke social studies have been shown to not be able to be replicated properly. So.
Yeah, which is bad.
Did you put up the meme I sent you that the Adam Boomer account made?
I will, but look at this. The painting is literally, you can see the height of Alex Jones is the same fucking height in the painting. He comes up to, what the fuck?
I refuse. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what is true.
Isn't it so lucky that the internet photoshopped both of these pictures?
Doesn't matter what is true. Okay. Utter Nonsense for 499 says, listen, Jack, I can't watch your dog-faced pony soldiers live, so take some cash now. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Joe Biden.
Dog-faced pony soldiers.
Dog-faced pony soldier.
Is
Kevin
that
Duggan
a
for 199
racist
says,
dog whistle? It sounds like it.
That is. Kevin Duggan for 199 says, your father is a resource. That's true. That's a good point. It's a great point. Machine Gun Hunt Gaming for $5 says, didn't Don Lemon point out the same thing Shapiro was saying in 2013? Yes. There was a very funny clip of Don Lemon in 2013, the far off, long forgotten past of 2013. There's a clip of Don Lemon who is basically agreeing with everything the horrible, terrible, white racist Bill O'Reilly is saying, where he's basically talking about the whole pull yourself up by your bootstraps, pull your pants up, go to school, don't get pregnant, get a job. He's giving all the sorts of, standard conservative Republican talking points for the black community. And Don Lemon agrees. He agrees with it all. He says it's all true. And people are like, wow, can you imagine if Don Lemon said all this today? He'd be called the horrible, bigoted racist.
He would. Yeah.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
The DNC might even pull his chip out. They might just revoke him. Oh, the Don Lemon robot is malfunctioning. Let's shut it down.
Quick, self-destruct. Don Lemon's head just explodes on TV. Kevin Duggan 499 says, because you commies wore a mask and played along with the charade, property taxes are going up to 30%. No one will own a home. Check your state. There it is.
Yeah.
Stuart Keating for 5 Aussie bucks says, fixating on culture isn't helpful for black people unless their social, economic, and material situation improves first. Culture is the last step, right? Well, you kind of have to do them both at the same time, I would argue.
Yeah. You kind of have to stair step up together.
Okay.
Well, you got more stuff. I have a meme to show, I believe.
Someone in the chat, the Love Doctor all day, says that they sent on Twitter the real Joe Rogan Alex Jones picture.
They're lying.
And you can clearly see, Adam, as I said, it was photoshopped.
This has to. Oh my God.
Now, you can say it was a fantastically done Photoshop, which I agree with you. But you can clearly see it's Photoshopped. As I told you, I listened to my gut. My gut intuition knew the truth.
This looks Photoshopped to me.
Now he thinks the truth looks Photoshopped.
This one looks Photoshopped.
No. That is the truth. That is God's truth. I knew it. I told you. Okay.
How is there two of the other one? That makes absolutely no sense.
That means that they did 2 Photoshops. They did 2 very convincing Photoshops.
Come on. I don't like this world. You can't fucking tell the truth.
I know. Isn't it crazy?
You can't discern reality anymore. Okay, here it is.
Yeah, it's true.
Here it is, guys.
There it is. So you guys can see.
I don't know.
Oh, you didn't put it up yet?
I did. I just put it up. It takes you a few seconds.
Yeah. But to answer Stuart's question, I would agree. Here's the thing. Fixating on either culture or situation 100% is the wrong way. Because it's like what Adam's saying. If people internally, and you can't fix, an exterior force can't fix an interior force's culture, right? It never works. But you still have the problem of, like, if you just drop the pallet of money in the Wild West, Billy the Kid's just going to take all the money.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not gonna get to the people that need it. And that's the problem, is that when it comes to these solutions, people just want to throw money at a problem because that's the easiest thing to do. But that also usually rarely ever works, because in any system, not just like talking about like poor black communities, any situation, you just throw money at it, the corrupt forces are just going to suck it up. This is the same when you talk about hurricane relief funds, like in Puerto Rico,
foreign
or
aid.
in Florida or in Texas. When you talk about foreign aid, if you just throw money at something, it's just going to get sucked up to the wrong places. And that's the problem, is that in order to do something properly, it's very complicated and costly. And no one wants to do that.
Yeah.
Alexandra Mosley for $2.99 says, does soy make you an asshole like Cody? I think it does. Makes your testicles go into your asshole. Explosive X for €5.49 says, this guy just cherry picks a bunch of clips and builds a giant straw man in the middle of a field of lies. Very true.
Very sad. Fucking
Very sad, but
evil,
true.
even.
Zara Richards for $5 says, "Isn't the point of being humans is to go above hierarchies that nature tries to make us follow?" I think
Yeah.
that's a good. Yeah, you could say that. It's also the point of being human is to create our own hierarchies based on prestige instead of dominance.
Yeah, definitely.
Hopefully. So, oh, so
I put the meme up. Yeah.
There's the funny meme that the Adam Boomer account made.
Yes.
I love it. I love it.
Are
so
you winning,
much.
son? I walk in. This is a classic. This would always. I mean, I don't know. Did you have this with your parents? Because, like, when we would play
No,
video
I was
games,
too. I was too old.
So
We're too old.
back in the day, in the olden days, when you had to go to a place to play video games, you had to go to the mall or something. You would put quarters into games, and your parents would always ask you when you got home, "Did you win?" Like thinking anytime you play a game, there's winners and losers, right? Kind of not how video games work, but
not always. Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Sometimes you can, obviously, but so this is me busting in. Are you winning, son? And Sitch gives me the rebuttal. It's Twitter. You lose just by playing.
Yep, that's true though. You said you mock me, but it's true.
It's a statement of fact. It is. I'm trying to get my Twitter time down. I'm a little jealous because Sitch is blowing up a little bit on Twitter, and it's because he is playing. So he is actually technically winning, but that's why I like this meme.
That's my most famous tweet. Is it's Twitter. No one ever really wins.
Oh,
it's
really?
Ironic, isn't it? Isn't that ironic?
I didn't
that's
know
my
that.
Biggest tweet.
That's crazy.
My biggest tweet is me saying no one ever wins on Twitter. It's like 20,000 likes or something. I'm a big shot now, guys. Stuart King for 2. Aussie Block says, so does Sam Harris think IQ contributes more to culture? I remember very specifically.
Fuck, I hate that connection.
In that conversation that he says that IQ is inherited through your genes, but it's not. It'd be wrong to say that it's inherited through your race.
Yeah.
And so I'm trying to remember because it's been a long time. We did that was one of our first streams, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. It's in our playlist. It's in our podcast list if you want to try to look it up.
Where the problem with that conversation was that Sam Harris is trying to have a very difficult conversation where he says, well, when we look at the numbers right now, it shows that the IQ across the board is lower in the black population in America than it is in the white population in America. But he doesn't. He does say that there obviously are environmental factors to that, such as your upbringing, such as health concerns and other things like that. But he's trying to have this hard conversation about this data, and the entire time they're having this conversation, all Ezra Klein does is refuse to answer any of the questions that Sam Harris posed to him. He just ducks and dodges away and keeps trying to call him a racist. So
yeah.
It's a very dishonest conversation. I don't remember exactly what Sam's exact position on how much IQ contributes to culture or whether it contributes to more than culture.
This is why this argument is so infuriating to me, because I don't know that IQ has that much effect on the culture. I mean, if you have a culture that's structured around taking advantage of high IQ individuals, that's a thing. That's obviously going to affect the culture. But they seem, the race realist individuals who are saying, you want to have a population that has, like on average, a higher IQ, I think. Well, how does that affect the culture? It doesn't seem like.
Right.
It doesn't seem that necessary, because who cares? I would rather have a dignity culture where people are less likely to resist arrest than have like a few IQ points higher. I guess maybe they would make the argument that you're less likely to resist arrest if you have a higher IQ, but I completely fucking disagree. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't think that's true.
It has no effect whatsoever. Your attitude is what has an effect on whether or not you're more likely to resist arrest. And also, like, an honor culture is based around, like, the thing that you're trying to protect is your honor. And if you feel disrespected by the police, you're going to fucking resist arrest them more. Like, obviously.
Exactly. Yeah. Garthen for $10 says, leftists, a poem. The socialists are not very sociable. The postmoderns have gone postal. The Democrats are possessed with demons. Therefore, be sociable, calm, and virtuous.
I
There
like
you
it.
go.
Yeah.
The demons. Kevin Duggan for 499 says keyword phrases economics classism. Its absence in the talking points is boggling my mind. It's true.
Yeah.
Halesburg for $2 says philosophical question: was Jesus perfect? Obviously, Jesus was the perfect Jew. Therefore, all Jews are perfect.
Jesus is the perfect Christian. Come on, let's
There you
get it.
go.
Let's get it right.
Jesus did not set out to create Christianity.
Isn't this perfect?
Adam.
It's like he's the perfect Christian and the perfect Jew. I feel like this is a Reese's peanut butter cup commercial.
There you go. There you go. Jay House for $4 cumulative. Jay House for $4 cumulative says, "Dussy." Do you want a dussy, Adam?
Dissy?
Dussy.
Dissy, huh?
Dussy.
Okay.
You have to say it right. It's dussy. The term is
Dussy?
dussy. Yeah.
Dussy.
You know what that is, Adam?
No, I'm
That's
dying
a
to know.
dog. That's a dog pussy.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
There's your boomer knowledge of the day.
A dog pussy.
A dussy.
A dussy. Why would anyone even be thinking? This is I'm a little nervous about this. What's going on?
Just hope there isn't any fan art inspired by that.
I have never in my entire life thought about a dog's pussy before. This is like a
now, and now you will.
There was a guy at my high school who had sex with a dog.
Oh,
it was this I never know. I never know if this was real or just a rumor started.
Oh, okay. You didn't see it. You just
Obviously not. No,
Okay,
I'd be. Oh my god. Oh my god. But there was always a rumor. Everybody always said, "Oh yeah, that guy had sex with a dog." Oh my god. Pre-internet rumors, they spread.
Derek Drummond for $9.99 says, "Holy red shorts, Batman." Yeah, get them red shorts.
I know.
Cole Frog for $5 says, "Sitch, I don't know if you've done another video on this guy, but please do another video on Second Thought. He's gone insane. The absolute madman." Did we do who's Second Thought?
I'm not sure. The Wooster for $1.99 says review Lindsay Ellis, and that's the one that I thought we were going to review this week. So I'm sure we'll probably review it.
Oh, did we do? We did that. He did the police video, right? We did that, right? I'm not hallucinating.
Perhaps.
The America's Police Problem.
We're on show 91. We're on the march
I'm not
to
like
100.
crazy, right, guys? We did that video, right?
No.
Am I crazy?
Oh my god.
I don't even remember. I don't even remember my life anymore. It's all just a blur.
Carbon, water, calcium says a guy equals Adam.
But we'll check that out. We'll check that. I'll check out Second Thoughts channel again, because the police video, whether we did it or not, was fucking crazy. I think we did. One cross for $2 says, "ASMR check. 1 2 1 2. Today we're gonna be showing you some feminine art of Sitch and Adam, so that you can."
Oh my god, no! Stop it!
Into your dussies. Tyler Preston.
You're evil. You're evil.
For $5 says, if you want to see more brilliant ideas from Galaxy Brains, then I recommend videos from The Surfs and Chud Logic. Is female Adam available, by the way?
Female Adam is totally available, since female Adam is a fictitious character which you can use and abuse at your discretion. So, but don't send us any not safe for work stuff. We don't want to get our stream struck. But
Well, you can send it to us. We just won't put it on the stream.
Yeah.
Lieutenant. Oh, and yeah, fuck the Surfs. I haven't watched Chud Logic, but fuck the Surfs. Lieutenant Amazon for $20 says, Hey, you guys, go to my favorite boys giving up their free will to do my bidding. It's true, we are. Sitch for remembering the blessed Australian currency, and for Adam for finally reading my damn comic.
I did, yeah. Lots of drama. Lots of
go.
relationship drama in that comic. So, and I like the artwork too.
Adam finally did it, folks.
I did. I read Zara's comic too, but
Nice.
it's actually a script about dragons, so I read that one as well.
Stubadug 2K for $14.92 says Cody Johnson is made of feathers is one of Adam's best lines ever.
Yeah, there we
There
go.
you go. He likes it.
Cody Johnson is made of feathers.
Sandy now for $5 says, Did you guys think you know who canceling Stefan Molyneux was due in part to him being the first to interview platform James Damore?
I don't know. I don't know why. Because Stefan Molyneux got kicked off of Twitter too, and he got kicked off of YouTube at the same time. There's a
who's the you know who? I don't know. Who are they talking about?
Hugo and Hugh.
Well, it's for Twitter, not for YouTube.
Jake was the one. I guess Hugo's Hannah now.
I don't know who. It was Jake. It was the one.
Jake.
Well, here's
yes.
the thing. We don't know because if you look at Jake posted a picture where he was like, it's like if you report someone on Twitter and they kick them off, they send you like a thing back. And he posted that picture, but then in that thread there was like hundreds of other people that all also mass flagged Stefan.
Yeah,
so I'm wondering
they took
if there
responsibility.
So I'm wondering if there was some under the table commie mass flagging bread tube on Stefan Manu or something.
Yeah,
it's possible. Varen Getarex for $5 says, I hate talking to people who agree with me on superficially, but for stupid reasons, way more than talking to non-subversive poppers I disagree with. And that's why you don't like Dave Rubin.
Yeah.
I get you. Orion, the above average for $5 says, happy my art made on a stream. Little Stitch is based off of Cousin Kyle from South Park. Late because I got tested for the Rona. Probably okay, though. What's cool? We're hoping, Orion. Thank you for the terrible art that made me look bad.
No symptoms is good. I don't know why you're getting tested. I have been using one of those oxygen testers. I don't know. I highly suggest them. It makes you feel better at least.
That's true. J House for $2 says, I knew it. Thank you very much, J House. Beans So Summer for $2 says, Dissy.
Again? Oh my God.
Another Dissy for you, Adam.
We don't know if the dog that please help me not say his name. My classmate in high school had a Dissy or not. I mean, it could have been a male dog for all we know.
So Adam, someone sent you on Twitter a link to a Bad Dragon toy. If you want to check it out. It's a Dissy toy.
What?
Lord of the Nerds for $5 says, this stream's gone crazy. Lord of the Nerds for $5 says, the left can't advocate for atomized family units while stating they can help create strong family units for low-income Black neighborhoods. Yeah. I don't think many are advocating for atomized family units, to my knowledge, but obviously
the left doesn't care about family units. Are you crazy? They don't give a fuck.
That's true.
They honestly don't give a fuck.
Well, because they don't view it as important, which is part of the problem.
Well, if you want to create wealth, it's kind of important.
Well, to be fair, we shouldn't say the left. We should say leftists.
Okay.
I think normal liberal Democrats care about the family unit.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
J House 01 for $2 says, Juicy! With lots of exclamation marks.
Oh my God. Is that going to become a meme? Please make it stop.
J House for another $2, Making It Rain says, Beans O Summer is a Dussy.
Who is?
Another super chatter.
Beans O Summer. Oh my God.
Is a Dussy.
They're fighting it out.
They're fighting it out.
You're
Beans
all
O Summer for $2 says nothing. Because I assume she forgot to type Dussy in the prompt. Thank you. Thank you for the money, guys. Blank for 999 says, hey there. And a long time listener, the first time super chatter. Question, did either of you see Musk and Joey, the Rick and Morty parody cartoon with Elon Musk and Joe Rogan? It's crazy. I did, and I thought it was pretty funny. Did you see it?
I'm sorry, I was reading. What was it?
It was an Elon Musk and Joe Rogan Rick and Morty parody.
No, I didn't see it.
It
I
was
should
very
see it.
funny.
Yeah.
You guys check it out. It's very funny.
I was contemplating the Dussy thing because it doesn't have to be a dog pussy. It can be like this one is a dragon. So
Well, that's just
whatever
the name of the
D
company. The name of the company is Bad Dragon.
Oh.
They make all these like weird like monster
But how do you know
sex
a
toys.
Dussy's not a dragon pussy? And like,
What?
why is it got to be a dog pussy?
Well, that's just the term.
Oh.
Oh, I see. Because no,
It
if
has a
dragon,
D
it'd
in
be,
it. Yeah.
It would be a drussy.
Oh. Oh, okay. It's got to be the first
There
syllable.
you go. Yeah. Gotta
How
get
do you
that.
know it's not a duck pussy?
Ooh, that's a good question. That's a good question. I guess the world will never know.
We got to
guess
get on
the world will
Urban
never
Dictionary
know.
and settle this once and for all.
The Wooster for 199 says review Lindsay Ellis.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll talk about her video. That's maybe at the end of this. I don't know if it's worth watching the whole video because she
It
doesn't say
is.
anything.
Come on.
The first couple minutes are crazy, but then after that, it's just kind of boring. So
She
maybe we'll just
opens
watch
up-
the first.
She
couple minutes.
opens up with a sigh. Like
We'll just watch-
literally,
that's true. She
literally,
does.
she breathes into the microphone. It's like the first thing you hear. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, if you guys remember Enlightened Centrist's amazing "Every Breath You Take" video with Lindsay Ellis sighing.
True.
That was Enlightened Centrist, right? Or was it Alex? I don't know. I get you guys all confused. I don't want to give accreditation to the wrong person.
Yeah, let us know. I'll keep eyes on the chat. Are we almost through, or what's going on?
No. Yes. Jason M for 5 Canadian says to defeat woke ideology, it might be instructive to learn about the Czechs, Poles, and other Eastern Europeans overthrowing their communist dictatorships. That's true.
Yep. Get rid of those
Lieutenant
commies.
Lieutenant Amazon
Get rid of
for
those
$5
commies. Get rid.
Lieutenant Amazon for $5 says Adam craves the spade. Ew.
I don't even know what that means.
Oh, I do, and it's
Oh.
not good.
Oh, okay.
Adam craves the Dissy. It's true. Jarful of Love for $2 dingo dollars. Thank you very much. Orion, the above average for $2 says, look at your Twitter, Adam, and grab yourself a Dissy. There you go.
I did. I feel dirty just looking at Twitter.
The Booster for 499 says, Sitch, now that you know more on Molebug, what are your thoughts? Will you guys watch Settlers, Lamont, and Charlemagne stream with Sargon about him? I will watch that stream. I am very curious. I'm assuming Sargon is not going to like Mencius Molebug because Mencius Molebug is very much against enlightenment and liberalism, which is kind of Sargon's whole jam. So
Yeah. True.
I watched that video that you guys recommended. I don't remember who it was from. Someone 2 streams ago recommended a critique of Mencius Molebug from the guy was also from the right, and he just eviscerated Mencius Molebug, in my opinion, and made him look very stupid. So I think this is basically my opinion of Mencius Molebug. Maybe I'll talk about this later because we've been going on Super Chats for a while. I think his idea about the cathedral is very interesting, and I think that's where all of the fame comes from. I think his other ideas are stupid.
Yeah, he has a
Okay.
few interesting ideas that I think have captured people's imagination and
Right.
attention and whatnot. But overall, I don't think he has like a grand unified theory of everything, like some
No.
people pitch it as.
Right. And I think his conceptualization as left being entropy is very stupid. And because you can classify anything as entropy as long as you set the right starting point. You could be like, well, everything moving away from hunter-gatherer society is entropy. Like it's not a good marker of trying to describe political structures.
Yeah.
Big Baller for 199 says, did you see Ghislaine Maxwell's Reddit account? No, I didn't know she had a Reddit account. Is she posting? Okay.
She's the
Here's-
one, she's Epstein's girlfriend, right?
Yes. Or not, girl, like helper. I don't know what the fuck she was.
Girlfriend.
Here's my prediction, folks. You can hold me to this if it turns out to be wholly, wildly untrue.
Mhm.
My prediction is that any person she names will not be a big deal. It will all be unimportant.
Do you think she's going to be dead in a week?
I know. I think she's going to be alive, but I think she's not going to name any important names.
Okay.
I think it's just going to be, I think that's why she was allowed to still live, because she won't say anything terribly important. That's my theory.
I mean, they tracked her down. I mean, they brought her in.
That's my theory. We'll see if I'm right or not. Paradox for $3 says, I hope you have your sources ready. You recently changed Merriam-Webster definitions. You I'm sorry, I'm reading this on the weird Streamlabs, and it like doesn't. It cuts everything off. Like,
Yeah,
it's really
why
stupid.
does it do that? Oh my God, it's insane.
Yeah, especially for you. You recently changed Merriam-Webster definitions, you etymology dictionary, because this one is going to need a deep dive into the definitions of both systems and racism. The latter Sitch had some good research on already. Yes. Well, I did bring up the definition, so yeah. Denotus for 631 says, my pronouns are I, me. That way, whenever someone talks about me, they get confused, give up, and then I call them a bigot. I love it.
That's great.
That
would be confusing. It'd be so hard to keep track of.
That is actually the most brilliant strategy ever. I love it. Paradox Futura says, race realism is racism, Sitch. I thought you said it was a red herring, not a dog whistle. Damn animal idioms. In any case, race realism is neither. It's a way to prove scientific left isn't really scientific. Even if races are biodifferent, that doesn't mean you should treat them differently or worse or be bigoted towards them, even though that's not what the word racist means. You made a video about it. Leftists panic when they see racial differences supported by data. That's all the purpose race realism serves. So the problem with race realism, I'm trying to remember there's one guy who made the best video on race realism ever. I'm trying to remember. It was like a 50-minute video where basically he goes through all the data and says it's entirely, race realism is entirely arbitrary because you can either widen the bar of traits that you're going to include or narrow the bar of traits you're going to include to create as many races or as little races as possible.
Right.
So that typically when people say race is a social construct, what they really mean, if they're being honest, some of them are not being honest. They're being honest means the social construction element of races is that it's arbitrary to some extent, or it's a human decision to group people according to skin color as opposed to grouping them according to eye color or hair color or some other metric. That's the social construction element of it. Obviously, people have different skin colors.
Can you imagine if they grouped us by eye color for race? Oh my God.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
I guess
what race do you think the baby will be?
Right. I guess I shouldn't use arbitrary because it's not arbitrary, but anyway, people can use the term race realism in a non-racist way, but generally when people talk about it, that I've heard, generally are racist. That I've heard, because I only hear people using the term race realism to describe themselves or like JF, and alt hype and those guys. I haven't really heard non-white nationalist people really be big advocates of the concept of race realism. So,
right.
But obviously there is, because what I always said is that it shouldn't be thought of in terms of races. It should be thought of, if you want to categorize people, it'd make more sense to categorize them based on location, country of origin, and their DNA heritage and ancestry. Elucids 47th problem says Black Death matters more to lefties because they can use for political gain. The left is willing to allow millions of people of color outside increasingly to catch COVID. So if the attention of Black Lives Matter burns out, then can they just use COVID to shit on Trump? I don't think it's intentional. I don't think there's a malevolent. I think that's an unintended consequence. That's disturbing, but I don't think there's an intention there.
Yeah, none of them are using their brains for anything.
Yeah, right. I think it's just that people get really angry. They want to protest, and the mainstream is too afraid to say, hey, you probably shouldn't go out and protest racism, even if you think it's a big deal, and giant groups of people, because we have an epidemic going on right now.
What are they afraid of
right now? Because if they do, then they'll be called racist.
Yeah, exactly. They're
That's
afraid
what
of. They're terrified of being called racist.
Yeah,
therefore,
exactly.
Protest.
DJ Coin Factory for $3 says, Cody's my favorite hate watch. His fan base is the left-wing equivalent of Trumpers who refuse to wear masks. That's accurate. I like that. I wrote a haiku for $6.31. Says, Adam likes A-Team. Sitch says S-Class is the dream. Who is right? Adam.
Oh, yeah, I like that. That's my favorite haiku ever.
I hate it. Question: What distinguishes race realism from the simple acknowledgement that racial groups have different distributions across measurable traits due in some part to genetics? God, this is driving me crazy. What was that guy's name? who did this. He did the video. I gotta find it. He did a really good
race
video.
realism. Whenever a
down.
lefty says race realism, they mean racist. Like that's exactly what they mean.
Right.
Yeah. So I object to the term. Like the reason I'm objecting to Lance's use of the term is because he was using it basically to say, I was debating this white supremacist, neo-Nazi, racist. Like that's basically what he was saying when he said race realist. And I just categorizing Sean in that way is just, it's fucking offensive. It's totally offensive.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't even know why we're talking about race realism.
Yeah, they didn't bring
But,
up race realism in the debate. Like that whole debate. First of all, that Lance dude deleted the debate off his channel because he did so fucking poorly. He's like, oh my God, I'm debating someone who actually knows what they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
It's just ridiculous. The leftist narrative about conservatives is awful. Like they just want to say conservatives are racist. And when you, I believe conservatives want to solve a lot of the same problems that liberals want to solve. They just have different ideas for solutions.
Mm-hmm.
But you have people like the serfs who don't think conservatives want to solve racial inequality because it goes against their narrative. Their narrative is that they're racist. No, I'm sure plenty of conservatives would love to solve racial inequality. The problem is like, it's complicated.
Right. Gabriel Lucas did a video that I just linked in chat called A Closer Look at Race.
Oh yeah, he did a great video.
Is the best video on race realism that I've seen out there. So I'd highly recommend anyone interested in the subject, check it out.
I should give that one a rewatch.
Race realism.
Ollie Willie for $3 says these Twitter accounts like Sarah Cooper are just lefty porn. Changed my mind. Yeah, I know. That's very true. Paradox $1 says Ben Shapiro quit the Daily Wire. I don't know why he did, but I think it might be more important than some sports guy doing stuff than a protest or something. Also, he's bringing intellectual dark web in because they are systemic racism. What happened to Pinker recently? Yeah, I know, right? But we'll talk about that later.
The Pinker
thing? Why did he quit the Daily Wire? I thought he just quit his, like he's still going to write for them. He's just not going to be like in charge of it, I thought.
Why? I didn't know that.
I don't know. It's very weird. We don't know yet. But I guess we'll find out. Elucid 47, problem for 147 says Thomas Sowell has written in his books that blacks in the 1950s were accumulating more wealth than white families. Also, they were getting married more often. There were probably more jobs for uneducated people back then as well. Yeah, so obviously the job market was significantly different in the 1950s. When he says accumulating more wealth, I don't know if he means like ratio-wise or gross-wise. I'm assuming he means ratio-wise. But yeah, I've seen people spout those numbers too. Or talk about those numbers. I shouldn't say spout.
Spout those numbers.
Yeah, that makes it sound like I'm dismissing it because I'm assuming those stats are true.
Right.
So, Dawkins for $3 says the Leviathan is what transitions an honor culture to a dignity culture. History has led to black communities being under-policed, over-policed, and consequently no trust in the Leviathan. We need stronger institutions and faith in them. A tall hill to climb.
Yeah, dignity culture is predicated on you being able to dismiss minor slights and insults. So where if you're pulled over by the police and you feel like the cop is disrespecting you, you're going to shrug it off. An honor culture is not going to shrug off minor slights and insults. They're going to go to war over minor slights and insults. So if you feel you're being disrespected by a police officer, you're going to fucking resist arrest is what you're going to do.
The Love Doctor 69 all day for 150 says, would not be surprised if Cody insinuates the intellectual dark web is just part of the status quo, which is racist. So they're really all racist. Of course, he can't explicitly say it because he knows it sounds insane, but he believes it. Cody is incredibly slimy. Yes.
Yeah.
Nighthawk 716 for $1 says, relevant quote from Thomas Sowell, stop incentivizing single motherhood. So I'm not going to read the whole quote because it's kind of long, but basically it's Thomas Sowell's stand old point of compare how blacks were doing now than when they were doing during Jim Crow laws. And therefore you can see that they were doing better economically while being actually actively racistly persecuted against. So there's something more complicated going on now.
Yeah,
so was Thomas Sowell's point.
I wonder if it is segregation.
I hope not. I really fucking hope not.
Yeah.
Tech Feast for $1 says, I wish I could join the fan, but I can't draw anything new without destroying it due to my self-criticism. LOL. Oh, Tech Priest, we love your art. Don't be too hard on yourself.
Come on.
It's just titty art. Don't worry about it. Anyway, what do you guys think about the new Jordan B. Peterson interview with his daughter? I never saw it.
Yeah, I watched a bit of it, but I don't remember it. You know, I might have listened to the whole thing, to be honest with you.
I guess it wasn't very impactful.
I think I did, but I think I was drawing at the same time, and sometimes I get super focused. We're working on the comic, guys.
That's true.
So I'm listening to a lot of stuff while I work on that.
G-Man, the man for $1 says, stop with the fan art. I'm on a no-fap.
Well, you don't have to fap to this stuff. Come on.
Don't you?
Be strong.
It's like putting a big bowl of ice cream in front of a dieter. That's what we're doing right now.
I love doing that.
Honky the White Clown for $5.30 says, are you guys hyped for cynical theories as I am? Hugh Janus gave it 2 thumbs.
I am, yeah, totally. Sitch isn't going to read it, but I'm going to read it. I'm hoping there's going to be an audiobook, but...
Yeah, Cynical Theories is Helen Pluckroses and James Lindsay's new book.
Correct.
Which was that the book they were working on when we interviewed James, and he said he like deleted.
Thought he deleted the book? That was funny. Yeah. Oh God, he was freaked out.
He was freaked out. Fadukajikus for $2 says, when's the Street Fighter first to one? Oh yeah, we were supposed to fight someone.
Yeah,
we're
supposed to play Street Fighter.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm just working my ass off trying to I'm in
Busy
full comic mode. Yeah.
Yes.
I think we did. How many meetings did we do this week on Story? I think we did a couple.
3, I think.
And now we're roughing out the book, and it's obvious. We wrote the thing in screenplay style, so it's obvious that the images in my head are different than the images in Sitch's head. So we're trying to come to a meeting of the minds on those. So it's going to take a while.
Guildmaster Skarma for $2.50 says, what the hell did I walk in on? I came to shit on Cody, and the two of you are talking about Dussy.
I know. I don't know.
I guess that's just how politics are. LOL. There you go. Anyways,
in this day
we were watching a video like an hour ago. You guys remember that?
I do remember.
We have 40 minutes left.
How
of the video?
Just real quick, because we did talk a second ago about honor culture and dignity culture, and I did briefly mention victimhood culture. I think we're getting close to the part in the video where Cody talks about that. In victimhood culture, how do people respond to minor slights and insults? Because there's a big difference in honor culture. Right? In honor culture, they don't slough off minor slights and insults. In dignity culture, they do. In victimhood culture, they have this thing called the microaggression.
It's exactly like honor culture.
Which is exactly. It's exactly like honor culture.
Right.
They fucking go to war over microaggressions, over minor insults. You lose your job, fucking deplatform this guy. Throw him to the lions.
Because you guys have to understand that canceling someone, trying to get someone fired from their job is the equivalent of trying to kill them in like the medieval times.
Yeah, it's
like you can't you can't go out and slap a glove in someone's face and challenge them to a duel to kill them because they called your mom fat. But today what you do is you try to get them fired from their job.
Yeah,
try to economically assassinate them.
It's crazy.
Anyway,
soon.
Did you take the super chat thing off?
I did. I'm right on it.
It's right on that.
They love idiots and liars. But to be fair and balanced, Charlie is right. White privilege is rooted in racism. Good point, Charlie Kirk. Okay, so according to the social order of sullen smarty pants wearers, white privilege is a myth and a lie and racist, and racial inequality could not possibly be related to white privilege. But lucky for us, David Rubin...
Did they even say that?
I don't know, probably not.
Knows exactly where this violent, lazy culture that doesn't value family or education comes from.
But if you
think about lazy culture, you like that shit?
Well, he tries to make it sound as incredibly racist as humanly possible.
None of these people said that. Like, that's the last thing Dave Rubin would say.
Right.
About this, if you think about the worst places in the United States for black people to live in terms of economics, in terms of shootings, it's Chicago, it's Ferguson, it's Atlanta. It's these places that have been run by Democrats almost exclusively for 80 years. Yet the Democrats keep saying we're for black people. So it's sort of like saying I'm a progressive, I'm for a progressive. It sounds
Okay, this is a really stupid argument that Dave and people on the right keep tossing around.
Yeah.
They're like, well, these inner cities that are run by Democrats, therefore the problem must be the Democrats. Like, well, wait a minute. Okay. Generally, most cities with large populations tend to have more problems with crime and tend to have more problems with, poor people.
Yeah.
And generally, bigger the cities are, the more likely they are to swing the left politically.
Yeah. Progressive Democrats.
Progressively.
Yeah.
For a very simple reason. If you're in a big city, people become desensitized to each other and they stop viewing each other as human beings, and they require
so sad.
It's true.
It is, I know.
I mean, they've done a million studies on this.
It's fucking sad, but true.
If you live in a big crowded city, it makes you angry and agitated, and you stop viewing the people around you as other people. And because of this, you require an external force like the government to arbitrate more of your disputes and problems in your daily life. Where if you live in a smaller community, you generally look at your neighbors as people and you interact with them more, and thus are able to solve your problems on your own and in a smaller scale.
Yep.
And you don't need that arbiter of justice, some external force to do things for you the way you do in a city. So yes, this is a very stupid point that Dave Rubin likes to make because, he's Dave Rubin.
What is the argument? It's like liberals or Democrats can't do anything right, basically, I guess is the argument.
Well, the only time this argument would be valid, I guess, would be there is a way to make this argument valid, which is someone said that in bringing it up in terms of criticizing
Policy.
the right as their racist laws affecting the black community, you could say, well, wait a minute, like the majority of the black population lives in communities that are governed by Democrats. Though even then that might not be true, because that might only apply to local governments. I don't know how that applies to like the state government, like the state versus the city. I mean, so I don't know. It's not. I don't think it's a very persuasive or well thought out argument.
Sounds good. Well, I'm for black people. Everyone's for black, unless you're a true racist, you're for black people the same way you should be for everybody else. So they've tricked you into thinking. I mean, Chicago, I would guess, someone should check the numbers on this, but I'm going to guess about 50 to 80 people, black people, were shot in Chicago this past weekend. You never hear about.
Did he just guess at how many black people were shot in Chicago over a weekend?
Yes.
I don't know this. I'm just going to guess 50 to 80. Like, what the fuck? Well, I would have no idea what to guess. How many black people? He got this argument from Candace Owens, too. Let's be honest here.
Yes,
this is like straight downloaded Candace Owens. When we're talking about the gag string behind Cody, Dave Rubin has a gag string behind him that's like conservative argument. Argument.
It's true.
About that, because it's mostly black on black crime. Well, if the Democrats are so good at fixing these problems, why is it that
why is it black on black crime?
You don't know, or you do know?
Well, I'm thinking it's the honor culture thing. Like they're both.
No, it's because most crime is committed by people near you. So.
Yeah, well, if you're living in if you're all participating in the same culture,
right?
Most crime is going to be committed against the people who are pursuing the same goals and competitions.
Well, no, but it's also the likelihood of you being victimized by a criminal is. You're more likely to be victimized by a criminal who is in your vicinity physically.
Sure, totally.
Close proximity to you. And since people still generally live in segregated societies by choice, you're going to have a lot of white on white and black on black crime.
Yeah. There's a lot of black people that want to get out of that honor culture, though, want to get to the dignity culture.
Right.
You should read that article, Code of the Streets. It's pretty fascinating.
Their cities, it's always the worst. And it's because they create these incentives that are actually disincentives. And if you give people things, it becomes very hard to not want those things anymore.
It's the left!
If you give people things, they don't want those things anymore. What the fuck is Dave Rubin talking about?
Well, he's trying to say, see, this is what, yeah, look, it's
welfare, right? This is the
Dave
welfare
Rubin
argument.
is like the easy target. It's like
Totally, yeah.
picking on the special child in class.
Totally. Cody's like, I can take this guy. I got 3 IQ points on him.
He doesn't pick Ben Shapiro's very like specific, thorough, going against systemic racism reciting studies. He goes for the Dave Rubin clips or whatever. Even though I disagree with a lot of things Ben Shapiro said in his own video where he's quoting studies, but Cody's not going to talk about any of that stuff. He's going to go for the easy pickings right here.
They created a victim mentality and a culture of dependency.
And also, see, this is what's so disgusting, is because part of the appeal of the intellectual dark web was that everyone involved all had very different opinions on things.
Yes.
And they'd often argue with each other.
Yes.
Okay? You would listen to Sam Harris and Jordan Peterson for 4 hours argue about the definition of the word fucking truth.
Yeah.
Okay? These are people that have some pretty core disagreements with each other. But Cody will pick quotes of one of them and then attribute it to all the entire group of people, as if they would all agree with what Dave Rubin just said.
Yeah, none of them would. Everyone would be like, Rubin, you're making us look bad.
Right. Obviously, there's some truth to the concept that, yes, if you make things too easy for people, you just give them shit for free, that it can disincentivize people trying.
Learned helplessness.
Obviously, that's true. Right? Yeah, learned helplessness, which I assume is what David was referring to.
Sure, totally.
Or Dave was referring to.
There's also a great movie, a great documentary, Poverty Inc., that they talk about.
Right.
Yeah.
But you can't, but it is too simplistic and too low resolution to just say, well, that's the explanation for all the problems in these cities.
Yep.
By giving black people free stuff, Uncle Sugar gave black people goodies like
Oh, and here's the funny thing too. Even with Dave oversimplifying the concept, Cody still gets it wrong by making a completely dumb comparison.
Yeah.
welfare and food stamps and Obama phones. Now, I'm not suggesting that systemic racism is not a bipartisan problem. It clearly is. Recent events have made this abundantly clear, if it was not already abundantly clear. But is the problem with the left that they give away too much free stuff to black people? Not only that, but that they can't even govern their own communities properly? Is that the problem, Ben?
Flint is governed by minorities. I mean, the folks.
So he's not gonna. So he poses a question. Is a problem them as Democrats and the left not being able to govern their own communities properly? Which again, this is very stupid. It's a whole very stupid argument to comparing inner cities to more rural and suburban areas is really stupid, obviously. But Cody's not even going to answer that question. He's just going to point to Ben saying something wrong, and then say, "See, that makes me right."
So the mayor of Flint was black at the time. The folks who were involved in the Flint water crisis were of minority descent. It wasn't white people cramming down a situation on Flint. By the way, they're all Democrat.
That's right, folks. It was black Democrats that created the Flint water crisis and poisoned their own community. It's not like an emergency manager, Ed Kurtz, incidentally a white guy, appointed by Republican Governor Rick Snyder, also a white guy, who was given the power to completely circumvent the democratically elected mayor and city council, made the decision to change Flint's water supply to the Flint River without implementing the anti-corrosion treatment that was necessary to prevent the acidic water from corroding the lead pipes in the city, and thus irreparably poisoning thousands of residents. Is it? Yes.
See, if you could just stick to the facts, Cody, you'd be fine. You'd be fine. But he doesn't.
Yeah.
It is.
Disappointing.
Ben. But I'm getting off track here.
Did he just blame the Flint water crisis on all white people? I feel like he did. I feel
No.
I'm somehow responsible for the Flint water crisis.
He just saying because Ben, because Ben is saying that the Flint water crisis was caused by the local Democrats, when that's not really true. And I had known about this beforehand too.
Sure.
So.
Yeah.
Were we? Oh yes, free stuff given to black.
I just want to make it clear though, we're not responsible for the Flint water crisis here.
Well, I don't know. Where were you, Adam?
Just because a couple of fucking rich white dudes like did it doesn't make me responsible.
I'm pretty sure Adam was the guy
No,
turning
no.
the little
Come on.
nozzle on the water. I think Adam was the guy inside the pipe who was like, this pipe needs a fresh coat of lead paint on the inside.
A
Just
couple
to
of
prevent
corrupt
rusting.
politicians who just so
Adam's
happen
painting
to
the
be
inside
white.
of the water pipe.
Like, why
lead
is this
paint.
even a race issue? Like, it's a couple of corrupt politicians. Fucking
Right.
why are you
no, but
turning
so-
it into a race issue?
Well, but
motherfucker?
that's the question is because we don't know the context of why Ben Shapiro brought this up and was wrong about it.
Totally, yes.
So, but this is what I'm saying. Cody Johnson poses a question to the audience,
yes,
but then doesn't
never
answer
answers
it,
it.
and instead shows a clip of Ben Shapiro just being wrong about one specific incident, as if that makes Cody right.
Yeah, wrong.
By the left to create a culture of dependency. This country has
Do you believe in the culture of dependency? Because that's sort of how democracy works. Like, I always feel like democracy is very much a quid pro quo thing.
Yeah, but that's not what they mean by culture of dependency.
What do they mean?
They mean learned helplessness.
Right. Well, isn't it the same thing though?
No, because you can give things to your constituents without creating a situation of learned helplessness.
Oh, I guess you're right. Yeah, totally. Yeah.
has given so much free stuff.
You because you give them things like discount on their mortgage. You give them like tax relief on their mortgage instead of food
Well,
stamps.
so the problem. Okay, so here's the problem. The problem is when the government gives you something, or like a
Yes.
tax break or a tax incentive, it should be ideally structured around a behavior they want to incentivize,
Yeah, like home ownership.
like home ownership. Right.
That's why
exactly.
that's why they do the mortgage tax deduction.
Right, or they give people
Right.
breaks, and I guess they want people to have more children. They give them breaks on their kids. or
Sure,
whatever.
totally.
Right. So the problem is when the government, whether intentionally, I'm assuming unintentionally, generally, ends up incentivizing a behavior that's destructive.
Right.
That's when you can create situations that are a problem. And I've talked
Which
about
is
this isn't a
welfare.
race thing. This is a problem. Making this a race thing is incorrect because it's a poor thing. It's nothing. I mean, obviously, there's a disproportionate amount of Black people that are poor, but but there's still a lot more white people that are poor than Black people.
Sure.
So
yes.
framing this as purely a quote unquote Black issue is completely incorrect, whether the left or the right does it, in terms of learned helplessness with some, not all, with some welfare policies. Because there are problems, and I've known people in this situation where they literally made more money not working a minimum wage job.
Yep.
Because of the amount of welfare money. But then the problem is this, because then the right's response to that is we'll cut welfare, and then the left's response to that is we'll raise minimum wage. So you get into another you sort of create like this endless cycle of like no one can get to a solution here.
But the force behind that cycle is politicians trying to buy votes.
Yes, on the most cynical level, yes.
Yes,
obviously.
totally. We're in agreement there.
Yeah.
Stuff to Black people. You have any examples of this, Dave?
And I can give you, I know that anecdotal stuff isn't always the best way, but I can give you one very good example. My sister lives on the Upper West Side of New York City. It's a nice area. She pays a ton to live in a nice area with a doorman building in New York City. A good portion of her building, I think it might be 50%, is rent subsidized, meaning that they're keeping rents low for certain people of certain ethnicities to live there.
Wait a minute. I thought you just said that there are no laws that treat people of different races or ethnicities differently, Dave. Weird. Also weird, because they don't subsidize rent for people of other ethnicities. They subsidize rent for poor people. Wonder what that's about. Anyway, again.
He's picking this interview because Dave Rubin is just dying in this interview. You could tell he's like completely out of his depth. He's like, why did they put me in front of the bookcase? Don't they know I'm the dumb one of the intellectual dark web? I'm in over my head here. I never went to an Ivy League school. I studied journalism.
Again, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm sorry. It's easy to get lost in the marketplace of ideas. A lot of impulse buys, you know? So now we have assessed their interpretation of the causes of racial inequality. The reason black people suffer from inequality is because of their culture. A culture created by the left who redistribute our hard-earned tax dollars to these indolent, undeserving, food stamp hoarding, not very hardworking people.
Did you see that, guys? He almost said the N-word.
Yeah, he tried, didn't he? But he's like, oh, I might get canceled.
Well, he's implying that Dave Rubin and Ben Shapiro are just one step away from calling black people the N-word because they're all horribly racist.
Yeah, I know the straw man.
Which is funny because I love the tactic here. It's like, let me take a bunch of different clips of different people saying different things to different people about other different things, and I'm going to string them all together in one super meta narrative as if it's one coherent thought.
Yeah.
That's what just happened.
All this is straw manning their arguments. Yeah. That's the whole thing that he's doing here.
So how do we fix it? I mean, surely a group as intellectual as the dark web has a solution.
So what do you as an individual black person do to change your life? And I don't think it's helpful.
Why don't you just make this a response video to Ben Shapiro? Like, I feel like that's what he wanted to do.
Yeah. I'm game.
And in fact, I think it's actually quite hurtful to spend an enormous amount of time talking about the legacy of discrimination and racism instead of talking about what can you do right now to fix your problem.
If you get intersectional enough.
Well, hold on a second. Like, why did he just show a clip of Ben Shapiro just saying, what do we do, and not like what his answer was? Come on. Like, that's the important part of the clip.
Wait.
Well, as the dark web has a solution.
So what do you as an individual black person do to change your life? And I don't think it's helpful. And in fact, I think it's actually quite hurtful to spend an enormous amount of time talking about the legacy of discrimination.
Okay, so you're right. He doesn't.
All
he says is what isn't helpful.
Yeah.
And I mean, I guess he means for you to pause the video so you can see on the side, on the left side, Ben Shapiro's 10 rules for success.
Stop making excuses. Oh, okay.
Where he gives you a bunch of things he thinks. But here's the problem. Again, everything Ben's saying is very good on an individual level. This is a problem.
Sure, totally. Yeah.
Both these people, okay, Ben Shapiro, I'm assuming, and fucking Cody are talking about two wildly different things, okay? Ben Shapiro is saying what you, as an individual person, can do to better your life situation. And Cody's saying, what does society do?
Yeah.
Okay. These are two different problems that have two different solutions.
And racism, instead of talking about what can you do right now to fix your problem.
If you get intersectional enough, one of the things that happens is that you break the groups all the way down to the level of the individual.
We should.
Mm-hmm.
So he said the framing for that clip was, what does the intellectual dark web think you should do about race inequality? And then it shows a clip of Jordan Peterson talking about something completely not related to that question.
Mm-hmm.
He's just stating the fact that, yes, if you keep going intersectional, eventually everyone will be so special, so unique, that they're all their little individual category. They're all in their nice little box.
All these clips better have a pitch for a solution.
None of these clips so far have these.
No.
You can't even get clips of people talking about solutions so far.
I want to know the solution.
We should want equal laws for everybody, and then within that is what empowers you as an individual to go out and get what's yours.
The punchline here is that everyone has to be
So far, Dave Rubin's the only one that he got a clip of Dave Rubin giving some possible solution, which already exists, obviously.
treated as an individual.
Okay. There it is.
Well, there it is, the individualism thing. Come on. What's
There it
going
is.
on?
I can take clips of different people talking about individualism in completely different contexts and then just pretend like they're talking about the same thing. It's genius.
Yeah, it is, man. This guy's raking it in. He's got a racket going here. Let's just string a bunch of incoherent clips together and just have some fun.
Did you know that 4 different people talked about individualism in 4 different contexts?
Yeah. What's the
You know
thing?
what that means?
Is he talking about the bootstraps argument? Because I just went off on the bootstraps. I don't like the fucking bootstraps argument, dude.
No, he's talking about the
What is your solution?
The colorblind argument.
Oh, is that what he's saying? Oh,
That's where he's
okay.
going to go. Yes.
Only solution is to treat everyone as individuals. By the way, as we, the dark intellectual web, say this, we will continue to talk about the deficiencies of black culture.
This is a total straw man too, because
yeah, what the fuck?
The only reason that Sam Harris and Jordan Peterson and all these other people have to keep talking about individualism is because it used to be that that's what the left said. It used to be that growing up in the 90s and in the 2000s, that was the rallying anti-racist cry that I grew up with. It was treat everyone as an individual, right?
Yeah.
And now suddenly the left, for some bizarre fucking reason, has ceded that argument to the right for no fucking reason. And now you have the far leftist types like Cody who are throwing individualism into the fucking trash can. Because, and I've talked about this in the past, unfortunately, people are really stupid. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And
God,
when someone is
when
making a Mott and Bailey argument, okay, do we ever figure out which one was? We're really stupid.
It's the
we
moral.
never remember.
It's the moral Mott and the bullshit Bailey is the way that I remember it.
Okay.
The moral Mott is the defensible position, and the bullshit Bailey is the fucking bullshit argument that is totally indefensible.
So this is why this situation exists. Okay. So the left for so many years was saying that individualism is important. We need to treat people like individuals. This was the rallying cry of anti-racism. And then suddenly the argument changed where they weren't seeing enough racial equality come to fruition.
Right.
And so the left now feels like, or certain people left like Cody, feels like when they hear the people on the right say this individual argument, that they're using Mott and Bailey, that it's fake, that the defensible argument is, oh, we should all live in a colorblind individual society. But the real argument that the conservatives are making, the hidden argument, is that they just want to be racist. Okay.
Yeah.
They want to maintain racist structures. So that's what they.
I don't even know how those two things are connected.
Well, this is how the left. Because the way it's connected is that people like Cody say, well, our system is inherently racist now. So if you don't change any part of our system, you're upholding racism.
Right.
Okay. So the problem here, and you'll see this a lot, is that when people make this Mott and Bailey argument, or at least the perception, because I don't think people on the right are making the argument, the left is perceiving it as this fake argument. The stupid people like Cody and all the woke warriors will then start attacking the defensible argument as if it's undefensible. Okay. They'll turn on the defensible argument. So they'll start attacking the concept of the colorblindness and the individualism, which was the very fucking argument that was used to promote anti-racism in the first place.
Totally. I feel like they made the colorblind argument for 20 years, but they didn't get the results that they thought they would because it had nothing to do with racism.
Well, but it's not so much that. It's that they didn't get the results because, as we've talked about, obviously it was a system of racism and oppression that created the problems in the first place that the Black community now suffers from. It put them in the hole in the first place.
Sure. Okay. Totally.
And so, but the problem is that you can make all the and I agree with this. This is a less argument. You can make a completely level playing field. Okay.
But it's not going to change the hole that they're in.
It's not going to change the hole. They're still in the hole. Right. Exactly. They still need to climb out of the hole. It's still going to take a long time to climb out of the hole, even if there's no longer
it's going to take a long time to change the culture too.
Right. Well, that's part of the whole.
Yes, totally. Yeah.
Even without an intentional racist fist punching them back in the hole, it's still going to take a long time to climb out of the hole. And helping people climb out of the hole is a surprisingly difficult task. You can't just you can't throw money down there. It's not going to just magically help people climb out of the hole.
For all
because,
the problems
as you said,
enunciated
there's a lot of
earlier.
problems.
Yeah. But I feel like they made the colorblind society argument for 20 years and they feel like, well, that didn't change anything. So since they're
it didn't change fast enough.
Yeah, since they're fixated on the race thing, they came up with this new argument that, okay, well, that colorblind society thing should have worked, but since it didn't work, that the racism must be unconscious. Like,
Right.
sure, you can believe that you are a colorblind person, that you're only looking at people individually, but there must still be racism here somewhere, and we have to uncover it. Now it's unconscious racism that we have to find. So they keep looking, they keep seeing a different outcome. But how come they can't just look at the things that we're talking about, like the whole and like it's a complex problem, and maybe we should, try to work out a solution that isn't just completely fixated on the racist dynamic.
Because that's
maybe we
not
could,
how tribal politics works. Adam,
yeah,
okay?
people want to get
If you're-
power out of this shit.
Yes. If you're on the left, you have to say it's racism and systemic racism.
Right.
And if you're on the right, you have to say it's only culture.
Right.
Okay?
It's like a religious thing. It's like when
It's
you
a
go to
religious
church,
thing.
you have to say it's God, right? You have to you're at
Exactly.
church together. You're like, oh, of course it's God. God did it. God's
Right.
working through us. Like the left is basically saying, oh yeah, it's racism. What's the problem? Oh, it's always racism. Whatever it is. Your pancakes are too cold. Racism.
Racism.
Your coffee is not got enough sugar in them. It's racist. Yeah.
Exactly.
Culture, the racial IQ gap, black on black crime, etc., etc., etc. But it's just like MLK.
I mean, the black on black. I don't know why they always.
Well,
Why is he
it's
just
so-
hand waving that away? It's a real fucking thing. Like, tell us your solution, Cody.
Well, that's what's so disgusting about this is that first of all, he doesn't really refute any of this stuff for the most part. He refuted
No.
the one thing that Ben Shapiro said, which is good, okay, but everything else he's not refuting. But he's just taking all these clips of these people saying different things in different contexts about completely different situations, and he just strings them all as if it's the grand unified intellectual dark web narrative of why racism doesn't exist, which none of them fucking believe.
Yeah. My individualism, my black on black crime. Like,
Fake news,
like
Cody.
making fun of something makes it not a thing. I don't
Right.
know. It's like weird.
Said, bro, judge me by the content of my character, man, not by the yada 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 yada. These guys love this quote, and I wonder if there's another more relevant quote of his that they should read. But it doesn't actually sound so.
Is he gonna read the quote? Or?
No,
I
he
don't
doesn't
know.
actually read the quote. It's funny because he's like, these guys all like the same Martin Luther King quote. And it's like, really? Because all the leftists also like the same two Martin Luther King quotes. They either play this quote, the whole like, I've been disappointed by the white moderate quote, or the riots are the language of the unheard without playing the part where he after says that riots are bad. So thank you, Cody.
Yeah, for your out of context quotes.
So bad, does it? I mean, of course, we want everyone to see us and treat us as individuals and judge us by the content of our character, not the yada, 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 and so on. So what's the problem, news dude, you ask? Well, before we take this argument apart point by point, let's briefly summarize the deceitful grift that is catching so many young people today in its intellectual dark web.
Social justice.
First, they erroneously
Right?
Yes. Define systemic racism and white privilege, and then proceed to destroy an argument that no one was ever making in the first place. By doing this,
is he projecting?
Yeah,
What's
totally.
happening? Oh my God. Someone's creating a fake argument that no one ever said and then destroys it. Oh my God. We're living in a fucking mirror world.
He has a chyron here that says how to pretend racism is over. When in the very beginning of the video, Dave Rubin, who we've already castigated as being the dumbest person on the intellectual dark web, says racism is not over. It's a thing. Racism exists. It's never going away. What the fuck? No one's pretending racism is over.
I know.
Oh my God.
But this is part of the grift, because he keeps jumping between the terms racism and systemic racism. And if you keep doing that, then you just conflate them in your mind until suddenly it means the same thing.
Yeah.
they create a scenario where you can't possibly assign the cause of racial inequality in our society to systemic racism or white privilege, because they have just seemingly disproved these concepts entirely. So this leaves no other explanation for the existence of racial inequality other than...
He didn't play any clips of them actually trying to prove or disprove anything. He just played clips of them saying random opinions.
Yeah,
out of
totally.
context.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'm going to disprove these opinions when I didn't show why they actually believe any of these things. I'm so smart.
that it must be a result of an inequality in black people themselves. Their culture.
Oh my God. That is not an argument they make.
No.
That's
Let's go back.
ridiculous. That's
or white
awful.
privilege, because they have just seemingly disproved these concepts entirely. So this leaves no other explanation for the existence of racial inequality other than that it must be a result of an inequality in black people themselves.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you see that
awful.
slimy,
Fucking totally slimy.
dishonest maneuver. He's like, if they don't believe in white privilege and systemic racism, the only possible explanation for why there's racial inequality in the country must be if you think that black people are inherently inferior to white people.
Yeah, totally. You have
That's
to be
what
a
he
white
just-
supremacist.
Yeah, that's what he just said. He just attributed that all the people in the intellectual dark web must ergo proctor ad hom therefore vis-a-vis be white supremacist, even though they've all literally said the fucking opposite of that. But it's fine.
Yeah.
This is the
Crazy.
Kafka trap in motion. Okay.
Oh my God, one
culture.
species is in the chat.
Oh fuck, no.
Dude.
dude.
Their IQ, their decision-making capacity, and of course all the free stuff they get from the lefty government we definitely have, which creates a culture of dependency. Now, you are in a position where you have been insidiously convinced that black people are inherently not equal to white people in some fundamental way. At this point, you only have one out without seeming like an overt racist. And that is to say that you don't see race at all.
Oh my God. Oh my God. That's so
I'm just
evil.
making up people's. I can't even listen to someone to give me their
This
opinion. I
is
just gotta make it up.
so fucking awful, dude.
Just make up their opinion.
This is
ascribe it
totally
to-
evil. This video has 250,000 views, and it's just fucking lying. Totally lying about people.
Isn't it crazy?
It is crazy. It's crazy that we live in a world like this. God damn.
He's
people-
literally just slandering
Yeah.
them.
This is why Stefan Molyneux is like canceled and shit. People just fucking start some narrative about somebody and it continues.
Adam, this video doesn't have 250,000 views. It has almost 500,000 views.
Really? Oh my
So
God.
it's even worse.
Yeah. So he's racking up some points for D'Angelo now.
Yep.
Because he's Robin DiAngelo's white. He's basically making the white fragility argument that it's like, oh yeah, the only solution you have is to claim that I don't see color, which obviously makes you racist.
You're colorblind, man. And you just treat everyone as individuals. And the mechanism that
He's like, the fact that he's shitting on that is disturbing. Like, what the
You're
fuck
right.
is the
Yes.
alternative? If you are against treating people like individuals, then ergo procto vis-a-vis, like the only other solution is to say like all people are
Segregation.
stereotyped by
Right.
whatever superficial features that you can see from across the street. Like that's the alternative.
Right. That's the inherent.
Is that the
hypocrisy of
alternatives
this
he's
insanity.
suggesting?
Yes.
I guess maybe so. I don't know.
This is the derangement of attacking the moral argument that you think's the fake argument. You lose sight of thinking that was a fake argument, and you just actually, because of tribalism,
Yeah.
start attacking the supposedly moral argument that everyone agrees with, and you become insane and deranged. This should be Sitch's. This will be Sitch's law number 2.
No, you
okay?
don't get 2 laws before I get 1.
2
Motherfucker.
laws. Sitch's law number 2, okay? It's when someone's making a Mott and Bailey argument for so long that tribalism makes one side attack the moral Mott instead of the Bailey.
Oh God.
That's Sitch's law number 2, guys. I just coined it right in front of your
It's
fucking
straight
face, Adam.
it's straight up evil.
It is evil.
I got to make a couple of videos about this new law before before it gets out there. What is it about good artists imitate, great artists steal? I always liked that line.
Oh God.
I always loved that line.
If Adam tries to steal this law, you guys fucking tell me.
Great
Tell me.
artists.
You try to tell
steal.
me if he tries to
They
steal
just
my law.
they just steal. They
Mm.
just steal, okay? If you're not cheating,
this-
you're not playing to win, guys.
Sounds like something a thief.
This is
Sounds like
Adam's
something
law.
Cody would say.
Here is Adam's law. Okay. I have my own law, okay? Adam's law. If you're not cheating, you ain't fucking playing to win.
That sounds like Cody's law.
It does. You know, I'm going to call it Cody's law because he's actually implementing the law. I'm saying it ironically. Cody is actually fucking cheating.
Altogether is the dissemination of the racist ideas that uphold this perverted philosophy.
Yeah, the perverted colorblind philosophy.
I know. That were like the foundation of anti-racism for 100
That's
years.
the foundation of fucking Western civilization, you moron. What the fuck?
Treating
like
people as individuals.
This thing goes back to the Protestant Reformation, like the fact that we're all equal in the eyes of God. Martin Luther, dude. You don't know what you're fucking erasing here. Seriously.
If you've traveled this far, congratulations. You have now been turned into a racist. Either an active racist or a passive racist, but a racist nonetheless. Ibram X. Kendi, author of Stamped from the Beginning and How to Be an Anti-Racist, perfectly describes this dynamic.
What post-racial ideas say to people, to everyday people, is basically racist policy no longer exists. And it says that to people in a nation of racial inequity, in a nation of racial segregation. And so then it causes the individual to be like, okay, why does all of these inequities and disparities exist? If it's not racist policy, if it's not racial terror, then it must be something wrong with a particular racial group.
Right. So let's...
Okay.
Yeah, nobody in the intellectual dark web made that argument, though.
Right. But see, wait a minute. This is very enlightening. Because what the guy said on the Chris Hayes show is a good question. You say, if there's no direct systemic racism, if there's no directly bigoted racist laws, why is there still racial inequality in the country? And the answer is, it's really fucking complicated, and we've talked about it for the last 3 fucking hours on the street.
Yeah.
So yes, if someone then doesn't understand, excuse me, doesn't understand that complexity, and then stupidly just says, well, it must be some deficiency with black people themselves, then yeah, they're fucking stupid. But you know who's not saying that?
No,
Anyone in the fucking intellectual dark web.
Anyone in any of the fucking clips that you've played. Like otherwise you would play the clip of them saying that fucking thing.
But you know, Adam, we don't have to play the clip of them saying it. Because it's a dog whistle. Can't you hear
Yeah,
Adam?
I know. The whole dog whistle argument.
It's not a dog whistle. It's a dussy whistle. Can't you hear the dussy whistle,
they're
Adam?
They're thinking it. Oh, I don't want to think of a dog's vagina whistling. Why'd you do that?
You don't want a
to
dussy
me?
whistle?
Why did you do that? The dog walks past you and you hear a whistle? No, turn away. Run away from that dog. Any dog that's whistling from its vagina is possessed by Satan.
Let's try to unturn you, shall we?
Oh,
we'll start
good.
with the original
Oh.
assertion from David Rubin that systemic racism doesn't exist because there are no laws that favor one race over another. Now, the first question to ask...
So is he making a definitional argument here? Because he's never really defined what he means by systemic racism either.
Yeah, I was about to say, we're 27 minutes into a video
Yeah.
about systemic racism. Hasn't defined what the fuck systemic racism
What is your meaning of systemic racism, dude? Make it clear.
Is that what systemic racism is? Laws that explicitly favor one race over another? No. Of course not.
Oh, that's not what systemic racism is? Like I hear every conservative in the chat saying, affirmative action. Harvard.
Well, yeah, I read the two definitions. That's the problem. There's 2 definitions.
Yes.
And most people only agree with the first definition, which is the definition that Dave Rubin gave.
Right.
But then you have the woke warriors believe the second definition, which is any outcome that leads to racial inequality must therefore be proof that the system is inherently racist.
Yeah. Yes.
Which is crazy.
Well, you'd make the argument there's a lot of other factors. Human choice being one of them.
Well, no. I'm sorry, I'm eating. I'm stuffing my face.
I know. I'm not allowed
Well-
to eat on stream. Everyone gives me a hard time in the
I
comments.
can do whatever I want. But you're on camera, so you can't do anything.
I think I'm closer to my mic too, and they can hear it, and I don't want to drive them nuts. So you're not
want
that
some-
bad.
you
You're
want
not driving me so.
Some ASMR?
No,
some
fuck.
eating-
Oh, don't do it. First of all, I ignore this. Scott Adams' simultaneous sip is the most disgusting, thing ever. I call it the simultaneous swallow because that's what it sounds like. I just imagine. I think of the every day of the simultaneous sip. I think of Scott Adams servicing our dear Donald Trump. Let us participate today in the simultaneous swallow.
So, let me show you.
Are we
Take a
going back
journey
to the
with me.
systemic thing? Come on.
Yes. But
There are
wait a
all
minute, let me
kinds of
take you-
different systems.
Let me take you on a journey to show you why describing systemic racism that way is a danger, okay?
Okay, perfect.
There was in a certain state, they decided, someone did a study and they said, let's look at outdoor suspension in the state of Florida. Okay. And they said, hey, black kids are suspended from school at a significantly higher rate than white kids.
Must be racism.
It must be racism. And then they did a second study where they looked at the numbers and they said, we accounted for supposedly the specific behaviors that got the kids expelled from school, or not expelled, but outdoor suspended from school. And it doesn't match the disproportion of the fact that black kids are still being outdoorly suspended at higher rates than white kids for committing the same infractions. Excuse me. I had spicy beef jerky and it's getting all in my throat.
Oh my God.
Anyway, spicy deer beef jerky. But anyway.
Somehow
so-
I think that, never mind. Go ahead.
Yeah, you better.
Too far. Too far.
There you go. So anyway, so they looked at this and they said, okay, the answer, because of institutional racism, because a racial inequality exists, it must be racism. It must be that individual teachers themselves and individual principals themselves are racist.
Yep.
And they're just giving black kids harsher punishment than white kids. So what happens? Well, based on this belief that's not justified by anything, a bunch of people ran in the state of Florida saying they were going to abolish outdoor suspension because it was racist in their school district.
Mm-hmm.
And in some school districts, those people won. And outdoor suspension was banished in those school districts. It was removed. The only time you could actually outdoor suspend someone is if they committed an actual crime that required the police to be called. Okay? But then what happens? Suddenly, all these schools that were already in not great situations, that were in poor neighborhoods, that had a disproportionate amount of black students, started failing very quickly and all getting shut down left and right. And you say, wait a minute, what happened? I thought we got rid of the racist outdoor suspension policy. Well, you see, there was another factor the woke warriors didn't consider.
What was the real reason?
The reason, it turns out, that black kids were suspended disproportionately from school compared to white students was because there's a disproportionate amount of black students in far poorer schools. And far poorer schools don't have the money for indoor suspension and detention and other forms of behavioral management programs that the richer schools that had more white kids had available to them.
Are you telling me it was poverty and not racism?
So wait a minute. This is why this shit is fucking stupid. Because based on this idiotic thinking of simplifying something down to quote unquote racism and thinking that it has to do with individual racist behavior as opposed to, you know, the longer systemic history of all that shit. Okay. Because it always gets conflated into individual racist behavior, which is what they always fucking do. Okay. They took away the only behavioral options that these schools had available to them because they could no longer since the poor schools could no longer give people outdoor suspension or kids outdoor suspension. If a kid was acting up in class, there was literally nothing they could do about it.
Oh my God.
They would send the kid to the office and then the office just yells at them and sends them right back in the classroom. And if you've ever been in a classroom where kids are acting up, you know no one's fucking learning shit because the
Totally.
teacher's yelling at them the whole time. So
Oh my
now,
God.
waves and waves of poor schools that are disproportionately attended to by black students are all closing down because woke fucking morons looked at outcomes and assumed it was racism.
These guys.
So that's the danger of this idiotic fucking narrative of just saying, well, if we bake into the definition of systemic racism that any outcome is automatically racist, even stupider people will then conflate that because the definitions are so fucking tricky and as confuses everyone. Stupider people will then conflate that to think that that means that there's individual racial bias going on that's creating the racial discrimination in the first place. And they're going to implement a change which could very well make everything fucking worse.
Did they? So the white schools still had indoor suspension available to them? Is that what you're saying?
And
So they still had a suspension option.
Yes. So for them,
Could they just have brought back like caning or something like that and not gone
See,
like the suspension route?
Okay, because the politicians.
What about just one of those big paddles that they hang up in front of the class?
Right, exactly. As you know, the politicians all do this shit cynically. They don't really care about fixing the problem.
They don't care. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So they'll go out and they'll say and they'll campaign on, look how not racist I am. I'm getting rid of this racist institution.
Yes.
But no one wants to put up more money to provide those schools
with indoor suspension options.
With indoor suspension and other disciplinary procedures that they would be required to replace them with if they got rid of outdoor suspension. And the politicians don't care because the voters don't care because they don't want to spend money on this shit.
Nobody noticed that outdoor suspension and indoor suspension are virtually the same, just the location.
Yeah.
Nobody
they didn't think about that.
Huh.
But that's the problem with all these studies because there's always going to be some variable you didn't think about.
Yeah.
It's not very apparent to you. Like I wouldn't know. Why would I know that? I'm not a teacher. I'm not a teacher in a poor school, so I wouldn't think like, oh, there's only outdoor suspension.
Well, the kids would know. If you ask the kids, they would know
but you
immediately.
Think the woke warriors doing these studies are fucking talking to any of these people?
Well, just let the kids vote, and then they would know not to vote for that.
Okay. That's a good segue.
In fact, many scholars define racism itself as a system.
You want to be really bothered?
I thought of Adam's law.
What's Adam's law?
12-year-olds should vote.
Oh, God.
I got my own law, motherfucker.
Remind me at the end of this, guys. I have something I could say that's really disturbing, but I'm not going to say it till the very end because I don't want to be in
you
your
don't want
mind
this everyone to abandon the stream immediately.
So, yeah.
For starters, there is the fact that many of the laws that make racial discrimination illegal are often broken and not well enforced. The Voting Rights Act of 1965, reminder, recently gutted by the Supreme Court, granted certain protections in an attempt to make sure that black people were able to exercise their right to vote, including a pre-clearance provision, which would have likely prevented the recent debacle in Georgia. Just because something is illegal doesn't mean it doesn't still happen. States across the country have enacted laws that courts have eventually found to be racially discriminatory. But often those laws aren't overturned until years of legal battles, long after the intended effect has already had the result of disenfranchising black voters. The impact of these policies that include voter suppression and racist gerrymandering is evident in states like North Carolina, one of 3 states in 2018 where the GOP lost the popular vote, but somehow still managed to win a majority in the state House of Representatives. You know, the same way our racist president won through the verifiably racist and undemocratic electoral college system.
So this is very
so
okay.
sad.
So he went off into another direction.
Another fucking tangent. I know. I hate this shit.
The thing with North Carolina was true that they specifically were trying to gerrymander the black population to be their votes worth less because they knew that they voted
Democrat,
disproportionately Democrat.
Like you want to end racism, get blacks to start voting Republican, and then all of a sudden, like,
well, I don't know if that's necessarily the solution, but like,
well, I'm just gonna. My whole thing is
response to Republicans in a state doing something that's inherently illegal and racist. But.
I don't necessarily know. First of all, they're disenfranchising them because they vote Democrat. They,
Right.
They could care less what
disenfranchising
skin color they are. Like if they're white people that are voting Democrat, they're going to try and disenfranchise
Right, but they're using
them.
but they're using but they know that black voters are an easy population for them to point out as voting Democrat.
Correct.
So that's why they chose them.
Yes. But is it racist if they're trying to disenfranchise them not based on the color of their skin, but because of
I mean,
who
I
they
guess you
vote
can make
for?
that argument. It's a little esoteric. I'm not sure it's worth getting into that the niche of that.
Yeah, but I mean, if you see the world through racist eyes, and obviously,
but
it's going to appear.
But here's
to
the
be
problem:
racist.
you can talk about, first of all, when that case, when this shows that the system as a whole agrees that that's wrong and that's bad and that's racist. The court said you can't do that. Okay, it's fucking racist, and people have been banging on for years about the problems of gerrymandering. And it goes far deeper than just race stuff. Gerrymandering is a huge problem in this country.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying gerrymandering.
But no one talks about it because it's not a sexy issue.
I just don't think talking about it in racial terms is necessarily.
It's not the way
informative.
Yes. It's not informative or the way to get people understand.
They're not trying to disenfranchise black people because they don't want black people to vote. Right. They're trying to disenfranchise black people because black people don't vote for them. As soon as black people start voting for them,
right?
Fucking rock the vote, dude. Get as many black people to the polls as possible.
But here's where he
this
does
might
this
be
weird...
a good outcome of the Candace Owens stuff because if black people do start voting, like if black people vote 50% Republican and 50% Democrat, then it's not like they can't really just disenfranchise
what kind of
entire black.
Incentivizing, Adam?
What do you mean?
If you're saying the solution to people being bigoted and illegal is to give them what they want.
What do you mean?
By saying that, oh, well, if more black people just voted for the people that
But
were
I'm making the argument that they aren't being bigoted and that they're just...
in North Carolina, they literally were. Obviously, it wasn't because they're black. It was because they vote Democrat.
Right, exactly, which is a huge difference. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
North Carolina is a problem. I mean, it's in the South. You know how I feel.
Yeah, I know. But anyway, my grander point was that, but this is, again, another slimy Cody trick, okay? Because he talks about the North Carolina situation, right? Obviously, he say, okay, obviously they did something wrong there. It's against the law. Court said this is bad. It's against the law. Then he somehow conflates it to the national election.
Oh, yeah, that's bullshit.
And the Electoral College. And you're like, wait a minute. The Electoral College has nothing to do with gerrymandering whatsoever.
Or race.
Yeah, it has to do
How does the Electoral College have anything to do with
race?
it
has to do with just the fact that smaller states' votes are generally by vote worth more than larger states, but that's by design.
Did he say the racist Electoral College system? I think he did.
He did.
Yeah. How? What the fuck? What does that mean?
The popular vote, but somehow still managed to win a majority in the state House of Representatives. You know, the same way our racist president won through the verifiably racist and undemocratic Electoral College.
So he said the verifiably racist
Electoral College.
Electoral College.
So now the Electoral College is racist? What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know what the
racists are coming out of everywhere.
I don't know what the verification is on the fact that the Electoral College is racist. I'm not sure.
Seems like a pants on fire to me. Pants on fire situation here.
Here's the problem. But wait a minute. It does make sense in his crazy worldview, okay? Because if you're using if your definition of systemic racism is any racial inequality outcome, right? You would say, well, wait a minute. Black people live disproportionately in larger cities, and larger cities are penalized in the Electoral College.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
So
that does make it racist.
Ergo
procto, exo facto.
Vis-a-vis, it's automatically racist.
Yeah, got him.
Even though that's obviously was never the intention and had nothing to fucking do with why the system's set up in that way at all.
Yeah. Yes.
Our system. Now, second, laws don't need to mention race at all to be oppressive towards black people. The Constitution doesn't even use the word
he just gave himself an out. Did you catch that?
Yes.
He's like, oh, I fucked up there. Here, I'll fix it real quick. Laws don't have to mention race to be racist.
So what he says is very interesting lack of historical knowledge, right?
Towards black people. The Constitution doesn't even use the word slave until the 13th Amendment, the one that freed the enslaved people. And before that, it's not like we didn't have a system of slavery in this country. It's like a law needs to use the N-word for Dave and this grubby group of geeks to consider it to be a part of systemic racism.
Okay.
Yeah, ooh, that's
what
a
dumb argument. Okay. Slavery wasn't mentioned in the Constitution by word, wasn't mentioned in the Constitution till the 13th Amendment. Apparently, someone hasn't read their historical Constitution. Doesn't remember that little thing that everyone learned in class. What was that thing called, Adam? The 3/5 compromise?
Oh,
remember that part of the Constitution?
I do.
And here's why this is slippery. Because technically, he's true. Because technically, they didn't use the word slave. They used other words to describe this.
What was the 3/5 thing? Because that's messed up. That's totally messed up. But that's in the first draft.
It was actually in the second draft. But
oh, okay. The second draft of the Constitution.
They had the it wasn't.
Oh yeah, because they had to hammer out the agreement.
Right. Yeah.
All the slave owners were like, I want a lot of voting. I want a lot of voting prowess. I want to count all the people I own
that don't actually get to vote or participate in the democracy whatsoever. Right.
Yeah.
No, but this is why this is so dishonest.
That's so crazy.
Because
the
Constitution.
I got you.
The Constitution does talk about laws regarding slavery and slaves.
Mm-hmm.
It just doesn't use, since it doesn't use the word slaves, he can therefore make this dishonest argument like, well, obviously, guys, you can still have, there's still racist laws without them directly mentioning. It's like, but no, there were laws that directly mentioned. They just didn't use the specific word you're talking about. They did directly talk about slavery. They did directly mention all these things. He's also ignoring the fact that most of the fucking slave laws were not federal laws. They were state laws because all the states had their own fucking laws about this shit.
Yeah. This is like borderline fake news here.
It's not borderline.
No, it is totally fake news.
We've gone into the territory.
There have been many laws since the 1960s that have specifically disadvantaged black people without explicitly referencing race at all. This country is very good at doing that. It's like our superpower. Consider the fact that for decades, there was a 100-to-1 sentencing disparity between crack cocaine and powder cocaine, despite the fact that they are both made from essentially the same substance and the dangers and addiction levels are incredibly similar. Do you know what was different?
So again, this is okay.
Is he going to say it was culture that was different? Because I'm curious. I'm like, I'm on the edge of my seat here.
I've only done moderate research here.
Oh.
Okay. So maybe someone will show that this is not true. Okay. But from the moderate amount of research I did, this is again another systemic racism trick. Because when I was reading articles about the original passage of this 1986 law.
Oh my God, you looked into this law?
About Congress passing this ridiculously disproportionate sentencing guideline for crack versus powder coke. Okay, because I was curious because I'm like, I don't think the politicians signing this in 1986 said we don't like the black people.
I know.
There's still to be some justification, right? So
I seem to like this crack a lot. Maybe we can make a law like.
Yeah. So it's like this again. This is what they do. They rip out all context of the situation and just look at the outcome.
Right.
Because yes, the outcome did create lots of racial disparity. Okay, but you have to look at why it was. If you're making an argument that there was some inherent racism there, you have to look at what the intention was.
Yeah, intent.
And the intention was, it was in the middle of the 80s when crime was fucking insane, and people were freaking out and trying to figure out how to do it. And there was this artificial panic about crack cocaine being the hot new drug that was creating waves of crime in every city. And there was lots of fake science that at the time people thought was real that said that crack was way more addictive and way more dangerous than normal cocaine. Okay. So politicians operating under fake news, outrage, hype about crime
Crack.
being rampant, and fake science news thinking that the drug was more addictive, passed a law that turned out to incidentally create a racial disparity.
Right.
in
Accidentally, yeah.
Accidentally.
Not on purpose.
But no, it doesn't matter. Because as long as the outcome, Adam, as long as the outcome, it's still racist. Okay?
Yeah.
That's all that matters. All that matters is the outcome.
Okay, Nixon.
Black people were more likely to get arrested and incarcerated for using crack than white people, despite equal use. In 2010, the Fair Sentencing Act changed this disparity, but the ratio is still 18-1. So, thanks, Joe Biden?
So this is interesting.
Why is the racial disparity there? Like, why are white people all doing cocaine and black people all doing crack?
Because there's a racial disparity there. It's because crack is cheaper.
Oh, it
than
is?
regular Coke.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. Are you sure
Crack is
about that?
significantly
I don't.
cheap- Yes.
Really?
Yes.
I don't know.
Are you like a
dealer
big?
about that one?
I was gonna say, are you big? Are you a big
Well, I
Coke,
mean,
aficionado? Do you know
It's
the
been.
price cost?
I mean, God, it's been forever since I've been around anything good. But I mean, I don't remember the price structure of both. So it's good that you pulled that
Okay.
out. I thought it might be like a cultural thing, but I guess culture's not a thing, so it couldn't have been that.
There you go. So no, generally the reason given is because crack is significantly cheaper.
Okay.
I don't know the actual physical process. I believe whatever they do to make.
I mean,
crack,
I
it's
get
like-
all my crack for free, so I mean, I never paid for any of it.
There you go. That whenever you have a situation with crack, is that they kind of water it down significantly with something else.
Really? I've
So-
seen Menace to Society. I know how they make it.
There you go. So obviously, if it's a cheaper form of the drug, it's going to disproportionately affect the black community. See, but here's what I'm curious about: is the problem that it hurts the black community disproportionately, but or is it the majority of people arrested for crack are black? Because those are two very different numbers.
Yeah, we got to dig into these facts. Cody's just giving us the surface here.
So I don't know. I have to look into that. But here's what's interesting: he blames Joe Biden for this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What? Joe Biden? He can't even remember the crack epidemic.
He says, "Thank you, Joe Biden, for trying to fix the crack coke disparity in 2010, but not completely eliminating it." Okay. And I don't know I tried to find the justification for why not eliminate it, and I couldn't find it on my brief search. But so why is he blaming Joe Biden for this? Joe Biden was the vice president at the time.
Oh my God.
Okay.
That's insane.
This is 2010. Joe Biden's the vice president. What does Joe Biden have to do with this piece of legislation?
Nothing.
So why is he not blaming A, the Congress who wrote the legislation, and B, the president that signed the legislation?
Yeah, Obama, right?
Obama.
Thanks, Obama.
So there's only two things I can think of. A is that I think Cody is a Bernie or bust guy. I think we found this out in another video.
Really? I got
Yes.
He's like,
I think he's one of these guys that calls Joe Biden a neoliberal shill or whatever.
right. He doesn't like Biden.
Right. So he's totally fine with trying to throw Biden under the bus, even if it doesn't even make sense in the context of the situation.
Yeah,
But number two,
he's got a checklist.
right?
Throw
he's got the
Biden
checklist.
under the bus. Oh,
Throw
check.
Biden under the bus. Because if we throw Biden under the bus and this provably, verifiably racist president Donald Trump wins again, then I have another 4 years of YouTube views because everyone's
Oh
worried
my
about
God, that's
the
so
racist
cynical.
fascist president.
That's so
100%.
cynical, man.
Right.
That's
And then
crazy cynical.
And number two, in a video about systemic racism, he doesn't want to blame a black guy for anything.
Oh yeah, of course.
You can't blame Obama, the first black president. Are you
Come
crazy? Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind?
You can't blame the guy that ended racism.
That's right.
In fact, as David himself inexplicably noted, immediately following his rejection of the existence of systemic racism, The war on drugs puts black people in jail at far higher rates for non-violent drug crimes, despite the fact that white people and black people use and sell drugs at the same rates. Also, thanks Joe Biden for being better than Donald Trump. You did it. Congratulations. You hopped over that bar. And as with many components of systemic racism, the negative impact of laws like these on people's lives are compounded by other racist laws. Getting swept up into the criminal justice system for a nonviolent drug crime can mean that you lose your right to vote and that you have to check a box on a job application indicating that you are a felon. And you can be barred.
What the fuck is that picture, Adam?
That's a guy getting swept up into the social justice system.
I just think it's funny that he's like, I need a visual display of swept up. So I'm going to have a tornado with a guy in front of it being absolved by Jesus, it looks like.
You should know by now that you're not supposed to think during these videos. That's
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's against the rules.
From certain government services like public housing. But as Dave says, that has to do with more socioeconomic reasoning. So let's talk about those socioeconomic reasons, Dave. Because as I mentioned, laws that explicitly favor one race over another is not the definition of systemic racism. Systems are comprised of many components, not just laws. For example, there are...
Actually, that is one of the definitions, and I brought the receipts, motherfucker.
Yeah, totally.
Where are your receipts?
You don't get receipts.
No.
Yeah.
That govern everything from your workplace to local municipalities all the way up to the federal government that are not laws, but are very much a part of systemic racism in America and greatly impact the socioeconomic status of black people. For example, the system of wealth accumulation has created perhaps the most...
I know, we're getting into the housing
Did he
crash.
just not give a definition when he said he was giving a definition? Go back.
Way up to the federal
He
government.
skipped it.
Another is not the definition of systemic racism.
Okay, so Dave Rubin, he just said,
Yeah.
Dave Rubin's definition is wrong. It's his claim.
Correct.
So we assume he's going to insert the correct definition right here.
No, never assume.
Okay.
Systems are comprised of many components, not just laws. For example,
systems, part 1, systems comprised of many components.
There are policies that govern everything from your workplace to local municipalities all the way up to the federal government that are not laws, but are very much a part of systemic racism in America and greatly impact the socioeconomic status of black people. For example, the system of wealth accumulation.
So far, we're 30 seconds away.
Well, no, he's saying the system is comprised of other guidelines, let's call them, like at work.
Yeah, but that's not a definition of systemic racism. That's all he said so far. He said systems are composed of many things. This is all he said. Okay. So
Guidelines at work, not laws.
Right. So we'll see if
But how that relates to racism he has not said yet. No.
Right. We'll see. Maybe we're just being too quick. Maybe it's just a very long explanation.
Well, it's probably at the end of the video here. It's probably like
Okay.
Has created perhaps the most persistent, insidious, and consequential legacy when it comes to the history of systemic racism in this country.
redlining. This is where they always go. They always go to the redlining stuff.
Resulting in a staggering disparity between white people and black people. But is it, as Ben Shapiro claims, because of black culture? No. But let's first consider the fact that the majority of the wealth that people accumulate over their lifetimes comes from two places: inheritance.
Okay. So I'm not crazy. So you guys just realized what happened. He just said Dave Rubin's definition of systemic racism is wrong. Then he started to define his definition of systemic racism, but then didn't and immediately moved to an example of systemic racism.
Right.
Or what he's claiming is systemic racism. Okay. Just let that sink in.
But isn't redlining a policy at work? I mean, there is some kind of connective tissue here.
No, but I'm saying he just went to an example. He didn't define the fucking term.
Right.
He's just saying, Dave Rubin's definition is wrong. Here's my definition. I'm not going to define it. I'm just going to give you an example. Like, this is crazy.
And home ownership.
And actually, in Ben Shapiro's video, See, it's funny. I know where he got the idea for this video.
Mm-hmm.
It's because he saw a month ago Ben Shapiro's response to the systemic racism video, because this is the point that they talk about. It's all about redlining and how much wealth is gained from having home ownership and how much is passed down to people. And in that video, Ben Shapiro specifically addresses those points and gives counterpoints to them.
That's
Some
probably a
of them
good video, because
Right.
Ben Shapiro usually makes arguments.
Right. And some of those counterpoints that Ben Shapiro brings up are very good. Some of them are not as good.
Yeah.
Okay. But there's still points to the specific issue that Cody's talking about. Why the fuck did Cody not address that? Why didn't he do this video on that Ben Shapiro video?
What,
'Cause obviously this is what inspired the whole fucking video in the first place.
What were the good points? Do you remember from the redlining thing?
He went over the percentage. If you actually look at the numbers and say, what is the percentage of wealth that is passed on generationally?
Right.
From parent to child. And it's actually not really that high.
Really?
And
interesting.
yeah. And it's the prop. See, the problem with the number that Ben uses is that he uses, because I'm trying to remember, the first statistic he does is good because it's like the number of percentage of wealth that is passed on from parent to child isn't as high as you think it would be, and it's actually not strongly correlated to property at all.
Yeah, I've
so
read
it kind of
that
destroys the whole argument.
I've read that the healthcare system really people for their inheritances. Yeah,
Yes,
exactly.
it
Like
does,
90% of the person's wealth is spent in the last 6 months of life.
Right.
So
yeah,
that makes you think, oh, there's not really a lot of inheritance there. If your parents save up $1 million nest egg and like the healthcare system gets 90% of that in the last 6 months of their lives, that's not intergenerational wealth being built. That's the fucking healthcare system mopping up everybody's fucking inheritance.
Right. So that's the first point. And the second point is if the wealth gap was purely white people passing property down to their children through redlining and all these other practices, why are there still far more impoverished white people than there are black people in the country?
Yeah. Okay.
Because when they talk about poverty in the black community, they're talking about disproportionate. There's still, because they're a minority population, there's still way more poor white people.
Right.
And that kind of destroys this whole argument.
Because there's 13% of blacks are only 13% of the population. So even if they're all poor and we have like 50% of people in poverty.
Yeah, it's still a lot more. Yeah.
That makes sense.
So you say, well, how come, what happened to all those poor white people? How come they didn't benefit from this white privilege, racist system, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If you're going to give the grand unified theory of race, this is the problem. Everyone wants the grand unification theory, right? Everyone wants the one thing they can point
single
to.
factor. It's easy to
Single
remember. It's the
factor, right?
one factor.
Right. That's why people like, obviously, single parent household, important factor, not the only factor, right? But it's an important factor. So the left version of that is redlining and home ownership.
Yeah.
Considering black people were enslaved for over 200 years, meaning they were not paid for their labor, and then lived under Jim Crow segregation laws for the next 90 years, I would say that it has been...
Because another problem with this, too, is that there's two issues with this that people forget. The middle class only was created recently in American history. Middle class only came about after
50s.
The Great Depression.
Yeah.
Yes, after people got back from World War II, which obviously there were still Jim Crow laws in effect.
Yeah,
but then obviously you have to contend with the Thomas Sowell argument about, well, how come wealth was higher for black communities in the 50s than it is now, supposedly, or so he claims. But Cody's not going to address any of these points.
But wealth was better for everyone in the 50s because it was like you could there was better jobs back there.
Well,
raise a family on like one income and shit.
Right. But that's income, not wealth.
Been pretty hard for black people to accumulate wealth via inheritance under those conditions. And this is not ancient history. I mean, there are people alive today whose parents were enslaved. So how about home ownership? Well, let's listen to what Richard Rothstein, author of a book, The Color of Law, has to say about the way housing policy has been implemented in this country.
And the reason is another federal program run by the Federal Housing Administration that subsidized the movement of white families out of central cities into single-family homes in the suburbs that were exclusively white. So the federal government guaranteed loans to mass production builders. The most famous example, perhaps, is Levittown. Levitt could never have assembled the capital to build 17,000 homes for which he had no buyers. He got loans guaranteed by the federal government on explicit condition, I want to emphasize that no homes be sold to African Americans, and that every home in the development had to have a clause in the deed prohibiting resale to African Americans.
The white Americans who were given government-backed mortgages for homes under this policy paid less per month to own a home than what black Americans paid for rent in public housing during this period. Those homes have since increased in value, netting those families $200,000 to $300,000 of added wealth. So is the racial wealth gap really a result?
So the problem that Ben Shapiro gets into, which I'd be very curious to see the numbers on this, is that Ben Shapiro uses the number of 1 million of millionaires, which wouldn't really be applicable because Cody's talking about 200 to 300,000.
Mm-hmm.
So I would be curious to see how much of intergenerational wealth stems back from this one program, because maybe it's a lot. I would be very curious.
I would be too, definitely.
But what's interesting, and where Cody then fucks up again, is because then he relates this back to the argument of, well, you're just giving white people free money, so therefore it's okay to give black people free money. Like he's comparing welfare to giving people home equity loans or giving people cheap mortgages.
One is going to serve you much better over the long run.
Right.
Just tell you.
One of these is incentivizing a specific behavior.
Home ownership. And
right.
The other one is
that
incentivizing.
Is believed to be productive.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay? And
and also to invest you in society. Like if you're a homeowner, you're less likely to give the cop flack because you're like, I don't want to be in jail. I have a wife and kids I have to go home to.
Right. And we could still do these policies, and I think they still do these policies for lower class individuals.
Sure, totally. I mean, the whole housing crash was basically trying to put here comes the
really. Well, not really. That's kind of the right-wing talking point, but that's not true.
Well, really. The whole idea behind the book, what created the housing crash, was trying to incentivize home ownership by allowing banks to make loans to just anyone.
No. The contention is who was incentivizing and why. Mm-hmm. So the right-wing reason is, well, it was the government trying to incentivize poor people and minorities to own homes they couldn't afford. And the left-wing explanation is actually it was the banks trying to sell off as many mortgage-backed securities as possible. Right.
Yes.
And so it's like, well, it's both of those things.
It is both. Once again, we have a both situation.
The enlightened centrist position. Both of these things are combined. Now I've seen numbers that show to me that it was really the banks who started kind of the mess in the first place. They built the hole in the first place.
They're the egg. They're the well, I guess we don't really know in a chicken or egg situation.
Well, you don't know who started first. That's not who started first isn't important. I don't even know if you can determine that. It's who was widening the hole at the speed that caused the problem.
Right, which was the banks. They're the ones.
Which was the banks
securitizing.
Right, because obviously, if they're not incentivized financially enough to do it, they're not going to do it.
Right,
and the government was getting their mortgage-backed securities through Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. Where the private banks had their own pots to do this in the first place. So,
of black culture.
African American income on average is about 60% of white income. African American wealth is 5 to 7% of white wealth. Most families in this country gain their wealth through housing equity. This enormous difference between 60% income.
Dying to know if this clip was before the housing crash or after the housing crash.
Yeah, I would assume that would change everything.
Yeah. No date on it, though, unfortunately.
Ratio and 5% wealth ratio is.
Well, and here's why this is really stupid, too. Because this could be true. This could be a completely true point. I don't know. I'd have to research it. You could bring this argument up to Ben Shapiro or Jordan Peterson or Sam Harris.
Oh, yeah. Any one of these guys would
And they would
respond.
all
Yeah.
go into it. They'd all say maybe, and they'd look into it, and they would research, and they'd find stuff out. And maybe they'd even agree with you. They'd say, yes, that's a good example of why wealth inequality exists.
None of them would be in favor of redlining.
Right. But no, we just label them as horrible racist bigots who want to perpetuate these racist programs.
Which is bullshit.
Almost entirely attributable to unconstitutional federal housing policy that was practiced in the 1930s, 40s, and into the 50s. So the wealth gap, I think, is attributable to this residential segregation.
It is obvious that a huge part of the racial wealth gap can be attributed to the federally sanctioned housing policies of this country, which included redlining, a means by which loans were explicitly and intentionally denied to individuals in black, redlined neighborhoods, and where state-backed restrictive covenants denied black people the opportunity to move into wealthier white neighborhoods. And so not only were black people not able to inherit wealth from their parents and grandparents, who were enslaved, but they were denied the opportunity to build wealth for themselves. It wasn't until 1977 that discrimination in lending for housing was outlawed. This meant that black people were relegated into...
Well, actually, it's a little misleading.
Mm-hmm.
It was actually in... I'm trying to remember. I actually had it pulled up. I don't know if I still have it.
I was spacing out. I was like, I didn't get nothing from Grams. Motherfucker.
Well, that's a big problem with this argument, is that there's lots of
Jesus
people.
Christ. I didn't get
There's
nothing.
lots and lots of people who are white that didn't get anything.
I got 4 grandparents and I got fucking jack shit.
Yeah.
Where's my house?
I think I closed
My
it.
granddad
Yeah,
had like 35 kids.
the actual law that made it illegal to do this was passed in the 50s, not the 70s.
Really? How hilarious.
Okay, well, let's see. It wasn't a law. It was in 1948, a Supreme Court decision declared that property deeds stipulating racial segregation were unenforceable as law and contrary to public policy. So there you go.
So this was done in the 50s. So the guy he's using the clip from is making the argument that he thinks the wealth disparity that exists today was a cause of a policy in the 1930s, 40s, and 50s.
He's saying, well, he said he didn't make a direct one-to-one. I think he said he thinks some part of, a big part of the wealth gap is because of that. Right. Yeah, that's what he said.
So how do we fix that? Do we just, I don't know.
They just give people houses, Adam.
Well, I mean, they didn't give them houses. They loaned them money for houses, right?
I know.
Like, what the fuck?
Yes.
Don't we have that situation now? Like, you want to buy a house? I don't know where. I feel like the housing market is kind of fucked for young people. Like, I feel like the young people are catching up with the black community as far as home ownership goes.
Yeah, no, well, it's weird because we live in a time period where interest rates are like nothing.
Yeah.
But then property is super high.
Yes.
So yeah.
Possible to obtain.
But
regardless
as you said,
of your skin color.
Right. But as you said, it's affecting everyone. It's kind of fucking everyone.
Totally. Yeah, exactly. The housing crash affected everyone. Of course, they're going to say like it affected black people worse, but
well, and it wasn't just a housing crash. It was also, here's part of the problem. It seems like maybe the government was incentivizing people buying homes too much, and that's why, it's kind of.
It was.
That's why. Although, I mean, a lot of it's just obviously population rates just keep increasing. So as long as population keeps increasing, property prices are going to keep going up. And I think mortgage-backed securities are still legal, and that's obviously adding more value to properties and raising the price further. So, and you know why that is? Adam? Because you know who owns the property?
Who?
Old people.
Oh yeah,
The
gotta
fucking
get rid of them.
boomers and silent generation people.
Got to get rid of these old people.
And you know who goes out and votes the most?
The old people.
The old people.
Yeah.
So should it surprise anyone that the people who vote the most get the most policies that helps them?
You know there's some gerrymandering going on the Democratic side to be ageist against the old people. They're like, all these old people vote Republican.
Right.
Let's make sure they can't vote.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that the gerrymandering swings both ways. So
Totally.
I highly doubt that one side is like, oh, we're the virtuous, we'll never gerrymander, and the other side's like, we're evil.
They do. No, they're all gerrymandering to shit.
Yeah. CGP Grey has a wonderful video.
He does
about possible solutions to gerrymandering, but unfortunately, the solutions are so not radical, but so
they
different
are
from
like radical.
I guess they are radical. They're so different than the system we have now that I can't foresee them ever being implemented, even if they would work.
One of them is to actually pay the analysts that do the gerrymandering to gerrymander the district proportionally so it's close to like a 50-50 thing, which is interesting.
It's like the enlightened centrist gerrymandering.
Yeah, totally. So you gerrymander the district so it's really borderline every single time. And then, obviously the centrists, the moderates are going to be tipping the election every single time.
Yeah, but that creates another problem because then you're gerrymandering towards centrism, which we would like, but I'm not sure that really fixes the problem in spirit.
I wonder also if it makes if it totally makes polarization so much harder. Like if when things are close, things are going to be more contentious. They're definitely going to be more contentious.
Right, because maybe it won't polarize things towards moderation. Because look at the last couple elections; they've all been neck and neck for president.
Yeah, so. Not many people know, but the Democrats, I think, controlled the House for something like 70 years. The Republicans didn't control the House. FDR.
Yeah, but that was back when the Democrats had the South. Yeah,
and also they were more geared towards the working class, and the working class just had a democratic advantage over the elites.
Right, but see, you don't want to get into that argument because
what do you mean?
That kind of gives ammunition to Cody's whole position here. But
what do you mean?
Because you could say, because what the left's argument is that once the Democrats became the anti-racist party, the working class abandoned them in the South because the racism overrided the economic situation, their economic allegiance.
Cody is not smart enough to make that argument, so you really don't have to worry.
They all make that argument.
Oh, okay. So it's a prepackaged argument that he could repeat.
Yes, there's definitely arguments. I've seen arguments in favor and counter arguments to that. So I haven't dived into it enough to give the Sitch seal of approval one way or the other.
Yeah. You got to do a lot of digging to get that seal of approval.
Well, this problem. I don't trust anyone. I don't trust any of these fuckers.
I don't trust these canned arguments that are just like rebuttal, like.
Right. The dialogue tree, you have it all worked out.
Yeah. I don't trust any of it.
In areas of highly concentrated poverty with elevated levels of pollution due to their proximity to freeways and toxic facilities, which caused lower life expectancy and a lack of access to upward mobility. And insidiously, the racist segregation policies that created this concentrated poverty also led to over-policing, which led to mass incarceration, which led to the loss of political power, which meant that these communities were not equipped with the political power to oppose the creation of big polluters, which led to even further loss of property values, which led to less funding for education, which led to. So given this, it's not that surprising that
I don't think any of the people he mentioned would disagree with
any
of that.
Totally. That's basically our contention with his argument. He's like, like you're basically trying to create racists out of fucking thin air here.
1 in 7 white families today are millionaires compared to 1 in 50 black families.
So maybe this is why Ben Shapiro used the millionaire a statistic because he said it was something like astronomical, something like I figured some single-digit percentage of people inherit over $1 million from their families,
Right.
assuming his statistics are true. So,
how are they defining millionaires too?
Have $1 million in wealth. What do you mean?
Okay, that's assets.
I assume. I guess I'm assuming. I don't know. It's a good question.
I'm just saying,
Or
like,
that while single white
most houses in Southern California are like pushing the $1 million range. So
right.
I'm just saying, like, million doesn't go as far as it used to.
Right.
white women between the ages of 36 to 49 have a median net worth of $42,000, and single black women in this same age range have a median net worth of $5. As Nicole Hannah-Jones, the creator of the 1619 Project, recently noted on the Ezra Klein Show,
what the census data shows is that actually lower income white Americans have more wealth than middle class Black Americans, and lower income white Americans live in wealthier neighborhoods than middle income Black Americans.
This is also weird, you know? It's almost as if the racial inequality we see in this country is not caused by Black culture, but by some sort of like a system, some sort of system that seems to involve a race somehow that gave white people some sort of like, I don't want to call it privilege, but I do, because that's what it is. So remember when Jordan Peterson said, it's not white privilege, it's wealth? Well, it turns out that wealth is a white...
Is that you over there? What's going on?
No, don't worry about it. I'm renovating.
Okay.
White privilege. A government-subsidized white privilege, and an important component to systemic racism that aggregates and grows over generations. So, you see...
So, this is the bullshit, okay? Jordan Peterson, and I have a clip of this, I think, agrees that obviously the history and oppression of Black people and the racism is what's led to the initial wealth gap, okay?
Sure, totally.
In the clip that he's talking about, he's saying that conceptualizing it as white privilege is not useful because there's a fuck ton white people out there who don't have wealth, okay?
Yes, totally.
Who are very poor and
Yeah.
don't have wealth and
Yeah.
didn't inherit anything.
Yeah.
Okay. So when you tell all those people, well, you white and your privilege, you're not really fucking moving your movement forward in a direction at all.
Yes. 6 out of 7 white families ain't got squat. Right?
Exactly.
I mean,
Right.
Ben, it doesn't really matter if we are more or less racist today than we were in 1960, because the inequities of our past collect interest. It's just also perplexing. I mean, I thought all the free stuff that created this culture of dependency was given to Black people. I mean, that's why they're so lazy, right? I mean, all the free stuff incentivizes them to just be welfare queens and live off of Uncle Sugar, right? I mean, but then could it be that this free stuff...
remember, that's when people actually were doing dog whistles. The real dog whistles.
Right. No, but that shows he doesn't understand the argument at all.
Yeah.
Okay. The problem isn't people getting free stuff. The problem is, what does the free stuff incentivize behaviorally?
Yeah, totally.
That's the problem.
And what necessarily the free stuff is. I mean, if you're giving someone a good deal on a home loan, getting them into a home, investing them in the society, like a homeowner is going to be do much better in the marriage market than a non-homeowner. You're incentivizing marriage at the same time.
Right.
Marriage civilizes men. I mean, all kinds of things are being incentivized.
Right.
I don't know that
you can't
food
compare that
stamps.
to food stamps, or not even food stamps. You can't compare that to, being paid, welfare because you don't have a job or because your job pays too little.
Yes, totally.
Not I'm against the welfare or food stamps. I'm just saying you can't compare the behavior that could incentivize or disincentivize. You can't compare that to home loans and stuff.
Welfare is awful. Welfare is totally awful. Everything I've looked into welfare is just awful.
From the government has actually been given to white people? Well, Doy Hickey, the Homestead Act, first enacted in 1862, literally gave away 10% of all land in the United States almost exclusively to white people. It is estimated.
Almost exclusively to white people? I thought, like, holy shit. That's some progress. I would have thought it would have been exclusively to white people in 1818.
Think of the straw man, the stupid straw man of this, okay? He's comparing in the 1800s,
Yeah.
giving people land that wasn't being utilized because it's the fucking 1800s.
Yeah.
Okay. Or it was being utilized by Native Americans that we purged them out because
I know.
our government was racist. But, you know, one or the other. Okay. They were giving people land to cultivate on their own. They're incentivizing a productivity.
Yes.
Right?
That's what we want to do. Does food stamps incentivize productivity, Sitch?
Well, food stamps might, because you have to eat to work.
Well, it might incentivize also the people to produce food.
Right.
These people have money. Let's sell them some food.
But I'm just saying, you can't compare that to
Totally. Yeah.
at all.
Night and day.
Very terrible comparison.
Yeah. Apples and oranges, as they say.
That nearly 46 million people living today can trace their wealth back to this act. Around the same time, slavery was...
So wait a minute. What was that statistic? Because that's what I wanted to research. See if that was true.
Sitch is so good. Listen to
land
this.
in the United States almost exclusively to white people. It is estimated that nearly 46 million people living today can trace their wealth back to this act.
46 million people.
Yeah, isn't there 330 million Americans? So there's 300, the 290 and change, 290 million who can't trace their wealth back to there.
That's interesting because
I know I'm not tracing my wealth back to the Homestead Act. How about you?
Well, obviously, I'm not either. My family didn't exist in America in 1866. So.
Neither did mine. Holy shit.
Yeah. But it says what's interesting that he said 46 million, because I just looked it up, and maybe it's just a coincidence, but it says the act opened up 46 million acres of federal land.
Oh no!
So, I don't know. I don't know if there's some number
shit.
Confusion. I don't know.
Oh,
but I'll look into this. I'm curious.
If we could get Cody and what a fucking an error.
Well,
oh my
look,
god,
it would be nice if there was some magical thing you could point to and say, this is it. This is the grand unified theory of racism and wealth inequality.
Well, I think we would all agree, including the people he's maligning as racist, that it was much more racist in the past than it is today. So,
okay, wait, here we go.
Maybe not.
The number of adult descendants of the original Homestead Act recipients living. Oh, wait a minute.
He fucked up, didn't he? Oh god.
Wait a minute. What did he say?
Literally gave away 10% of all land in the United States almost exclusively to white people. It is estimated that nearly 46 million people living today can trace their wealth back to this act.
Okay. So he said 46 million people can trace their wealth back to this act.
10% of America was given away to almost all white people.
Okay. So, but that's what he said. He said 46 million people can trace their wealth back to the Homestead Act.
He's got to be some rich motherfuckers, man.
So let me read you, because I don't know what their source is, but I found probably the quote he was pointing to that says, the Homestead Acts were unquestionably the most extensive radical redistribution of government policy in the U.S. history. The number of adult descendants of the original Homestead Act recipients living in the year 2000 was estimated to be around 46 million people.
Got him.
So, did you catch the difference?
I didn't.
The statistics, according to this article, says the 46 million number is merely the number of adult descendants whose ancestors at some point in history received land through the Homestead Act. It says nothing about wealth.
Hilarious.
Okay. So any of those 46 million people
could have got a dollar.
Could be a dollar. It could be nothing. Their family could have squandered all whatever the resources away. It just, the 46 million number, according to this article, has nothing to do with the amount of wealth. Okay.
Hilarious.
According to this article. So I don't know if Cody has a different article that says the exact amount. I don't even know how you could estimate that number. But this looks to be one of those mutant statistics.
Around the same time, slavery was abolished, and yet the formerly enslaved got nothing, not even their 40 acres and a mule. When Social Security was enacted to provide a safety net for the elderly, two industries were curiously omitted from these benefits: agricultural workers and domestic servants. Coincidentally, occupations dominated by Black, Mexican, and Asian workers. The Wagner Act gave workers the right to create unions and the right to exclude Black people from those unions, which they did. They did do that. So
that's racist and terrible too, by the way, just so you know.
Again, things that I assume everyone in the intellectual dark web would say is all terrible and horrible and contributed to,
the problem that exists today.
Poverty.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
It's creating all this racism.
According to their logic, it's actually white people that should have a culture of dependency. And in a way, we do. We have a dependency on whiteness, or what famed sociologist, historian, and civil rights activist W.E.B. Du Bois dubbed the psychological wages of whiteness. After all, as Dr. Jordan Balthazar Peterson has told us,
that's what the culture is for. That's what it's for.
I love how ferociously ignorant Dr. Jordan Bumblebee Peterson is about how, according to their
I know.
You have to go back.
Logic,
I know you're
it's actually
researching
white people that should have a culture of dependency. And in a way, we do. We have a dependency on whiteness, or what famed sociologist, historian...
We have a dependency on the mythic mono-white culture, Adam.
Yeah.
And civil rights activist W.E.B. Du Bois dubbed the psychological wages of whiteness. After all, as Dr. Jordan Balthazar Peterson has told us,
that's what the culture is for. That's what it's for.
I love how ferociously ignorant Dr. Jordan Bumblebee Peterson is about how he just made an argument for the existence of white privilege in this comment. As I already...
Wow. So Cody's so dumb that he's unable to understand Jordan Peterson's point about majority privilege versus white privilege, and why it would be incredibly useful to separate these two ideas.
Yeah, didn't all the stuff that Cody's talking about was really majority privilege back then?
Yes,
like
it was 100% majority
like
privilege.
The reason why they got the fucking land and all that shit, because they were in the majority.
Yep.
Stated, culture is not...
I mean, you want to know how it's not white privilege? This has happened in the 1800s, okay? In the 1920s, it was law that certain white people weren't allowed to immigrate to America.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
While people from Central and South America had free reign to immigrate to America. So this is why saying it's white privilege is so dumb and stupid. It literally gives the alt-right ammunition, because they're the ones that make the stupid argument that, like, America was a white country founded by white people for white people. And then these idiots,
white privilege for white privilege.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then these idiots literally just parrot the same talking points, only say that it was bad.
Yeah.
Instead of good.
Not for anything. But the social construction of whiteness surely is. But news, dude! Judge me by the content of the character.
Oh, he's still saying culture isn't... Wait a minute.
Yeah. He's flip-flopped on this argument like 7 times.
Peterson is about how he just made an argument for the existence of white privilege in this comment. As I already stated, culture is not for anything.
His whole... Wait a minute. his whole argument has been that white people have created a white culture
Yeah, exactly.
that accrues them specific benefits at the cost of black people.
Right.
And now, because Jordan Peterson said it, he has to take the opposite stance and say culture isn't for anything.
He said that in the beginning too. He's been
I know, he said
vacillating
that,
back and forth.
Yes. I just think it's very funny.
interchange. Oh, it's totally hilarious. It's like I would love to talk to this guy and actually get, like, you could ask him half a dozen questions that I just think would get him stuttering. Like, how would he handle himself in a debate with someone like Jordan Peterson or Ben Shapiro? They'd fucking annihilate him. What the fuck?
Yeah. Yep.
But the social construction of whiteness surely is. But news, dude! Judge me by the content of the character, not by the... You know? I mean, clearly, the history of this nation has not judged black people by the... You know? Now, I'm not saying that there are not white people in this country who are suffering or experiencing poverty. There clearly are. And we should do a whole lot more to help them. And, you know, poor people, as a society. It's also...
See? Mm-hmm. Are most people in poverty non-white? No.
Mm-hmm.
True that often poor whites become the collateral damage of racist policies like the war on drugs.
How come he's not saying that, though? How come he's just showing the graphic and not saying it?
Because, did you hear what he just said, though?
No, I missed it.
Okay,
I
listen,
was focusing on him showing the graphic and not actually saying, oh, yeah.
Saying that there are not white people in this country who are suffering or experiencing poverty. Mm-hmm. There clearly are. Right. And we should do a whole lot more to help them. And, you know, poor people as a society.
Okay,
listen. You know what's unhelpful?
What?
Calling them racist.
Yeah, I know. Well, and it's funny because they don't, all the poor white people are the people that vote Republican.
Yeah.
Generally, if you look at the statistical breakdown. So those are the people that apparently are all the terrible racist people.
Mm-hmm.
But listen to the point he makes right here, because it's crazy. Okay.
When poor whites become the collateral damage of racist policies like the war on drugs, and that throughout our history, politicians and corporate interests have stoked the flames of racism to prevent the forming of multiracial coalitions built on shared economic interests in order to maintain their power. In fact, the
Oh my God.
So he just said, there's so much craziness here.
That's insanity.
Yeah. So the first part of the craziness is he just said that white people are the collateral damage of racist policies. Now, you might say, wait a minute, why is that crazy? Well, let's think about this. If the majority of people in poverty are white, okay, and if they're in poverty because of some sort of government policy, would you say the majority of people is the collateral damage or the primary damage?
What's the difference?
Because by saying that the white people are collateral damage frames the argument as if these policies that have created poverty
they're aimed
are aimed at the black people.
I got
and that the white people that are poor, that's just an accident.
Yeah.
It's just collateral damage, Adam.
Yeah.
Even though they outnumber the black people that are in poverty.
You would think that was actually just aimed at the poor people.
Yes.
All the poor people, indiscriminately, regardless of race.
Yes, it's insane. Yeah. Like, wait a minute. This is how you know that this guy's fucking crazy.
Yeah,
that he's decided that he's going to purposely look through the lens of forcing everything.
Yes, totally.
To be racist.
Yeah, totally.
Right.
Which is sad. Like, how do you fix the problem of poverty if you're only going to look at it through a racial dynamic? You're not.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't. It's impossible.
If you want, that's the one clip that if you want to encapsulate the insanity of Cody Johnson. Okay.
Yeah, it's huge.
That was it. And then the second part is really funny too, because then he goes on to say,
"Oh, I know.
All these Republicans have been using racial politics
exactly,
to confuse the poor white people and to prevent them from unifying on the basis of class
this
interests
sounds really
with
familiar.
their fellow white people.
It sounds like a really. This sounds like something another party is doing, like at the same exact time.
Well, that's true, but there's another element of this. Okay, who did Cody Johnston not just spend 40 minutes railing against the concept of trying to have people in poverty unite under a colorblind idea of working towards helping each other not be in poverty? Did he not just spend 40 minutes calling Sam Harris and Jordan Peterson and Dave Rubin and Ben Shapiro racist for literally advocating for the fucking thing he's advocating right here and claiming that the Republicans are trying to prevent?
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
Fascinating.
Creation of
Cody.
American anti-black racism stems from this dynamic. And time again, we see that white people opt to maintain their privileged whiteness, despite the fact that it is often not in their interest to do so.
When they don't expand
So there you have it, folks. Okay? White people are choosing. They're making the conscious decision to fuck themselves over financially just to keep black people down.
Yeah.
This is like peak liberal left-wing bubble. Okay? Peak left-wing bubble.
You don't think that's going on, Sitch? You don't think that's what we're witnessing here? You don't think
No.
that's what's driving our elections? Come on,
No, I
Sitch.
don't.
Sitch.
I don't.
Come
I
on.
don't.
What's
I know.
wrong with Kansas?
I know. I read that book.
What's wrong with
It's
Kansas?
because of racism.
Oh, yeah.
Medicare in the South, in the former Confederate states. When we
Oh, this is my favorite. This is one of my favorites.
The truth is that the notions that we should just be colorblind and treat everyone as individuals are often code words for unfettered capped individuals that have been gutting the social.
Did I go ahead?
Whatever. Treat everyone as
I fucked it all
is
up.
because poll after poll shows it's maternal universal health.
Despite the fact that it is often.
So I accidentally went to a head where he talks about how bad colorblindness is while advocating for colorblindness 1 minute beforehand. Okay.
Not in their interest to do so.
When they don't expand Medicare in the South, in the former Confederate states, when we don't have universal health care, despite the fact that every other country who looks like us has it, when we have the lowest rate of union membership, when we have the stingiest maternal leave, like the stingiest social safety net period, is because poll after poll shows if white Americans think that a lot of black people will benefit from a social program, they oppose it.
And so
Okay. So what that person just said was that the reason we don't have universal health care or strong unions in America is because white people know it will help too many black people.
Yeah. Racism.
So
Go.
this is okay. So this is what happens. You have someone knocks at your door. They say, "Hello, sir. I'm conducting a poll about universal health care. Do you support universal health care?" "Well, of course I do. I think everyone should have health care." "Oh, that's great, sir. Hey, did you know that if you have universal health care, it will also give health care to black people?"
I hate universal health care.
I never thought about that. That's a good point. I hate universal health care. I'm going to go put my head in the oven now. Bye. Like, what the what kind of crazy fucking world do you have to live in?
It's not crazy though, because you want, like we said earlier, like the whole idea behind our political atmosphere now is just to cast the opposition as racist. So this is like the perfect argument for casting anyone
But this
against
isn't even the
universal health care
opposition.
as racist.
Well, I mean, I guess you're right. It is the opposition because they say, well, it's the right that is against
Universal health care.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
The
reason they're against it is because of racism. Yeah, exactly. No, it's perfect. It's perfect. You call them racist and you don't have to address their concerns with the policy issue at the same time.
It's so
It's genius.
fucking
It's like
crazy.
evil genius.
Oh my God. I just can't imagine the words coming out of someone's mouth and not immediately being challenged. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Why you drive, like, especially if you're debating something like universal health care and then all of a sudden you bring race into it. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I want to know what fucking study she's talking about.
Yeah.
It's like, well, once you tell them the black people are getting help, they're like, fuck them.
I want to see that poll.
Yeah,
I'm curious about that poll. Like, who answered that poll?
Yeah. The politicians use this to essentially trick white people into voting against their own self-interests.
Yeah, this is literally.
Oh man. Yeah, straight out of the
who's
Kansas
that guy you talk
movie.
about? Yeah, this is literally liberal bubble trying to create the reasoning for why people vote Republican.
Yeah.
Talking point number 1: they're tricked into being racist.
Yeah, the old "you're a dupe."
Yep.
So, which groups are weaponizing identity politics again? The truth is that the notions.
God, the fact that you are making any kind of argument that the left isn't weaponizing identity politics is ridiculous.
I know everyone's fucking weaponizing identity politics.
Totally.
They always fucking have
To get elected.
It's like
that we should just be colorblind and treat everyone as individuals are often code words for unfettered capitalism.
I know. Is he going to go off on capitalism?
No, I just love a minute before this. He's like, those Republican politicians were tricking people into not being colorblind and unionizing as one working class group. And then a minute later, he's like, if you talk about colorblind, well, that's just code word and dog whistle for unfettered capitalism.
Yeah. Nice contradiction.
Live and let live, man. Just do whatever. These ideas are used as a Trojan horse for rolling back regulations and reducing the role of government in our lives.
See? What did I tell you? It's he's literally describing it. He believes that when people talk about colorblind, it's a Mott and Bailey. But he's so fucking stupid that he's, instead of attacking what he thinks is the Trojans inside the horse, he's attacking the Mott. He's attacking the concept of colorblindness, even though he fucking supports it.
Yeah, totally. Like, why wouldn't you support it? The alternative is ridiculous.
Being racist.
Yeah.
Gutting the social safety net at the expense of the vulnerable and to the benefit of the rich and powerful. It completely ignores the central role that history has played in the fortunes of individuals that have been born into groups.
Where's the clips of Sam Harris and Jordan Peterson and Joe Rogan and all the non-Ben Shapiro people of the intellectual dark web talking about how they want to cut social safety programs? I want to see those clips.
Oh my God, they don't exist. Are you kidding? Sam Harris talking about cutting Social Security? Come on. What the fuck are you talking about?
Mr. UBI over there? Yeah.
Yeah. Come on.
That have been unjustly treated by society. You can start to see.
What about Brett and Eric?
Oh my God.
Eric, the creator of the term intellectual dark web that you love throwing around so much. Okay, and his brother, who's all on the I want Andrew Yang to be fucking president
I know,
train.
Brett, the UBI guys. Seriously.
Jesus
They're like, let's cut
Christ.
Social Security. We really need to stop giving money to black people.
See why this solution of just treating everyone as individuals, particularly in the arena of public policy, is problematic, considering that the history of this nation has not treated people as individuals. Perhaps history matters.
I have not criticized you, and I continue to not, for having the conversation. I've criticized you for having...
This one we
Fake
covered.
news.
This one's definitely in our back catalog.
Yeah.
This one was grueling. Holy shit.
It's fake. Ezra was
Ezra's so
100%
fucking smug.
criticizing him for daring to have the conversation.
Oh, totally. We've excommunicated this academic. How dare you bring him on your podcast and talk to him?
Maybe we'll talk about the side story really quick because it's kind of funny. So there was this letter that was published by Harper Magazine, which is apparently a very left-leaning publication.
Oh yeah.
That was it was an anti-cancel culture. It was a cry for being against woke cancel culture, but from the left perspective. Okay. And so it had a bunch of left-wing people sign it. It had Jonathan Haidt signed it. Matthew Iglesias of Vox signed it. Noam fucking Chomsky.
J.K.
Leftist
Rowling too.
extraordinaire.
I was thinking
Okay,
this
signed
about
it.
the J.K. Rowling thing because
J.K.
J.K. Rowling
Rowling
signed it, and this thing obviously was in the works beforehand.
Right.
So her going super like anti-woke on Twitter, she probably saw this thing coming
Oh, you're
down
right. I
the
didn't
road.
think about that.
Yeah,
Right,
so she's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
I might as well just. It's all coming out soon.
So
Yeah.
it's funny because Matt Iglesias signs this. Okay.
Is he
And
the
in
one that backed
response to
out?
that- No, he didn't back out.
Okay.
He signs this, and he works for Vox, or he co-owns Vox or something. I don't know. He's like friends with Ezra Klein.
Yes.
And they've been working at Vox together for years.
Did Ezra Klein sign it?
No.
Of course not.
Of course not. So Matt Iglesias signs this, and immediately a person, a journalist at Vox, writes a letter to the human resource department, the higher ups at Vox,
Yeah.
claiming that Matt signing this letter makes her feel unsafe as a trans person, makes it feel like she is not safe to go to work because Matt signed this letter that said cancel culture was bad, that somehow she and her identity and her core existence are under attack. Okay.
Sounds like bullshit.
So it's so funny because the Matt and all these other people sign this letter decrying cancel culture. All these fucking assholes like Cody and other people come out, and AOC say cancel culture doesn't exist. Then immediately Matt's coworker tries to get him fired for signing the letter. Okay.
Irony of ironies.
The irony of ironies. But then how does Ezra Klein respond to all this? Okay.
I don't know. How does Ezra Klein respond?
Well, it's very funny because at first he says nothing. He's very silent.
Mm-hmm.
But then a couple days go by on Twitter, or a day goes by on Twitter, and he fucking subtweets the letter, insulting the entire concept of those people who are claiming they're being attacked by cancel culture.
Really?
Even though his own friend, Matt, is literally being attacked for signing the anti-cancel culture letter.
So Ezra Klein came out in support of the letter, is what you're saying?
No, he came out
Against
it.
Well, what does
He came out-
subtweeting mean? I mean, did he subtweet it and say, fuck this letter, fuck off? Or did he subtweet
Yes.
it and say, this is
Ezra
the best
Klein-
thing I fully support?
Ezra Klein subtweeted it and said, fuck this.
He said, fuck this. That's what I would
Fuck
think.
this
Yeah.
letter.
I was going to say, for a minute there, I thought Ezra Klein actually grew a spine. And my
No.
brain kind of exploded. I was melting down thinking, what? Ezra Klein backed this letter up? Come on. No way. That doesn't seem possible.
So what here I found the tweet.
Okay.
Ezra said, a lot of debates that sell themselves as actually being about free speech are actually about power.
He takes a
there's a lot
jab
of-
at free speech at the same
Yep.
time. What a bastard.
And there's a lot of power in being able to claim and hold the mantle of free speech defender.
Oh my God. Hilarious. Hilarious.
So Matt responds to this saying, should I reply to this with a concrete example or stick to my comments to you?
Why is this happening on
stick to
Twitter?
my-
What the
Or wait,
fuck?
or he says, or stick to my commitments to you.
Oh,
okay.
okay.
So apparently, Matt and Ezra talked about the cancel culture letter
Yeah.
privately, and Ezra asked him not to make any comments about it.
Totally. He's like, should I stick to my commitments? I thought we weren't talking about this. Now
And
you're
then Ezra
blasting
fucking-
me on Twitter.
Yeah, weaselly,
Dude,
slimy
oh my
Ezra
God. Oh
goes
my
on
God.
Twitter to fucking virtue signal after having this private conversation with his own friend, supposedly.
Do you think
and
it's
coworker.
virtue signal, or you think it's like someone Ezra's dating is like, oh my God, I cannot believe you did not respond to that. No blowjobs for a month.
I know. And then Ezra claimed, he's like, the idea that I would try to get Matt, literally my co-founder. Okay, so this is his co-founder, not just someone coworker. His co-founder, an oldest friend in journalism, fired over this letter is risible. I've never heard that word.
Wiseable.
Risible.
Huh.
Risible.
Okay.
I've asked Matt and others at Vox to not subtweet colleagues. My mistake here is that this reads like a subtweet of him when it honestly wasn't. Really? What the fuck was the tweet about?
Was he backpedaling there? It sounds like a little backpedal.
it sounds. Risible, adjective, to provoke laughter. Okay. Anyways, so there's Snaky Ezra Klein subtweeting the thing he asked his co-founder and older journalist friend not to tweet about.
Yeah. We had an agreement. You broke it, Ezra. Why are they
having the conversation?
Why is this shit taking place on Twitter? Twitter's going to destroy the world.
Yeah. Twitter's the great filter.
That's fucking nonsense. Don't talk about this shit on Twitter, guys.
Conversation without dealing with and separating it out and thinking through the context and the weight of American history on it. Not the weight of American history.
The weight of American history is completely irrelevant to...
no, it can't possibly be irrelevant on something that even you admit is environmental.
The only thing that is relevant... So, yes, but that part of the conversation has been had. You don't have to talk about slavery. You don't have to talk about the specific injustices in the past to have a conversation about the environmental factors that very likely keep people back.
No, Sam! You absolutely do have to talk about those
Why?
things.
Yeah, dude. This is
so Sam's
infuriating.
Point is, yeah, Sam's point. Well, everyone's had that conversation about these specific points a million times.
Yeah, we know how we got here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, everyone agree. Not everyone. Most people, 99% of fucking people agree how we got here.
Yes.
But here's a conversation that no one fucking is allowed to have, but I also think is pertinent to the conversation.
Yeah.
Okay. And then whenever I try to have that conversation, you pretend like no one's talking about all the history of slavery and systemic oppression that everyone's been talking about for the last 50 fucking years and everyone acknowledges.
Totally. Yeah, we need to have a conversation not about how we got here, but how we get to there. But you won't let us have that fucking conversation because every time we want to talk about the actual factors that may be causing us, maybe preventing us from getting to this great utopia where everyone this has the same kind of resources at their disposal. Every time we want to talk about that, you want to bring up racism, just talking about statistics and shit. Like we have to identify the problem before we can solve it. Come on.
Come on.
Come on!
Because besides the fact that the quote-unquote racial IQ gap has significantly narrowed in the amount of time that could not possibly be ascribed to genetic
I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Factors. The fact is, the entire enterprise of attempting to study the genetics of race and intelligence is built on a foundation of bullshit. Because, and
Sam Harris did not want to have this conversation to talk about race and IQ. Like he's not inviting Charles Murray onto his podcast to talk about race and IQ. Charles Murray was wrongly maligned about being obsessed with race and IQ by the left. His book covered a lot of different other things, like it's a completely tiny part of the book. And Sam Harris felt like he himself had been part of that wrongfully maligning of Charles Murray over completely innocuous shit. And he felt guilty about it because Sam Harris is the warrior for truth, facts above all else, uncomfortable facts even above all else. And that's why he had him on. But both this guy, Cody, and Ezra Klein, obviously the worst, want to characterize Sam Harris as having Charles Murray on his podcast as Sam Harris is obsessed with race and IQ. It's fucking bonkers. Total bullshit.
I don't think I've said this yet, but race is not real. It is a social construct.
See, even saying that is completely fucking offensive because he's painting Sam Harris as a race realist. Him making the argument right here that race is not real implies, ergo procto, vis-a-vis, that Sam Harris believes that that's true. That's not what I would not characterize Sam Harris as a race realist in any fucking universe.
We made it up.
So you called Sam Harris a race realist?
No, he's basically sitting here and he's going to make the anti-racist race realist argument to rebut something Sam Harris said when Sam Harris isn't even talking about race realism.
Nice.
Yeah. No, it's infuriating. Like, I apologize. I'm throwing out like the F-bomb right and left. But this mischaracterizing people as racist is only done, like, it's skeezy. It's totally done for political gain, and it's infuriating. It's totally infuriating.
Like money. There is no genetic or biological legitimacy to the concept of race whatsoever. There is more genetic diversity within racial groups.
Then why? I don't. First of all, you have to define your terms.
Than between them. A black.
I mean, there's innocuous shit like how can you make the argument that the left is making about coronavirus being more toxic for the black community if race is not a real thing?
Well, I assume they're saying it's not because of some biological thing like vitamin D because of melanin. I'm assuming they're saying it's just because people are racist against black people, or since they're disproportionately poor, like they're disproportionately,
They
like,
can't
obviously if
afford
you're
vitamin
poor,
D?
you're gonna get, well, no, you're gonna get like you're gonna get shittier medical treatment. I don't know.
Okay,
I
so
don't know
they're
what
not tying it to any kind of.
I would imagine.
So they're not tying it to any kind of genetic feature.
Right.
Gotcha.
Black person could be more genetically similar to a white person than to another black person. There is more genetic diversity with black people than any other racial group because, you know, we all came from Africa. Originally, we're all...
And that, okay, this is just such a weird, like, tangent.
Yeah.
Sam Harris isn't making a race realism argument. Ever.
Totally. Yeah.
What's the point of this?
All Africans. We spent a majority of our time on this planet, on this one continent. We should be proud of our African heritage. And even if you insist on making some sort of racial distinction, according to Ancestry.com, the average African American has about 30% European ancestry. You know, because partially the rape of enslaved people. Looking at you, Thomas Jefferson, you founding.
How does Ancestry.com even do that? If like how are they drawing their racial lines?
I don't know. I mean, they do. I don't know
Yeah.
what the science behind that is. But...
Father of America, you, and then add on top of that the other layer of bullshit to this debate that the very concept of intelligence is completely subjective and breathtakingly complex.
So wouldn't it be productive for society then to try to dismantle? We know you guys like to dismantle things, right? We know the left likes to dismantle things. Wouldn't it be productive to dismantle the concept of race instead of solidifying it? Okay, shouldn't we dismantle the concept of race and try to advocate for a colorblind society instead of solidifying the concept of race and saying, if you're white, you're inherently racist and you inherently gain benefits from a racist white system, and if you do not agree with me, then that just proves you're a white racist?
You would think. You would definitely think, but you'd be wrong.
A little bit of mixed messages here.
Complex. And the idea that we could come up with a single test and number to accurately measure it or proclaim to understand its significance or be able to quantify it on a genetic level is absurd.
Okay, so now he's going everywhere. Now he's attacking the concepts of IQ tests, which, yeah, obviously IQ
No, they
tests aren't
always
perfect.
do this. They always do this.
They always do this.
There's no now he's going down there's no real such thing as IQ. So fuck, like, why are we even talking about this?
Which is, yeah, obviously IQ tests aren't perfect. I've talked about specific examples in the past, but what is undeniable is that IQ is correlated with intelligence and is correlated with success in society.
Yeah, that's
so.
Yeah. This is
not
what
the only factor, but it's a factor.
Yeah. This is the real point of the bell curve. The bell curve is not about race and IQ. The bell curve is about creating a cognitive elite by structuring a society that only rewards higher IQ, always disproportionately.
Right.
Yeah.
There is no gene for intelligence. And so the endeavor of seeking out and comparing the genetic factors involved in intelligence to groups that are not genetically defined but socially constructed is by very definition an invalid scientific endeavor.
You know what? I sort of agree with that. That yes, it doesn't make sense to take every single black person and group them together and then create an average IQ. It would make far more sense to separate everyone, white and black, not according to their skin color, but according to their specific ethnic background, to see if there's some sort of pattern that will emerge.
I'm trying to figure out how you can build, like, how can you say race doesn't exist yet still call people who advocate for a colorblind society racist? Don't both those like, if you're saying race doesn't exist, don't you automatically live in a colorblind society?
Because when they say race, when they pretend, because Adam, they're only pretending to be colorblind, okay?
Right.
It's all an illusion. It's all a trick.
But listen, if you say you're colorblind, that proves you're a racist, and race isn't really a thing. Like, follow that logic train.
I know.
Follow that logic train to
I know.
to Funky Town with me here. Like, what the fuck just happened there?
Well, does it? Yeah,
Hold on.
it doesn't
Race
matter.
doesn't exist, right? But
Right.
if you claim to be colorblind, if you claim to say, okay, I agree with you, race doesn't exist, because, you know, we should all just treat everyone as individuals. Racist.
I know. You can't win, but that's the Kafka trap. You can't win. There's no way out.
It's just fucking crazy. The logic of the left. We got to get Ben Burgess on. He needs to explain this logic to us.
Yes.
You win, Cody. I believe race doesn't exist. What now, bitch? Colorblind society or what?
Yep.
Rests on entirely unscientific notions about the nature of race and intelligence. The fact is that the only aim of this project is to reinforce the notion that there is something inherently and innately inferior about black people.
You have to predicate this whole segment on he's basically forced Sam Harris into a raced realist position where Sam Harris is only interested in race and IQ. And he's basically rebutting that, which isn't Sam Harris's position at all.
I know. Yeah, but that's what's so slimy and dishonest
It is
about
totally.
Cody.
There are legitimate race realists in the world, though. Fucking
right.
Like, why don't you attack? There are people who are obsessed with race and IQ. Why don't you attack them?
You think any of the people who openly advocate themselves as race realists, like Sam Harris, or Ben Shapiro, or Jordan Peterson, or any of these fucking people?
Yeah.
Spoiler warning.
They don't. Yeah, exactly.
They really don't.
Ben Shapiro's not Ben Shapiro. Well, Ben Shapiro's a Jew.
He's a
sorry
evil Jewish Zionist.
Yeah,
exactly.
And Jordan Peterson is a Zionist shill, a secret Zionist shill. Come on.
That's right. That's right.
As Ezra Klein states, throughout our history.
Oh, by the way, we're 45 minutes into the video.
We're doing good.
Has he ever defined systemic racism?
Oh, no, that's not. Come on. This video is about how to pretend systemic racism doesn't exist. Like, you think he's actually going to define systemic racism? He did a little bit, and you resisted. Like, he has thrown out that
No. All he said was that systems are more than laws. That's all he said.
Yeah, he's saying, like, policies at work can be racist, and that's not necessary. Like, that's still
does that
part
mean
of the
that
system.
his definition is, well, systemic racism applies not just to laws, but policies that are implemented by society?
It'd be
Is that
great
his
to
definition?
ask him.
Because that's not even the fucking correct definition.
True.
That's not even the correct woke definition.
I know. It's neither correct definition. He threw it out there.
I just think it's hilarious. 45 minutes in, we haven't got a clear definition of what the fuck systemic racism even means.
This video is very poorly. Well, I guess this is what I mean. He's talking exclusively to the woke.
Yes.
I guess this is what they want. I mean, it's not really. It's just kind of a jumble of gotchas. I guess that's what they want. Just a jumble of gotchas.
This is very poorly constructed if you're trying to make a well thought out, reasoned, logical, honest argument, but very well planned out if you're trying to be a dishonest political shill hack and label the IDW as the horrible race realists that they secretly all are.
What is the goal? Why are they even going after? Like, Sam Harris is a fucking anti-Trumper to the core. Like, why?
I know.
Why go after Sam Harris? I don't understand.
I don't know, because liberals get the bullet too.
Because they can, just to increase his own profile, maybe.
Because I bet you. Okay, I'm gonna do some mind reading. I'm gonna do some ass pulling. Okay, this is my prediction. He saw the Ben Shapiro systemic racism video.
Totally.
Because everyone in BreadTube was responding to that. Everyone. They all watched it and they all responded to it. Okay. And he follows all these people. He saw it. Okay. And he said, I need to make my video responding to that. But he's like, oh shit, everyone's already responded to that already. I can't just respond to Ben Shapiro's systemic racism video because that's old news. How do I make it new and fresh and different to get them YouTube views? I know. Let me just drag everyone in. Let me just drag every possible IDW people because I know my side doesn't like them. Let me just drag them into it. That's new. That's fresh.
Yeah. Yeah, just attack our enemies.
Exactly.
Descended white men of scientific mind looked around them, looked at the society they saw, looked at the outcomes people had in the society they saw, looked at the science pulled from those outcomes, right? And it was called science back then too. And said, you know what? What we are seeing here is a result of innate differences between the races.
So let's pause for a moment.
Yes, let's pause for a moment. Are you familiar with Always Sunny in Philadelphia, Adam?
I have seen the show a couple times.
Okay.
Maybe not an entire episode.
There's a famous bit called Science is a Liar Sometimes. Okay? Where a character is advocating against evolution. And the argument he makes is that science is a liar sometimes. And he talks about all the past people in science who have made incorrect scientific assertions about the nature of reality. And he goes, Galileo, even though he believed, that the Earth revolved around the sun, he thought that comets were an optical illusion. He didn't really know what comets are, so he's a fucking liar. And he goes through, a series of science.
He discredits all the scientists.
Yes. So his entire point is because science is wrong sometimes, that means it's okay to just throw science away all the time.
Yeah.
Okay. Ezra Klein. Oh, and the
just
character
did the same thing.
Right. So the character in Sunny Philadelphia that makes the argument, you're supposed to realize that it's an absurd, terrible argument. That's the joke of the show. Okay. That's a stupid argument. Ezra Klein literally just made that fucking argument for real.
Yeah.
And consider how this web of intellectual darks could be so thoroughly and embarrassingly wrong about race in America. Now,
this is so insidious. Like he keeps hitting this racism is over thing. Like fucking back
the
up.
literal first clip.
I know the very first clip he fucking plays is Dave Rubin, the bottom of the intellectual dark web.
The bottom rung of the intellectual dark web.
Yeah. No one's saying racism is over, dude.
Yep.
To be clear, these guys don't all universally share the same views on every issue. That's the...
Even though I've literally been pretending for the last 46 minutes that they do. But if after 46 minutes of straw manning and lying, I make a statement that says, well, they don't actually do that, well, that makes it all better.
Half of his audience is checked out by 46 minutes. Like, he only put this in there to cover his own ass.
I know.
Appeal of the association of the clever guys. Sam Harris would not claim.
So he understands that he's fucking a lying piece of shit. And he's doing it anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Look at
it's systemic racism.
Look, it's even got Michael Shermer in there. God damn, he hates Trump.
Exist at all. And even Jordan Peterson.
So wait a minute. Is he going to backtrack the whole first part, the full first 3/3 of this movie.
Now that his audience
video,
is checked
Same
out,
views on every issue. That's the appeal of the association of the clever guys. Sam Harris would not claim that systemic racism doesn't exist at all. And
oh my God. Holy shit. It's like you're just a lying piece of shit this whole time. And you know it. It's amazing. I didn't see this part. I didn't get to this part, Adam.
Really?
I checked out too. I never got to this part.
I got to
didn't
this
realize
part. Yeah.
that he literally admits to being a fucking liar in the video.
Sad but true.
Oh my God. This is incredible.
And even Jordan Peterson has acknowledged that it's a factor that contributes to inequality.
One of the factors. One of many, many factors.
Oh, look, he got Paul in there. Did you see that?
Oh, yeah.
He did.
It must be one of his videos.
Yeah.
So, while Sam Harris, a prominent...
It's funny he's watching Paul's videos.
An atheist and self-proclaimed liberal may seem like an unlikely member of this brainy bleak batch, he is also part of the problem and has thrown in his lot with these right-wing reactionaries because it turns out they have a lot in common. For starters, they all share...
See, he's like, well, even though I totally lied about Sam Harris and Jordan Peterson, let me explain to you why it's okay.
Yeah. Because he's...
a disdain for...
Because he's thrown his lot in.
Yes, he's thrown his lot.
right-wing... He had the nerve to interact with these right-wing reactionaries who... Like, go back to the fucking picture. Which one of those people in the intellectual dark web is a fucking reactionary?
Right.
None of them.
Well, it's funny because even... I mean, you could claim... The only person you could claim as reactionary is Dave Rubin, right? Like Ben Shapiro has been pretty firm on his position for the beginning, right?
Well, Ben Shapiro is the only one that I would even consider a traditional conservative. I think a reactionary is like a traditionalist. Am I wrong about that?
No, that is generally what they're talking about. But usually it's structured in the way like they're reacting to current culture, you know?
Okay, so you're like, I
mean,
know.
I guess well, it depends because obviously Ben Shapiro is
Christina Hoff Sommers a second wave feminist. How could you call that a fucking reactionary?
I know.
What the fuck? In what bizarro world?
It's crazy, Adam.
I know. It's
crazy.
Who aside from Ben Shapiro could you call a traditional conservative of all the people that are? He just had the picture up. That's why I was like, oh yeah, Christina Hoff Sommers is in there.
No, in the picture you have the Weinsteins. Obviously not.
Neither one of them are traditional conservatives. Yeah, Joe Rogan. Come on.
You have Shermer.
Come on now.
Not.
Yeah, Michael Shermer was advocating for doing mushrooms and LSD and shit. Yeah, fucking total traditional conservative. You're right.
And wasn't he also
the fucking atheist?
Polygamy too.
That
open marriage.
Not for himself, but I mean, he does talk. They have talked about that kind of stuff. Yeah, I'm like, dude, what bizarre world do we live in here?
He's a right-wing reactionary, Adam.
Sam Harris, who's like pitching his mindfulness Buddhism app, doesn't ring traditional conservative to me.
Who wants to create a whole foundation of morality that's secular and not based on Christianity? Like his fucking claim to fame.
Who are we talking about here? All these people are disaffected liberals, and you're calling them right-wing reactionaries.
I know.
It's
crazy.
It's lies. It's complete lies.
The left and their supposed suppression of
like you said, I think he got triggered by Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro made some. I got to see this video you're talking about. Ben Shapiro made some stellar arguments, and he's like, I can't respond directly to Ben Shapiro's arguments because, I'm a fucking idiot. I don't have any arguments of my own. Here, let me just attack the intellectual dark web and smear them all as racist and right-wing reactionaries when none of them actually are.
Right.
The end.
Free exchange of ideas. Sam believes that the left has deemed it not okay to...
Oh my God. Dude, Sam Harris fucking loves the left. What are you talking about? Does this guy even listen to his podcast regularly? Dude,
it's like he can go angry, he can go the left, like oh, they're just overreacting to this. It's like that's what he's been doing the entire time.
When has
About
Sam
the
Harris?
right.
When has the Sam Harris ever attacked the left about anything? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Realist right, the reactionary intellectual dark web.
Sam Harris does not attack the left. Okay, every time he brings one of his anti-Trump buddies on, it's like a hug fest for 35 minutes as they bitch and moan about the right.
Right.
Do you even
Well, Sam
listen
Harris
to his
makes a
podcast?
distinction between the woke warriors and the left very clearly.
Yeah. So why is okay? So he's just conflating. Then is basically what
Yes.
he's saying. He's like, anytime you attack the woke, you're attacking the left.
Well, I mean, Sam Harris has talked about problems on the left.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
I'm sure
totally.
he's talked about
Yeah, I would classify Sam Harris as an anti-SJW. I would definitely. Like
Right.
he's fucking against.
But you see, Adam,
But he's on the left. I mean, he's very much
SJWs
on the left.
according to Cody and the other breadtube ass fucks,
Yeah,
SJW is the left.
is the
now.
left. I know exactly.
They're literally making the right wing
reactionaries argument. That's exactly what I was going to say. The right wing reactionary.
Reactionary argument.
This is exactly what the right wing reactionaries want to say. They want to say, "What are you talking about? All of the left is SJW." No, that's not the case.
Yep.
There are these fucking insane woke warriors that are masquerading as liberals when really they're illiberal as fuck.
Yep.
And Cody fits in that group, I guess, nicely.
To talk about anything to do with race and gender. Yet when it comes to the issue of reparations, he thinks we should wait.
So I put out a tweet. I thought it's very relevant to this. It's very fun. Where Joe Biden met with Bernie Sanders and they had some meeting about, I don't know, reforms and policies that could possibly be implemented in a Joe Biden presidency. And it's so funny because it was the classic example of one screen, two movies. Okay. Because I saw back-to-back on my YouTube subscription feed, based on the same meeting, I saw Jimmy Dore saying, "Oh my God,
Oh, I saw
Joe
that tweet.
Biden." Joe Biden told Bernie Sanders to fuck off and didn't want to listen to anything Bernie Sanders said. And Joe Biden's a total neoliberal corporate shill.
I saw this.
That's what Jimmy Dore rails on for 20 minutes. And I'm listening to this. And I'm like, oh. And then I click the next video in my queue, and it's Tim Pool for 20 minutes saying, Joe Biden has become an extreme leftist. He's basically just wearing a Bernie Sanders mask at this point. He's totally given in to the left on everything. I'm just
God
like,
damn, why are we letting
what is
these
this?
people?
What the fuck is this world?
Why are we letting these people drag us around by the nose, man? This is fucking ridiculous.
It's terrible. Oh.
Wait a
And then
couple of
Cody's
years
over here
before
like,
we
I bet you Cody would agree with Jimmy Dore. I bet you. 100%.
It doesn't even matter who Cody agrees with because it's just.
Well, I'm just saying it just shows that he's part of this fucking bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah.
have that conversation.
I'm totally.
Both of those takes are so far from reality, though. It doesn't like what the fuck.
I know.
How could you endorse either one of them?
I know.
Totally open-minded on the reparations issue, but talk about another way to lose to Trump, right? I mean, this is let's wait 2 years before we have this conversation.
And the truth is,
Yeah, Sam Harris being anti-Trump.
Well, see, I just think it's hilarious. So you have Sam Harris, okay, who always have a special place in my heart because, like him or like me, he's the eternal pragmatist. He's
Oh
like,
yeah,
I want
yeah, me too.
solutions here. I want to see what will happen. And he's like, yeah. We can talk about reparations, but that's a losing argument right now. You're going to totally fucking lose every single person to vote onto Trump if you make reparations a part of the Democratic platform. And this fucking idiot is like, see, Sam Harris is a piece of shit. Because he actually wants to advocate for productive political power that's possible. What an asshole.
I know. Oh, I can't remember the book that I read. Shortly after Trump won, I read a book about liberalism that was kind of anti SJW, but the guy was totally making a pragmatic argument that you can't help any of the people that the left want to help, the alphabet people, the minority population. You can't help if you don't have political power. Like, it was a complete pragmatic argument, the same exact argument that Sam Harris is making.
Right.
But supposedly Cody here thinks, being out of power is the way to help these people.
Well, that's what's so funny about the bread tube and the Bernie or Bust people. Because when Bernie loses through the fucking democratic process, fairly, okay, yeah, he had negative articles written about him that weren't fair, but that's not why he lost, okay?
Yep.
He loses through the normal democratic process, and then Bernie endorses Joe Biden because he understands how politics works, and all the bread tube people lose their fucking minds. They go, oh my God, Bernie Sanders wants to actually advocate for political change that's fucking possible instead of just going off into a tailspin of fucking idealism and crashing in the rocks below and exploding. Oh, terrible. He betrayed us.
Sitch, you have to advocate for the impossible. Are you kidding me? Come on. Principles.
But see, that's why, as much as I like Brett Weinstein.
Oh, he's advocating for the impossible right now.
And we all know I like Andrew Yang. He's advocating for like this fucking ghost shot in the dark bullshit that's never gonna happen.
He knows, though. He knows. He's just trying to get it in front of the public. He knows he has an opportunity now to get, like, Brett is also a pragmatist. I know.
Yes.
Like Andrew Yang is
assume.
Andrew Yang is a pragmatist. Like, he knew he didn't have a shot in hell of winning.
He was just trying to change the conversation. Yeah.
Trying to change the conversation, and maybe he has a shot next time around. That's the way these things go.
Here's why I don't disagree. Here's why I might disagree with you in terms of Brett, because I made this literal exact argument to Brett.
Right.
He yelled at me. He disagreed.
Oh, the truth is coming out here, Brett.
No, he didn't yell at me, but he disagreed with me on Twitter because I said, "Wait a minute. If we're looking at this pragmatically, you can say," because he was going all Bernie or bust. I was saying Bernie has substantially changed the Democratic position. He's pushed Biden to the left. Okay, I think it's undeniable. Obviously not to the Tim Pool. He's wearing the Bernie Sanders mask, but he's talking about a public option. Okay, if we get a Democrat president, there's going to be some form of public option that would not have happened.
Public option,
right? For healthcare, that wouldn't have happened before. Okay, and I said this to Brett. I said, wait a minute. If you're going against Biden, aren't you basically saying that there's it's an all or nothing situation? Right. There can be no compromise. There can be no working within the system. So I don't know if I agree with him.
What did he yell?
He was like, no, that kind of thinking is what's, had us mired in fake change for generations.
That does sound like he's a Bernie bro.
Not
gonna lie.
Right. So that sounds like idealism crashing into the rocks below because it's not pure enough.
Yeah, it does. The book, I looked it up. It's Mark Lilith, The Once and Future Liberal, After Identity Politics. So this book came out shortly after the election where he was pitching. He was like, this woke shit's going to get us in trouble. Like, we're never going to win another election.
Fucking David Shore. Okay, perfect example. Guy tweets out research by a black man that says, hey, rioting and looting only helped Richard Nixon get elected. Not really the best pragmatic political strategy. And they're like, you know what, David? Fuck yourself.
Racist.
You're fired.
Yeah, exactly. We are living in a Salem witch trial situation. We really are.
Right.
Like, things are going crazy. I don't know what you do when all of a sudden anyone can just point and go, racist. And then it's like, okay, get the coals hot. We got to string them up.
Well, and it's so bullshit because, again, it only goes in one direction. I don't think that the football player guy, I don't think he's fired. For literally, he literally tweeted out a fake Hitler tweet. Or quote, not tweet. Obviously, Hitler didn't tweet anything. A fake Hitler quote where Hitler was claiming that that white Jews really secretly know that black Jews are the true Jews, and that's why white Jews are trying to keep them down.
Right. Well, so
fucking guy.
Yeah. So it's a P plus P equals R thing. Like he's protected by that. That
yeah,
shit's
but
working.
he's protected.
Yeah.
Right.
But
Same
that's
thing
the
with-
same thing. It's the Salem witch trial thing. It's like why were certain people why were certain people like the arbiters of who is the witch among us? It's the same exact thing. You're just like, come on, it's still crazy.
Yeah, exactly. But no, as AOC and all these other fucking morons say, cancel culture doesn't exist.
Yeah. That's what One Species said.
That's what One Species said. In response to this fucking asshole's video.
They all share the broad strokes of the same explanation for racial inequality. That the cause of racial inequality is in large measure due to the innate characteristics of black people.
Oh my God. That's so fucking... Isn't their response is, it's complicated. Like, that's their fucking response.
So, according to Cody Johnson, every person on this picture, which doesn't even include fucking Dave Rubin and
Dave
Shapiro.
Rubin's on there. What are you talking
Dave
about?
Rubin's there, but Ben Shapiro's not on there.
Oh my God, the guy he's targeting isn't even on there.
Ben Shapiro isn't even on the fucking page. Okay, the
Poor
most
Brett.
conservative person.
Poor
there.
Heather. Poor Heather.
Right. Yeah, Heather in there too. Somehow, I don't know how she snuck in there, but even Ben's not on the page, and he just said all these people believe in that black people are just inherently
genetically inferior.
Yes.
That's such lies.
I think that's like a slander lawsuit right there.
I wish someone with money would fucking just drop one on this guy. Seriously. Like Jordan Peterson, please fucking keep this guy's attorney busy from here until eternity. Seriously, until there's some ramifications for this kind of stuff, it's going to continue.
Jordan Peterson isn't in the picture too.
Jordan Peterson isn't in there, no.
Was he in the? I thought he was in the original article, wasn't he?
Probably so, but he probably was like, "What? You want me to take a picture next to this huge fucking pot plant? Ask Sam Harris to do it. He'll do anything." Should we bring those pictures up? Those pictures are insane. Brett
those
felt
pictures
so
are awful. Those pictures are awful.
They're like trying to make him look like a rock band from like the 80s.
Yeah, no, it was some famous
photographer.
Oh,
but yeah.
It's just they're the worst.
Probably some non-binary person, and they couldn't say no. They're like, "Oh shit, I'll be canceled if I tell them no."
And Sam Harris really got stiffed. I mean, Sam Harris is the worst. He's like in a bush. He's literally standing.
Oh, that's like pot. This is like a huge marijuana plant.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess he wasn't in the original.
Sam, stand over there by the pot forest.
How is Jordan Peterson not in the original article?
I don't know.
Right? That's super weird.
Maybe he cut him off. It does say the intellectual dark we.
Their genetics.
Maybe.
Oh, see, he does genetics.
And their culture quality. That the cause of racial inequality.
Before we have this conversation.
And the truth is, they all share the broad strokes of the same explanation for racial inequality. That the cause of racial inequality is in large measure due to the innate characteristics of black people, their genetics and their culture, and that the solution to this problem is for society to become colorblind and for black people to, pick themselves up by their bootstraps.
So Jordan Peterson is talked about in the original article, but there's no picture.
Oh, I figured.
So
you
I
can't
assume
have
it's,
an
as you said,
article.
he's
Come
like,
on.
I'm not taking.
Yeah. You want me to do what? You want me to put this flashlight up my butt? No, fuck you. I don't care. I don't care how artsy this picture is.
There you go.
I can't believe this is totally. No wonder everybody hates the intellectual dark web. You got liars like this just completely fucking fabricating nonsense about this bull. Like
they're all race realists. Remember the Joe Rogan podcast where he talked about race realism for 4 hours with Bren Schwab and Alex Jones?
No, because it doesn't exist. It never happened. Come on.
I remember that episode.
Possible. These basic ideas are not new, but the most recent configuration of this fundamental error in reasoning, which has equipped a generation of young people with the rationale.
Now he's going to talk to us about errors in reasoning.
Think
What
think
the
of
fuck?
the children, Adam. Think of the pipeline.
You want to know an error in reasoning?
Everything he
This
said
whole
so far.
fucking video.
Yeah, I know.
To justify racial inequality and racist policies with racist ideas. And
Nobody's trying to justify racial inequality, okay? We're trying to clearly identify the factors so that we can solve the problem. None of these people are into racial inequality.
Right.
If any of these people had a big candy red button on their desk that said "End racial inequality," they would be fucking like, come on.
and or the racist ideas to serve as a justification for racial inequality and racist policies. Take your pick. So when you consider the level of crime in the black population, if you were Sam Harris, you might conclude that this is evidence of a cultural problem.
At minimum, we have a cultural problem that has to be solved. And only the black community can really solve it. I mean, this is something, it's like, and on some level, understanding the origins, even if we knew that the origin of the problem was white racism. We have slavery, we have Jim Crow, and then we have a direct, just line of falling dominoes to the problem of inner city violence, for, black teenagers. Let's just say that was true. That still doesn't tell you what the remedy is now. I mean, how do you get people to live different lives now?
Oh my God, Sam Harris saying something complicated, nuanced, and true. Oh my God, what
I
a
know.
racist.
Well, exactly. I'm sitting here going, yeah. Remember what I talked about 4 hours ago about the culture of honor and the culture of dignity? Like, how do we move more towards the culture of dignity and away from the honor culture that fucking is destroying like the Middle East and fucking was lame in the wild, what made the wild west the wild west? This whole fucking slap you in the face and paces at noon and shit like that.
Well, it's so funny because he this whole time has been strawmanning Sam Harris, saying, "Oh, he's a race realist that believes there's some inherent racial problem in the black community," and then he plays a clip of Sam Harris saying everything about systemic racism and how it created the situation.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we want to talk about how to get past it. Like, let's figure it out. Come on, give us some solutions, Cody.
Value their lives.
So, according to Sam, even if the origins of violence in the black community lie in our history of racism and racist policies, now it's just up to those violent blacks to change their culture, might I humbly suggest.
Oh, hold on. Don't pause it. We got a suggestion coming.
That perhaps we try things like investing in black communities, funding public education or housing, or public health, or ending the war on drugs before we bolster the claim that it...
Well, ending the war on drugs is just going to take one more opportunity away from them. But
I'm pretty sure everything he just said is things that Sam Harris...
Totally.
Basically everyone in the intellectual dark web, with the exception of maybe Dave Rubin and Ben Shapiro, would all say they're in favor of.
Yes, yeah. You want to drop a pallet of money into the educational system? Sam Harris is all for it.
He's all for it. This is why this is so fucking disgustingly dishonest.
Yeah.
Extreme minority of violent offenders in a...
And also it's weird because I don't know if he said it now.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he said it. He said something. Didn't he say that like he conflated culture with like innateness, like as if your people are like have this culture innately inside them, and that's what Sam Harris is saying.
No, he said he separated the two. It's either their culture or their biology, but
okay.
He's not explaining the culture. I mean, I've gone further in explaining the honor culture distinction, but like you can't say. I mean, you might get some right wingers that would say that honor culture is based on race, but that's where I disagree with them wholeheartedly.
Right.
Like it's based on environment. The environment creates a culture. Any kind of low resource environment, you're going to create an honor culture. This is just fucking. We have enough study, enough research to know this. It's going to play
population of 42 million people in this country is an indicator that this community has the cultural problem of not valuing their lives. The truth is that this grid of grimy
Do you think poor people value their lives more than
I think that's
wealthy people do?
I think that's a completely false premise. Why would you even phrase it in this weird way of like, do you think they value their lives? No one thinks about, no one's like sitting at home like, I could better myself by like learning a skill, doing something productive, or I could play video games and masturbate. Which one of these options means I value my life more? Like no one's thinking in these terms.
Yeah. Well, you do think in terms of high risk, like propensity for high risk is obviously if you're living in a poor environment and you don't think you're going to live to be 20, like you're going to be far more high risk in your behavior.
I mean, yeah, but that's possible. But I don't even think people think that for it. I think people just they just react. People just react to shit. They just say, okay, well, what do I feel like doing?
People
like
think
this
it
moment?
through. I think that they might even mention that in the article that I talked about, the code of the streets, how part of the problem is none of these people believe they're going to live to be 30. So obviously live fast,
doesn't
die
help the
young.
situation if that's
yeah,
true.
Live fast, die young. That's their attitude. If you are, born into money, like you start thinking about how am I going to manage my life in my 50s. So, yeah. It's just a completely different outlook, but I don't know how you wouldn't call that cultural. Like, what would you call that? Like, that's not genetic. What the fuck?
That's white privilege, Adam.
Is it?
Yes.
This is the problem. It's environment. It's not fucking race. Because a black dude who has money is gonna envision their lives the same exact way as a white dude with money, an Asian dude with anyone. Like, if you have certain resources, or if you don't have certain resources, your propensity for risk is going to fluctuate accordingly. That's completely separate from any fucking genetic argument. Like, obviously you could make a genetic argument that some people are more prone to risk genetically, but that's a completely different argument.
Geniuses fall very neatly into a long legacy of white people who have explained away racial inequality, justified by all sorts of scientific theories and racist ideas about black genetics and black culture in order to perpetuate racist policies, which maintains the status quo of black inequality while anointing white people with privilege in society.
None of those people are in favor of policies that promote the kinds of shit this guy's talking about. Yeah.
But Adam, it doesn't matter because science is wrong sometimes.
Yeah, that's basically the argument he's making, isn't it?
And interestingly, the racist ideas always seem to perfectly adapt to the particular inequality and racist policy of the time.
Yeah, who in the intellectual dark web is against, aside from Ben Shapiro, against like universal health care? Come on. It's fucking... What racist policy are these people promoting?
Thomas Jefferson stated that, "Never yet could I find that a black had uttered a thought above the level of plain narration." This racist idea served the function of justifying the brutality of slavery. And when Ben Shapiro says the following, well, just take a listen.
Well, New York City now wants to shut down these highly gifted programs specifically on the basis of the lie that New York City's schools are being divided not by academic performance, but based on race. Well, maybe the alternative is that black and Hispanic kids are not doing as well on the test to get into the gifted programs.
That's right, Ben. It's not that schools are more segregated today than they were in the late 1960s because of racist policies that relegated so many black people into areas of concentrated poverty and denied black people the ability to accumulate wealth, which has resulted in their children being undereducated in a public school system that is largely and inexplicably funded by property taxes. It's because they're not doing well on the tests.
I mean, they're both
Is he
right.
like a fucking moron?
Yeah,
like,
what the fuck?
Yeah. If Ben was denying
Ben
that was
wasn't
the reason
denying.
they were doing well on tests, then yeah, but he cut the clip off immediately.
Yeah.
So we don't even know what the reasoning Ben gave for why they weren't doing well on tests. And then this also completely ignores Ben's point, which is he's saying it's stupid to remove the program that helps some kids because you're saying it doesn't help enough black kids. which was his
Yes.
point. That's
Oh, okay.
Ben's point.
Wow. Yeah, that's
And Cody doesn't even address this.
Wow. Yeah, that's
And Cody doesn't even address this.
You know, because
so I sent you a picture. David Aragorn made a very funny picture.
Oh, we need some funny. We definitely need some
Yes.
funny. This is some depressing shit, listening to a guy lie for an hour.
because of their culture and their dumb IQs. Judge me by my test score, man, not by the something of my etc. This racist idea is being used as a way to justify the inequality of education in this country. So I guess it's time for a brief segment.
I don't know that they would disagree that it's related to poverty. It seems like every single person in the intellectual dark web would admit that poverty is a disadvantage when it comes to testing and whatnot. I don't think that you could call it racist though, because though I'm sure there's just as many poor white kids doing terrible on those exams as well.
Right.
Segment called "If You're Poor, Your Schools Are Considerably Worse." How fucking stupid and evil is that? What the f***? To reiterate, public schools are largely funded by property.
Does anyone disagree? Does anyone in the intellectual dark web disagree with this?
Not at all. Nope.
Do you see the picture?
Yeah.
I'll put it on the screen real quick.
I am. I'm working on it. Come on. I'm working on it.
He's working on it. He's working, guys. So I'm a big fan of this picture. Whenever Adam would get
busy.
show and get busy,
There you
get
go.
the show in gear.
Here you go. Here's the picture.
Okay.
It's up.
This beautiful picture by David Aragon
Oh
of
my God.
Cody Johnson and his underwear and Crocs saying, "Actually, you're racist," crazily pointing to straw men of Jordan Peterson, Sam Harris, and what looks like either Dave Shapiro, or Ben Shapiro or
Dave
Dave Rubin.
Shapiro?
So it's both. It's Dave Shapiro. It's Dave Shapiro and Ben Rubin. So
Wow.
there it is.
Yeah. There you go.
There you go. This is the accurate depiction. This should just be the thumbnail, Adam. I should replace your thumbnail with this.
Oh man, but I got the lasers in the thumbnail. Talk to me when David has some lasers.
That's true. Okay.
Well, how do I have the feeling we're going to have lasers in this picture?
I know. Let's finish this video. Gotta get through.
No, we're
almost
never going to finish this video.
almost done.
Let's just cut it off here. You're
want to just
thinking
cut it off
about
here?
it. No, I don't,
I
actually.
am.
We got to finish it. What are you talking about?
It's late. It's 9:48.
I know.
Property taxes. The higher the value of the homes in a given neighborhood, the more revenue from property taxes a neighborhood is able to collect for their schools. Not only have black people been historically banned from purchasing homes in white neighborhoods, but the homes in majority black neighborhoods have been devalued specifically because they were majority black areas. And I don't have the data, but I would venture to guess that the bake sales and car washes in wealthier majority white communities probably tend to raise a bit more money than they do in the systemically impoverished majority black communities in this country. As a result, today, school districts where the majority of students enrolled are students of color receive $23 billion less in education funding than predominantly white school districts, despite serving the same number of students. If that's not systemic racism, I don't know what is. There's no law that explicitly says...
Wait, who are they getting more funding from?
No law that explicitly
Adam
bit more
just left.
money than they do in the systemically impoverished majority black communities in this country. As a result, today, school districts where the majority of students enrolled are students of color receive $23 billion less in education funding than predominantly white school districts, despite serving the same number of students. If that's not systemic racism, I don't know what is.
So again, even though Adam left, he left me, guys. You know what that means? We get to talk bad about him. But even though this, again, he makes the classic fuck up. He's like, Well, he goes step by step to explain why public school funding is the way it is. And yes, the way you got there, okay, was because of racial reasons. That doesn't mean that you should classify then the outcome purely based on the money situation to be racism. That's so fucking stupid because that influences how you're going to try to create a solution for the problem. Okay. And you can't just say, oh, well, let's just decide to give black schools more money from the federal government. If you need a program, do it based on the socioeconomic status of the school. Why does everything have to be tied back into being classified as systemic racism?
There's no law that explicitly says schools where a majority of students are black shall be funded less than schools with majority white populations, and yet it is not a coincidence that that is the case. So,
oh, well, he's saying it's not a coincidence. So I assume his reasoning here is, well, it was all intentional. This was all on purpose.
Of course.
Yeah, I guess this concludes our segment of, if you're poor, your schools are considerably worse. How fucking stupid and evil is that? What the f***? The legacy of racist laws from the past and the impact of the systemic racism of today snowball over time. The policies that gave white people wealth swell and expand from one generation to the next. The laws that denied black people opportunities spread and infect nearly every aspect of life. And this dynamic is supported by the dissemination of...
He still hasn't shown a single... The only stat he showed about how wealth generation is passed down for white people was wrong. So...
Boo-hoo.
A little light on the information here, Cody.
As someone who was born a poor white child.
Yes, exactly.
I don't know. I went to public school. I didn't go to private school. Come on, my parents didn't have any money to send me to private school. My old high school, I drove by recently, and man, it looks like a fucking prison now. I can't imagine going to school there now. They have razor wire and shit over the over the fences. Yeah. Yes.
Of racist myths. We're all familiar with the current tropes of blacks are lazy, blacks are violent, and so on. But throughout our history,
none of which are made by any of the people you're fucking pointing the finger at right now.
I know.
Like, come on. Come on. Come on.
Come on.
I know. I got to stop saying that. That's like my...
Come all on, Adam.
Come on. Remember we had that little moment when we were working on the script together? The come on moment. Come on.
What?
I think I actually say come on. I think there's a line of dialogue in the comic.
There should be.
Where I...
If
no,
there
wait.
isn't,
It's
I'll
your...
put it
Hold
in
on.
there.
I think it's you, because I think the line was come on, Adam. I think it was.
Oh.
And I asked because
So
it was on the
Adam-
comma thing.
Adam got very mad. Adam got very triggered.
I got very
triggered
angry.
at me because there's
Well,
a
you
part in the
call
script
yourself
where-
a writer and you don't even
where-
fucking
where-
write correctly. I'm
where,
dyslexic.
Sitch says, "Come on, Adam," and I didn't put the comma. I didn't put "come on, comma, Adam." He's like, "Oh my god, I'm so mad," and I know why he's mad because he's homophobic and he doesn't want the
that's not-
image of
that's
Sitch
not what the-
coming on Adam to be
that's not-
brandished in his mind. So
That's not what it was. I was like, did you misspell come? Is this sentence come on Adam? Or what is it? Or what?
Well,
Was it
you're
come
right, see-
on Adam?
we'll have to change it. Your character has to say, "Come on." My
I
character
know.
doesn't.
Yeah.
He says, "Well."
We've argued over the dialogue many times. I'm surprised we didn't catch that.
the impact of racist policies have been justified by the...
Can you imagine if Cody Johnson did a comic? How fucking ridiculous it would be. Think
I
of
would love to see it.
some of the jokes in our comic. Oh, he's gonna so get triggered. So get triggered.
Oh man.
It's gonna be off the chain.
In Cody's comic, it'd be like Jordan Peterson would be like the Lobster Man, who's the evil racist trying to hold down black people. He must be destroyed.
Totally.
Creation of new and absurd ideas. In the early 1970s, a Johnson-era policy with the goal of increasing black homeownership was taken over by the Nixon administration, and It did not go well. The program was quickly exploited by the predatory actions of banks, speculators, and real estate agents who were bribing FHA appraisers behind the scenes in order to inflate the values of housing in order to line their pockets with this new influx of cash from the federal government. In order to pull off this heist, they took advantage of low-income black people who qualified for the program by placing them into substandard and often condemned housing, not fit for human habitation, leaving these families with homes that were falling apart, but with no resources to make the necessary.
Did they do that to the poor white people too? Come on, we got to know.
Well, it's funny because
he doesn't.
You understand what he's explaining. He's explaining why it's so complicated and difficult to just drop pallets of money in poor communities.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you have bad actors are going to obviously be corrupt pieces of shit, human garbage, and they're going to steal the money away from the people that need it.
Yeah, they're going to take advantage of financially illiterate people regardless of what color their skin is.
Right. So it's so funny because he's literally explaining why it's so difficult to combat this right now.
And he doesn't even know it.
Doesn't even know it.
Repairs. When this comes out, it becomes a major scandal, making the front page news in every major city in America. But then, something interesting starts to happen to the narrative. This is how Keeanga-Yamahtta Taylor, author of the book Race for Profit, describes what happened next.
The focus almost immediately shifts to the program participants, and the conditions of the house are those because black women don't actually know how to keep a clean house, which of course is richly ironic because many of these congressmen had black women cleaning their own homes. This becomes a central part of the story, and the role of the banks, the role of...
Oh my God, Adam, did you know that when bad pieces of shit asshole people get caught being bad pieces of shit asshole people, they'll suddenly fall back on fake narratives trying to use racism and sexism to protect themselves?
Yeah, it seems quite obvious that bad pieces of shit would do that. Like, they're fucking bad pieces of shit, for heaven's sakes.
I had no fucking clue.
Yeah, bad pieces of shit, usually lying is their go-to move.
Of the real estate industry kind of began to fade into the background.
And yet, somehow, this system of sinister smarties tries to pretend that this history doesn't matter. Like, the world just started yesterday. We're all just...
Fake news.
Yeah.
Fake news.
We're all just individuals, my man. If you aren't able...
How many times can he make the same lying point in this one video?
I know. It's infuriating.
This video could have been like 20 minutes. He had to drag it out to just keep repeating the same lies again and again while providing no actual new relevant information.
Yeah.
To succeed in this free country, well, that is on you, man. I mean, sure, there were racist people back in the day, but systemic racism today, that doesn't exist. And so, as Sam Harris often likes to do, let's do a thought experiment in a segment that we'll call The American Race. Let's imagine that the path for different races to succeed in America was a literal race. More precisely, a relay race, from one generation to the next, over the course of 400 years. For the purposes of this segment, we'll use the popular video game Mario Kart as an analogy. Fun!
How many times have you seen this analogy?
I know. Everyone knows this fucking analogy. We've seen it a million times.
We've already heard Sam Harris acknowledge that.
I think Sam Harris has made the same analogy.
Yeah, totally. So we've already heard Sam Harris acknowledge, yeah, the fucking race, they're super behind in the race. We've lapped them 35 fucking times.
We agree.
How do we get them to catch up? Like, wormhole? What are you suggesting here? Come on, what the fuck? Pallets of money?
Them all the lightning power up, obviously.
Pallets of money because
Kart?
I don't know, your whole idea about just fucking more education seems pretty fucking dumb. More education, okay. Easy win.
In this analogy, the blacks will be represented by Luigi, and the whites...
What do you do with the more education if they actually fucking don't want to go to your school? And they are constantly truant. And they're like, fuck you, I'd rather sit on the street corner and deal drugs. I've had all these white liberals telling me my whole life that fucking Whitey's out to get me. Why do I want to go to the Whitey fucking school?
Yeah, why do I want to go to school and participate in a system that the same people are telling me the system is inherently racist?
Yeah, why do I want to go to the racist public school that they just built for me? Because Cody said more education. I'd rather.
I mean,
I'd rather fuck bitches and make money, dude.
This has and it has nothing to do with race. I think I wanted to go to school when I was younger.
Oh, totally.
Think anyone?
Come on.
How many kids?
Who wants to go to school?
Wants to go to fucking school and pay attention?
None
of them.
Yeah.
No one fucking does.
Yeah.
It's like this is super silly.
And if you don't have parents at home that aren't, if you have parents at home that aren't paying attention, you probably don't have to.
Yeah, you're gonna slack off, right?
This will be represented by Mario. These characters were picked totally at random, 100% randomly picked. Okay, let's do it.
Oops, I slipped. Oops, I slipped. I slipped again.
Does it look like Luigi has a small
I keep slipping.
head start, but Luigi is finally in the race, folks.
Are you getting mad that I'm slipping?
No, I'm very happy.
This is a joke segment.
Yeah, we don't need this.
Stat act, and he has increased his lead for harvest attendance. Both contested his
How long
merit.
does this go on?
Luigi on the other. You are college. Luigi, you cut up. I mean, sure. But whoa! Mario is killing it right now and widening his lead. And Luigi, well, he lost a long time ago. Hey, okay, Luigi, you want some rights?
All of this we've acknowledged. Okay.
You know, it's kind of funny too that he uses Mario Kart as an example, because Mario Kart literally gives you better items if you're losing.
Hilarious.
So
they figured it out.
Yeah, it's a little funny. It's a little funny.
People want to play with their friends. They want their friends to catch up. They want it to be competitive.
They want it to be competitive. I know. It's very funny.
Fine. I guess you can, vote, and I guess you don't have to drink
Oh my
from a
God!
different water.
Only the voting shit. We gotta go faster.
This man who earned everything he has through his
Jesus
hard
Christ.
work, and what a
Do you like that he keeps looking at cards? Does that bother you?
I always notice this on Saturday Night Live too. Like he's reading off a cue card.
Yeah, it's very obvious he's reading off a screen and a cue card or something.
Just so you guys know, we don't script this show. Like Sitch and I are just making this
We
shit
don't
up.
script our 7-hour, 9-hour rambling fucking stream by now. Shocking!
Can you
what
imagine?
A shocking
how many? If we did script
discovery.
this show, how many fucking pages would that be?
Jesus Christ! I know.
Off the chart.
disappointment Luigi has been. He got caught with those drugs, abandoned his family. I guess that's what happens when you have no family values. What's that, Luigi? We don't hand out coins to undeserving welfare princesses. Mario earned everything he has because he was just so fast, okay, and silent. And Luigi is surprised culturally
still
and
going
innately
on.
I
slower
know.
and dumber, and he just makes such bad decisions.
I mean, to be fair, Luigi is innately shittier in most games.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yes. It's like part of the
And
joke
this
of Luigi's
is
character.
why Mario will always win and Luigi will always lose. What a good race.
The American race. I was thinking that more like American being a race.
That's what I thought he was going to talk about.
American should be a race, like a
Yeah, that he's going to talk about some sort of.
non-color based ethnicity.
Yeah, I thought he was going to talk about some thought experiment about a joint, unified American racial identity.
Yeah.
No, he meant like race, like your car.
Yeah. Well, they always do this. That's like a gag string pull.
Is the solution really to just treat everyone as individuals? Well, yeah, of course.
Oh my God. fucking hell, why did we watch this video? Like now he's agreeing with Jordan Peterson.
Took us an hour to get here.
And no, obviously
there was
not.
a no.
On a person-to-person level, sure. But from a public policy perspective, no.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
If you could
Wait a minute.
Hold on.
My God. Really? Really? You can disagree with Ben Shapiro's ultra-libertarian position that Sam Harris, Jordan Peterson, Dave Rubin, well, maybe Dave Rubin, but Joe Rogan, the Weinsteins, and everyone else in the intellectual dark web doesn't fucking have, you idiot?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. They would all literally agree with that assessment. They would all say the same fucking thing you just said.
Jordan Peterson said it in 10,000 YouTube videos.
Jordan Peterson
yes and
said
no
it.
answer. Come
Sam
on.
Harris, I know Sam Harris. I've heard Sam Harris say that. I've heard Jordan Peterson say it. It's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. You piece of shit.
You could wave a magic wand and erase racism from the hearts of every single person in America, you would still have systemic racism and the effects of it. Getting rid.
Definition, please.
Yes.
No. None.
How long? Yeah, unless he snuck the definition of systemic
into
racism
the Mario
in his
Kart joke? Come on.
Mario Kart joke.
No.
We've gone an entire fucking video about systemic racism, and he is yet to give a fucking definition for it. Isn't that incredible, folks?
Yeah.
Incredible.
Of individual racists doesn't change the racial wealth gap or the disparities in life expectancy or education. In fact, adopting a colorblind policy just codifies and cements the inequality that has been generated by systemic racism over generations. It makes it a permanent fixture of society. You can have
Whoa.
No, it doesn't. That's not
Whoa.
true.
Whoa. Oh my God.
The only argument you could say is that having colorblind policies would slow down and not help up people who are in disproportionate situations. It wouldn't codify, it wouldn't solidify racism.
Well, I guess he's saying that the policies are racist, and if we don't look at society, if we in fact had a colorblind society, we wouldn't help the people who need the most help, which is the blacks and minorities. Is that his argument? It seems like it.
No. His argument is, at least I think his argument is that because the black population is disproportionately in the whole of poverty,
right?
Because of racism in the past,
we need the wormhole.
Yes,
to catch him up.
Yeah, because he's basically acting like there's no way to climb out of poverty on your own. Okay.
Right.
Without some external pressure, which first of all, that's not true.
Despite the fact that people literally cross the border illegally with nothing but like the backpack.
Yeah, that's
and within a generation,
right.
They're like homeowners.
Right. But I don't know if that's a good comparison. But anyway, the point is that I forgot, so it doesn't matter.
Sitch is losing it. The advantage of living right now, the advantage of living in California is it's 7 p.m. Like I'm getting my second wind here. I got a beer. I could probably go for another. I could go for another 3 hours. I think I could make this our record stream.
No.
And Sitch wants to take a nap.
I'm an old man.
We're so close. We're so close.
Racism without racists.
In
fact,
don't hit pause.
That's the name
don't
of a
do
book
it.
written
No.
You're pausing already. What the fuck?
Well, no, I wanted to finish my thought.
Okay,
I wanted to remember what my thought was and then finish it.
The racial wealth gap or the disparities in life expectancy or education. In fact, adopting a colorblind policy just...
Okay, so my point was, this is what's so stupid. He totally ignores Sam Harris, who said this multiple times, okay? Sam Harris, who is pragmatic, okay? He cares about fucking solutions actually being implemented. And he said time and time again, there's no reason to phrase this argument as a race argument, because then you're throwing out a huge amount of people. You're throwing all those white poor people out of the bus, and they're going to feel like, why should I get penalized for being white? Okay. Why phrase the argument that way? Why not just phrase the argument as if it's a program to help all people in poverty. Because isn't that the same thing, Adam? Isn't that the same solution?
Poor white people.
That's why Adam
Why
knows
you
how to
want
play
to throw
the
the poor
harmonica.
white people under the bus?
That's why Adam knows how to play harmonica.
Because I was born a poor white person.
Yep.
Cements the inequality that has been generated by systemic racism over generations. It makes it a permanent fixture of society. You can have...
We have to find out what Ivy League school Cody here went to.
Oh, God.
I don't know. Maybe he was born into poverty as well, but somehow I doubt it. Most of this victimhood culture stuff is definitely a product of wealthy white people's guilt.
Racism.
When you're born poor and white, you don't have a lot of that white guilt. Actually, yeah, you don't really have any at all.
No.
Yeah.
Without racists. In fact, that's the name of a book written by Eduardo Bonilla Silva.
I love how he's pulling. Remember a couple shows ago we did like the New York Times bestseller list, and it was all these books about race.
Yes. It was all, yeah.
These are all those books, aren't they?
It was 17 out of 20 was books about race, I thought, if I recall correctly. But see, here's what's funny. He just quoted Eduardo Bonilla Silva. You know who that is? You know why I know that name so fucking well?
Tell us. Don't torture us any longer. Let us know.
Because Eduardo Bonilla Silva is, or at least was at the time of creation, was the head of the American Sociological Association at the time that I made my P plus P equals R.
My God.
And
Oh,
do you
shit.
know what Eduardo Bonilla Silva's claim to fame is? It's P plus P equals R. That's his whole fucking thing. That's what makes him famous. That's what Racism Without Racist, his book's all about.
That's so sad. That is so sad.
Oh my God.
Reed Nice Wonder in the chat says 5 minutes to go. At least another more hour.
Well, I'm just glad that he brought it all the way back by quoting Eduardo Bonilla Silva. It's just perfect. We were going to watch at one point one of Eduardo's.
Really? We should.
Yeah, he had a lecture where he says some of the craziest fucking shit you've heard in your life. You listen to, like,
We should.
This guy is the head of the American Sociological Association. He's fucking insane. He's saying crazy shit. But there was a reason why we didn't watch it. You know what? You remember what that reason was?
I was too stoned.
Because we're too white.
What?
And because his accent is so fucking thick, it's so difficult to understand what he's saying. He's like, who's the guy at Jordan Peterson?
I know.
Dated?
What is that? Shlogovic or whatever.
Zizek. Zizek. Yeah. Zizek. Yeah. Eduardo has an incredibly, I think he's Puerto Rican or something. He has like the thick, and look, I grew up around like the Latino community, but Eduardo, he's got like the thickest fucking accent. It's like you have to like really like
I vaguely
all of
remember
your brain
this.
power to like penetrate to understand what the fuck he's saying.
I vaguely remember this. Going, no,
Right, and I was
no
so
way.
mad
People
'cause
are
I was
not
like-
going to take this accent.
Yeah,
People
because
are
I
not-
was like, I want to do this video so bad because he says such crazy shit, but it's like so difficult to understand what he's fucking saying.
Zizek has the added bonus of it sounds like the simultaneous sip for like 4 hours, which I just cannot.
Yes.
It sounds like he's literally spitting in your fucking ear.
Zizek is significantly worse because he
Yeah.
has the terrible ASMR.
Oh my
quality.
God, it's awful.
The anti-ASMR quality.
It's like you're just imagining eating across from, sitting across from him while you're eating and going, "Oh my God, half this guy's spit is in my
Well,
meal."
I think I'm assuming that he has some sort of like disorder or something. I would imagine. I
Yeah,
mean,
I
you don't normally hear people talk the way that he
I
talks.
think he does, but it's okay. We're probably ableists, so.
You
Well,
know,
I'm not
there are
blaming
actually
him
a
for
lot
it,
of
just
books written
the
about
way
the
it is.
history of race.
You know what's funny?
Moment of
it's like,
silence.
how many of those books were like on the New York Times bestseller?
All of them. He just went and pulled them all off. I remember
know
because it's got the
I know
gummo
that-
face here on the wall.
Yeah, I know at least the Ibram stamped from the beginning book was, or at least the author had 2 books that was.
Have you seen Gummo yet?
No.
Beyond the Black Rainbow? Have you seen Beyond the Black Rainbow? No.
No.
Have you seen The Edge of Tomorrow?
Yes.
Have you seen Kill la Kill?
What the fuck does this have to do with anything?
I don't know. I'm ready to go I'm getting my second win here.
Racism in America, like thousands of books, and I would suggest that the certified members
Look,
of
you're
the
backing
Dunces of
shit up
Darkness
again?
read one of these books, maybe two, because this history is not unknowable. Most of the ideas and concepts in this video.
Dude, why the fuck is he saying this? Dude, you have a clip in your own fucking video of Sam Harris enunciating all this shit. Nobody's disagreeing with you that the history is. I know. Nobody's making the argument that the history is unknowable. You fucking idiot.
It's so fucking bullshit.
All of us acknowledge that the history is there. We're talking about the future. You dumbass.
This is the problem. Sam Harris and Jordan Peterson and all these other people, they read the book and they say, yeah, we acknowledge all these historical facts that you're talking about. We just disagree on what you think the solution now is.
Yes, totally.
Or really how to approach the situation now. Really.
And then what does he say? You're denying the past.
It's because you're a racist.
No, we just agreed with you about the past, Cody. We're talking about the future now. No, you deny the past.
If you dare come to a different belief about something than me, it must be because you deny the past or believe that black people are inferior genetically, even though you've never said anything remotely close to that.
Snicker, snicker.
It is I, the straw man.
That's hilarious.
I can take any argument you say and revert it to call you racist. We should put him in our comic. The straw man.
He does not. Don't even think. He does not deserve. He does not. Our comic is art.
I kind of want a villain. I kind of want a villain in our comic called the Straw Man.
No.
And all he does is like you can't talk to him because he just like twists everything into like horrible straw mans of whatever you say.
Maybe it's some background character. If like a dog is like shitting into somebody's mouth, maybe we'll include Cody in the comic.
There you go. There you go.
Because I'm not that smart, but other people are.
Oh,
well,
at least he's admitting it. Okay.
Yes.
Moment of silence for admitting he's not that smart.
And I haven't even had a chance to get into countless other examples of systemic racism, like the health impact of the constant and persistent anxiety inflicted by racism, the disproportionate mortality rates of black women in pregnancy and childbirth, the racist ideas.
I hate pausing, but because I know you want to get out of here, but oh my God. Like, who do you think is inflicting that psychological damage on them, Cody? It's not us. We're not here telling you the fucking system is stacked against you and there's no way you can succeed, okay? Who do you think is instilling that It's fucking CNN, you idiot. It's CNN that's making them think every time they leave the house they're going to get shot by a cop.
Yes, someone compared like the chances of a black person being killed by a police officer, an unarmed black person being killed by a police officer compared to like being struck by lightning.
Oh no. Oh no, what is it?
It was like, I don't remember what the number was, but I was like, it's like you're far more likely to be like struck by lightning while being like attacked by a shark.
Exactly.
Like,
Exactly. Yes. Cody, you're the one causing this. That's what's so ironic about all this shit.
I know.
Doctors have regarding the degree to which black people can feel pain, racism in hiring, racism in school disciplinary actions, etc., etc., etc. Like, I've barely even referenced racial terror and racist violence, like the fact that the KKK, the OG terrorist organization, has murdered an estimated 100,000 people throughout our history.
Yeah, he's got to go throughout history because all of those were done during their heyday. Like, it's fucking... Right. I don't know. Have the KKK killed anyone this year? I'm going to hazard a guess, no.
Yeah, I don't.
The truth is that it would take me like 400 years to describe our country's history of systemic racism and white supremacy. But recent events have illuminated its impact. Is it surprising that black Americans are more likely to contract the coronavirus, considering they are less likely to have a job that they can do from home, more likely to be an essential worker, more likely to have to take public transportation to get to that job, and more likely to live in a multi-generational household? Not only that, but the Trump administration has enacted a policy to deny relief loans to business owners with criminal records. And so, unless you haven't been watching this video and decided to randomly skip to the end, I think you know precisely who that policy will disproportionately impact.
Oh my God.
Nope! Is it any surprise that Black Americans are dying at 3 times the rate of white Americans from COVID-19? When we know that Black Americans are more likely to live in food deserts, live in polluted areas, and disproportionately suffer from the comorbidities associated with death from COVID-19. So get ready for the racist ideas that justify this racial...
Okay, that sigh, that heavy sigh.
Well, it's just like, no one disagrees with any of this. No one disagrees with the reasons why this is happening.
Yeah,
Okay?
this is a virtue signal portion of the video.
Okay, of why these circumstances exist. No one fucking disagrees with this, except maybe Ben Shapiro when he's being a prissy bitch. Okay, everyone else agrees. Everyone else fucking agrees. Okay, the conversation that Sam Harris and Jordan Peterson and the intellectual dark web is having is about what to do about it and how solve the problem.
How to proceed. You know, usually when you're problem solving, you like to throw your smart people at it, just so you know.
Right.
I
So
avoid that part of the avoid that part of the conversation.
Because if you want to say, oh, well, we need to focus primarily on the history of racism that created this problem, how does that help your solution unless your solution is to invent a fucking time machine and go back in time and fix history? That's the only way that should be your primary focus. Otherwise,
oh my God.
It's not as important, okay? It's important to understand how you got there. It's not super important to figuring out how to fix it right now.
Are you telling me that all this time Cody has been looking for the perfect entry point into history with his time machine?
Oh my God.
to rid us of this racism?
Adam, you're so right. This whole time we've been criticizing Cody, but he's been right on the money. He's just trying to find the right time to bring the DeLorean into to fix history. Okay, that's what this is all about. I got it. You're right. You're so right.
It's so logical. It makes sense now. Thank you, Cody.
Makes so much sense.
Racial inequity. I predict that we will start hearing newly invented racist myths about how Black people enjoy coughing in each other's faces or don't wash their hands or, oh, there it is, right on cue. And so I will conclude this marathon of a YouTube video by asking this. Is the answer to addressing racial inequality to ignore our history and its impact and instead be colorblind in our policies and judge people by the content of their character? Just like MLK said, man, should we just tell Black people in America to...
Every time, okay, this is also super dishonest because when Sam Harris and people talk about the colorblind stuff, oftentimes they're referring to this whole white fragility bullshit of like, oh, well, we have to resegregate the races. We have to, reconceptualize and cement the concepts of whiteness and blackness in society, which everyone's like, this is completely counter to what we've been trying to accomplish for the last 50 years in creating an anti-racist society.
Yeah, we've been running in the wrong direction for fucking 50 years. Now you're telling us we need to go the other way?
Yeah, now you're telling us we got to go back to being fucking racist.
They're literally telling us they had it right during segregation, and we are the ones that fucked it up.
I know.
Themselves up by their bootstraps.
America freed the slaves in 1863 through the Emancipation Proclamation of Abraham Lincoln, but gave the slaves no land or nothing in reality, and as a matter of fact, to get started on. At the same time, America was giving away millions of acres of land in the West and the Midwest, which meant that there was a willingness to give the white peasants from Europe an economic base. And yet it refused to give its Black peasants from Africa, who came here involuntarily in chains and had worked free for 244 years, any kind of economic base. And so emancipation for the Negro was really freedom to hunger. It was freedom to the winds and rains of heaven. It was freedom without food to eat or land to cultivate, and therefore it was freedom and famine at the same time. And when white Americans tell the Negro to lift himself by his own bootstraps, they don't look over the legacy of slavery and segregation. I believe we ought to do all we can and seek to lift ourselves by our own bootstraps. But it's a cruel jest to say to a bootless man that he ought to lift himself by his own bootstraps. And many Negroes, by the thousands and millions, have been left bootless as a result of all of these years of oppression and as a result of a society that deliberately made his color a stigma and something worthless and degrading.
No, I don't even know if Ben Shapiro, but nobody in the like intellectual dark web is going to disagree with any of that. Like,
no,
what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
No.
Come on.
It's
Okay,
total
Marty.
straw man bullshit.
Big time
100%.
straw man.
Counterpoint. Straw man, anything?
Oh,
Oh, thank
Ex-
God.
he knows.
Oh, thank God. Oh, thank
Where's-
God it's over.
Where's the clips? I want to hear all these clips of Jordan Peterson and Sam Harris and Brett Weinstein and all these intellectual dark webs. I want to hear them all saying about how just
Yeah.
pull yourself up by your own bootstraps. Just pull yourself up by your own bootstraps. There's no such thing as the history of racism keeping people down.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Where are those clips, Cody? You had an hour and 8 minutes to show us those clips.
I wonder if Brett is in favor of UBI. I wonder. I don't know.
The guy who wants Andrew Yang to be president more than anything else.
Yeah, he's
in the
got to
world.
be. He's got to be in favor of UBI, doesn't he? I mean, it just seems illogical that he wouldn't be.
Who was? Now tell me something.
Yeah.
And this is very important because he had 2 pictures of Joe Rogan up there, and he was slandering Joe Rogan as being a terrible.
Oh,
racist
Joe
realist.
Rogan's totally for UBI.
What politician did Joe Rogan have on his program that he had before almost anyone else and really blew up his president?
Andrew Yang, God bless America.
Was it Andrew Yang?
Andrew Yang.
Was it Andrew fucking Yang and his UBI message? Did that really blow up on Joe fucking Rogan, the
Yeah.
race realist, anti-social welfare,
Yeah.
intellectual dark web guy?
What is
Was that what happened to him?
You know what I like to call UBI? Bootstraps. I call UBI bootstraps. Bootstraps for everyone.
Well, you know, Charles Murray wants UBI, and he's a
Oh
well-known
my
racist,
God! Are
so-
you kidding me? The race realist himself, Charles Murray, is in favor of bootstraps for everyone,
That must
regardless of
prove-
race.
That must prove that UBI is racist.
Yeah. All right, we have some super chats to read. You better read them fast, because I know. Yeah, I think you're
What?
sleepy. You got
I'm
like a
sleepy.
sleepy head thing going.
I'm sleepy. My eyes are blurry. I can't see
Noble
anymore.
Savage doing this amazing artwork.
Lieutenant Amazon for $5 says no video, only Dissy. On an unrelated note, Adam, would you like a cookie?
I do like cookies, but I'm skeptical.
So the thing I
I'm
was
gonna
going to say,
enjoy
but I
this
didn't want to say till the end. You see the video on the left side of your screen, like
Yeah.
that he has. Okay, now look at it. Now move your eye down. See that crack in the fold of the sheet?
Hold on. Crack in the fold in the sheet. What's up? What do you mean?
Oh, do you have the super chat thing up?
No, I pulled it up. I pulled up the
Okay.
thing to look at it. What is it?
Yeah.
What are we looking at?
You see that little sheet behind Cody? Doesn't that look like a Dissy? Doesn't
Oh my God.
doesn't it look like a big old Dissy?
A dog pussy? You're gross, dude. What the fuck? Glad my wife doesn't listen to these streams. She's gonna think you're a freak.
Anyways, so there it is. There's Cody Cody's got his own Dissy in the background.
500,000 views this thing got. Oh my
Yep.
God. People
Isn't
are
that
just
crazy?
eating. This is the 2 movies thing. People are, no wonder people hate each other. Like if I
know.
believed anything in this video, I would hate all of these people. I would look at them. I would say like, I would think that when they pulled their shirts off that they had Nazi fucking swastikas tattooed right here on their arm. Like that's what I would think.
Yes.
So incredibly awful what he's doing
I
to
agree.
society.
Let's go back to the blur. I don't want to see his stupid face anymore.
I have the super chats up and all the artwork. So
Oh.
yeah.
Okay.
We're good.
You put the super chats up. Anyway, I mean the super chat and the artwork up.
Let's
Liam Venosta for $10 Dingo Dollar says he complains about the system like they aren't planning to replace it with something worse. They can't even identify the system or how many there are.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's a good point. How is communism going to fix this?
Oh my God. Is that their fucking system fix?
It's so funny when they act like, well, communism is going to alleviate all problems of racism. Just give the mob.
Yeah,
just give the mob power.
Oh
That's
my
going to
God.
alleviate racism. That's worked so well in the past, preventing racism.
Mobs generally, if you don't really know who's on your side, mobs usually break down by race relatively quickly.
Relatively quickly. It's true. J House 01 for $2 says the education system, preach. That's right, brother.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Shinso Beam for $10 says North Carolina's situation was also a situation of revenge because it was extremely gerrymandered by the Democrats for like 50 years in order to hold on to their majority. The Republicans did it right back times 5. So there you go.
That's the gerrymandering thing.
Yeah. Hobo Frodo for $5 says, I'm a North Carolina native. We're teaming with leftists all over the state, and the country boys can't wait to get a black girlfriend. Pot unites us. Shame on you, Adam. There you go.
Is that the Southern?
Yes.
Is that for making? Yeah. I mean, I
That's
haven't
for
lived in
making
the South
fun
for
of Southern.
20 years. So if it's way less racist, I'm sure there's plenty of racists around. The thing that was interesting about the South is just people were openly racist. Like it didn't seem like people cared if you knew that they were racist. So you could distinguish who was racist. There were not, I mean, everyone wasn't racist, obviously, but the people who were racist were just so openly racist that it was kind of culture shock for me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they had a majority, though, by any means.
Right.
Seemed like most people were like, yeah, that guy's racist. Fuck him. Moving on.
The Wooster for $1.99 says, Sitch, let's talk about your hashtag Jewish privilege. Yep. That's true. Teaming with the Jew privilege.
Is that real? Sitch.
Very real.
Come on, let me know.
Well, we do control the world.
I want some privilege. I like privileges. Yeah. I don't know. What about your LSD privilege?
If you insult No BS a little more, maybe I'll give you a little more privilege. Just keep insulting Brooks and I'll give you some more privilege. How about that?
I have badass art studio privilege, which I love.
Orion the above average for $5 says Adam is right. It's all about culture because we all know, of course, the crack that crack is the soul food of trucks. There you go.
Yeah.
UM536 vids for $5 says the Electoral College is effectively a response to the Quebec Act of 1774. The intention is to reassure that New York and Philadelphia won't simply replace London. Yeah.
Yeah.
We've talked about this in the past. I've said that I think a reform that people can agree on is you keep the Electoral College, but that states have to give out. They don't have winner take all. They have to give out the votes depending on the breakdown of the individual state proportionally.
Change is always a risk. Change is always a risk.
Right. But to call it verified
racist.
College verified racism seems pretty crazy to me. I don't know what the verification of that is.
His gut is the verification.
His gut. He reached deep inside of his colon.
Yeah,
right up in his anus, and he pulled out the verification. Ultranaut for $2 says this guy looks and acts like Frotty from Billions. I don't know what that is. Do you know what that is?
I don't. I'll look it up. Frotty from Billions. Let's see how bad I can spell that.
Well, I typed in the word fraught, and apparently, I didn't know this. According to Urban Dictionary, fraught, the act of two males rubbing their genitals together for the purpose of simulation.
What was the name of the show?
Frotty from Billions.
Billions?
Billions.
Frotty from Billions.
Not familiar with this show. We're old men. Joseph Kerwin for $5 says, Community Reinvestment Act promoted low-income, high-risk mortgages. Was that the thing that he was saying that Nixon, that was all like super corrupt and everything?
Perhaps.
So.
I mean, we had that same kind of thing going during the housing crisis, right?
Sure, of course. Yeah. But that's the problem because, again, no one wants to do it. No one wants to do anything correctly. It's cost too much money to do things. It's too difficult to do things.
And the next election is right around the corner. We got to get this. Come on, get them to vote for us.
Yep, that's true. Woodchuck00 for $5 says the Ply Cody redlining was a New Deal program. TND actually paid welfare depending on race. See pay at the Hoover Dam. So why new racist deal then?
Mm-hmm.
Was redlining a New Deal program? Wow, interesting. I didn't know that. Damn FDR. Ryan, the above average for $5 says, don't worry, Sitch. The natives are taking it back. Oklahoma's just the first part of the red man's manifest destiny. Yeah, there was this weird Supreme Court case. I'd have to look into this because I don't buy the headline where they're like, the Supreme Court ruled that Oklahoma, like a big chunk of Oklahoma actually belongs to Native American tribes because it was never properly, I guess, legally properly signed over to the American government through whatever treaty they had. But I'm not sure I buy that. Fuck, I missed. Where am I? What is Adam doing? What is Adam doing right now?
Why are you asking that? I'm right here.
For $5 says,
I'm right here.
Damn it. He says, darn it, Sitch, your beautiful brown Jewish eyes are intoxicating.
Really?
I think you're looking at Adam. I have white eyes.
I have blue eyes. Yeah.
Yes.
I have very blue eyes.
CS for
They're
that.
mesmerizing to women. Women look into my eyes and they fall in love.
It's true.
It's happened my entire life.
I fell in love with Adam. That's how he got me to do this stream with him.
We didn't look into each other's eyes. Guys don't look into each other's eyes.
He turned on the web camera and he just said, Sitch, look into my eyes. And he went blink, 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 blink with his big eyelashes.
No.
And I stared deep into that big ocean blue.
Bullshit. Someone spends bullshit here. We met at VidCon. What are you talking about? We met I had no idea.
Deeply into
I had no idea what Sitch looked like, and I thought, oh my God, what the
We've been streaming for a while though before.
I thought, what the fuck am I doing? I'm meeting a guy that I have no idea what he looks like.
He could be a serial killer.
He's gonna roll up in like a wheelchair, like drinking from a fucking straw, like
wow,
talking from like a voice.
Look at he's so ableist. What he goes to, I go to serial killer. Adam goes to he's disabled. Wow, what a bigot! What a bigot!
Half of his face is charred off in an X. Come on,
like the Phantom of the
Opera. I'm having some fun. He's got like 3 arms. He's like a mutant of a fucking nuclear accident. Yeah.
CS for $5 says, Sitch, your beautiful, soft, silky voice gets me so excited around my girlfriend. I love you so much. Well, look, I'm glad that my voice can act as an aphrodisiac.
Do not tell your girlfriend this, okay? Please.
Oh, she knows. Everyone knows that the Sitch and Adam stream is a well-known marital aid. Okay? Everyone knows this.
Do not tell your girlfriend this.
You don't
Just a little quick advice for you.
You don't need toys, okay? You don't need any toys. You just need to pop the stream in, open a bottle of wine.
Pop the stream in.
Get busy. Yeah. Winter Wolf for $10 dingo says, good day, fellas. Saw a New York Times article about how Biden shouldn't go to any debates unless Trump releases his tax returns, and there's a fact checker present when the debate happens. Sitch, you're in. You know what? I'm glad you told me that, because I was having a conversation with my dad a couple of days ago, and he told me that. He said, Biden shouldn't agree to any debates unless Trump releases his tax returns. And I said, that's the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard.
Really? That's awesome.
I said, that's a terrible fucking idea, because then that can easily throw the whole argument at Biden that he's mentally deficient. And that's why he doesn't want to participate in the debate, because he knows he doesn't have the mental cognitive abilities to do so. So I didn't realize that my dad got that from a New York Times article. That makes me feel a little better. I thought he came up with that on his own, but no, he was just parroting a terrible article.
Yeah.
Does
your dad know what a dussy is?
My dad does not know what a dussy is.
You don't know that. You haven't asked him.
That's true. I haven't asked. Next time I talk to my dad, I'll say, Dad, do you know what a dussy is? Just curious. You have to say it. You say it wrong, Adam. It's Dussy.
Dussy?
No, you're emphasizing the wrong syllable. It's Dussy.
Dussy.
Okay.
I guess pussy's different than pussy.
Yeah, exactly.
That's very
when you say
different.
pussy, it's a different word.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right.
Completely different word.
Dussy.
There you go. There it is. Woodchuck00 for $5 says Cody wants me to haste to government. Cody wants me to haste to government for making racist regulations, and his solution is allowing the government more regulations. Oh, I see. Okay, so government. Yeah, okay. So Cody's complaining about the government making racist regulations, and his solution is to make more government regulations. Yes, it's true.
Yeah.
Death by Sloth for $5 says, considering how much of their argument revolve around power, I've never actually heard a leftist define or provide a solid metric for power. That's very true.
Oh yeah.
It's very easy and politically advantageous to make the terms as nebulous as possible. That's why for 1 hour and 8 minutes, Cody Johnson never actually defined systemic racism.
Yeah, he never did he? Holy shit.
He never fucking did. Unless it was in the Mario section.
What a bastard. Oh, I know the Mario section. Offhandedly, the joke section.
Laura Tennyson's Pie for $2 says, Cody sounds like he's going to have an aneurysm. I felt like I was going to have an aneurysm, to be honest.
Yeah. I have an
Hummer
aneurysm.
I know. Hummer Eduardo Rodriguez Medrano for $5 says, I don't get it. He pretends that being colorblind is a dog whistle, but at the same time, we should be colorblind because race doesn't exist.
Yeah, exactly. That's my argument. Like, what the fuck, Cody? Please.
I know.
It's just another way of saying colorblind. When you're saying race doesn't even exist, you're like, okay. Okay.
The Wooster for $4.99 says, Sitch is wrong about reactionaries, as usual. He obviously needs to read more Moblug. Justin Murphy is a good introduction to leftist reactionaries.
How are you wrong about reactionary? I thought we did a decent job.
I thought we did a good job. After watching that video that you guys, I don't remember, I thought it was you, Wooster, or somebody, that video that someone recommended about Moblug, and it was a criticism of him. I don't care anymore about Moblug. I've lost any sort of interest into finding out more about it.
Well, we're going to have a reactionary on soon. Brooks is going to come on to represent you guys as the conservative voice of YouTube. So just so
Wooster, how do you feel about having Brooks represent the reactionary voice? Does that make you feel confident and comfortable?
He's going to come on. He's going to come on for all you guys. The voice of your generation.
So I think the thing that really put me off is that Moblug he's anti-democratic.
Yeah.
He's like, we shouldn't have a democracy. We should all break down into these like corporate city states where you have like a CEO run each state or country faction, and there's like a board of directors. It's like, I'm like, what the fuck am I listening to?
Yeah, he hasn't read Dictator's Handbook. You want to know where the most corruption is? In the corporate boardrooms of America, because it's the smallest coalition you could possibly think of. Yeah. Yeah.
Not just corruption, but like also idiocy.
Yeah.
Too.
Yeah.
I've heard horror stories about what goes on in some corporate boardrooms about fucking idiots that get on these boards.
Yeah.
Nicholas Frontier for $20, because it's not a prestige hierarchy, so that's a problem. Nicholas Frontier for $20 says, my analog without actually offering an actual solution. My analogy. Sorry, it's late. My analogy without offering an actual solution because I'm stupid. We are living in a wounded time. These people are trying to pick at the scabs instead of focusing on allowing our future to strengthen and heal. That's a good analogy.
Yeah, I agree.
That's a good analogy.
I do agree.
I do disagree with Scott Adams. He always says analogies are not persuasive, and I do not agree at all.
Well, Brett is saying material conditions have just gotten so bad to the point where a lot of this stuff is based around just the material conditions being bad. Like
right. It's just based on income inequality overall.
Yeah. It's
based on
exasperating the racial issues.
The housing crash.
Yeah, exactly.
Based on the economic system switching as described by Mark Blythe.
Yeah. You want to talk about it, Cody? We're happy to talk about it, but calling fucking smart people racist because you're trying to get YouTube views is not necessarily the way to solve the problem. Just, Cody, my 2 cents.
Go talk to Mark Blythe before you go rambling on about your dumb bullshit. The Wooster for 199 says, Dore and Poole are both base. Sitch is just butter. So Wooster advocates both Jimmy Dore and Tim Poole having the exact opposite view of reality. There you go.
I do like Jimmy Dore, and I met Jimmy Dore a few times. So, like, I thought Jimmy Dore is kind of the sane one. It's interesting that he's not really doing sane takes in politics.
Jimmy Dore he's 100% on the Bernie or bust train, 100%.
Yeah.
And when Bernie lost, and then Bernie supported Joe Biden, his brain
he lost his mind.
Skull. He just broke. He just went fucking bonkers crazy.
Yeah. That's kind of like when your girlfriend fucks your best friend. Is that kind of like
exactly?
It's like what?
Yeah, it just that. You know what? I think that would be like a good emotional sense. Like that's how they felt.
Totally.
When Bernie Sanders threw his support to Joe Biden, they felt like their best friend that they helped get a job just fucked their girlfriend. That's what they felt like. That's why they're so triggered by it. They feel so betrayed by it. It's very interesting.
Yeah. It's not rational. It's definitely not rational. It's like, what?
CS for $5 says, hey, Adam and Sitch, did you guys see how Matt Taibbi dismantles white fragility arguments? He destroys them like you guys did.
He wrote an article, right? I haven't read that article, but I did
Yes.
hear Scott Adams talking about it, so I should check it out. Matt Taibbi's a great writer, definitely.
Understate for 20 Canadian says, hi, gents, could spare an opinion on Zizek, anti-SJW, anti-political correctness, anti-mass immigration, calls himself a communist, but doesn't believe in building a communist state. Would you ever review a video of his? Well, we did review the debate, didn't we?
I don't know if we did because of the voice thing. The thing about Zizek is...
Or we just talked about it, maybe.
Yeah, it's difficult for... I don't even know why he calls himself a Marxist. It doesn't seem like he's against property rights. And I always conceptualize Marxism as, they're against private ownership of business, which is a disastrous idea. So if he's not against that disastrous idea, isn't he just like a progressive? He's in favor of progressive taxation, or I don't know.
Well, I mean, yeah, his debate with Jordan Peterson was very interesting because they basically agreed on like almost everything.
Yeah.
which really shows how it's bullshit it is to cast Jordan Peterson as some sort of like ultra right-wing reactionary whatever.
Yes.
If he's agreeing with Zizek on so much stuff. But yeah, I guess again, the only reason we probably wouldn't do a video of him is just because it's so difficult to understand what he's saying.
But if Zizek wants to move the Marxist envelope more towards the disastrous idea of abolishing property rights, which seems to be what the YouTube bread tubers are all about, then I think that would be great. And Jordan Peterson actually said this in the debate. He's like, why isn't there a Zizek version of Marxism? Like, why are you pitching Hegel? There's all these different sects of Marxism, basically. He's like, why? You sound very reasonable. Why aren't you putting forward a Zizekian Marxism? Which I think is a good idea. Like, if he's a pragmatist and a realist about what Marxism really has to offer, that'd be great.
That would be. Lieutenant Amazon for $5 says, come on, Adam, eat the tasty cookie. What is he talking about?
If it's a good, I don't know. What kind of cookie is it?
Did he give you a cookie? Did Lieutenant Amazon mail you a cookie?
No. Nope.
A Dussy cookie?
Oh, my God.
Lieutenant Amazon for $2 says, the harmonica is Adam's version of the tiny violin.
It is. I came in at the right time and you went with it. You were like, oh, yeah, I get this.
I did. Every time I hear it, I hate it, but I just went with it because I'm a professional. Sonic Girl Forever for $2 says, Sitch has to say his horrible thought from earlier. Thank you for reminding me, Sonic Girl. It was the Dussy curtain. That was my horrible thought.
The Dussy curtain. Oh.
The Dussy curtain.
From the video.
From the video. That his background looked like a Dussy. Beans O Summer for $2 says, Dussy is never racist. There you go.
Good to know.
There you go.
Good to know.
It's only specious, but it's never racist.
Yeah. Could be sexist if you call her a bitch, though.
That's true. Brian K for $2.99 says psychedelic experience privilege. That's true. That's your shroom privilege talking.
Oh yeah.
Everyone should have. That should be the government program we're advocating for. Just give shrooms to everyone.
How can they catch up? Shrooms.
Shrooms. 100%. I believe it. UM536 for videos for $2 says the Oklahoma ruling is a trivial virtue signal. See, I'm glad you said that because that was my intuition. And that validates my intuition, so I'm going to believe it. But because I started reading through the summary, but it was like 80 pages. And I was like, this is very long.
Always
So
believe what
I never got
validates
through
your
it.
intuition. It's like
So
a
I'm just
law
gonna
of the
yeah.
universe.
Exactly. CS for $5 says, hey boys, I don't know what to focus on more, Adam's red shorts or Sitch's sweet hazelnut eyes. I'm so excited right now.
I do have the red shorts on today. You guys noticed when I
Wait,
snuck out.
do
Did you notice when I snuck
Stand
out?
up. Stand up.
Did you notice when I snuck out?
I did notice, you piece of shit. I did notice.
Because you have the thing up, right?
I noticed when I said something and there was no response.
These
And
are.
then
This is. I know.
I
I always give the
clicked
audience. I always give the audience a shh. I let them know.
I know. So evil. So evil.
I know. I love it. I'm a supervillain. What can I do?
Did
I
you
was
show
born
us?
bad.
Did you stand up? Did you show us the pants?
I did. I'm wearing. These are the original shorts too.
Original red shorts.
Yeah.
There they are, folks.
The only
The legendary.
fucking pair of red shorts.
I told Adam, I demanded. I was like, Adam, your character in the comic has to wear red shorts. And he was like, no, Sitch, I refuse. My character will never wear red shorts in the comic book. And I said, it's going to happen. Just you wait.
Maybe it might happen. We might put a stretch goal together. So if we get to a certain amount of red shorts in the comic, will be unlocked.
There you go. There you go.
Of course, we're going to have a stretch goal for Sitch transitions, and we see full frontal nudity. So.
Oh my god.
No,
I don't know
the script
about
is
that
written.
much.
We can't go that far.
I don't know about that much. That's distracted me. I don't even remember where I was. Okay, let's see. Astrolime for 350 says, this guy seems very for collective rights, even though all collective rights do is empower governments and don't really help individuals in those groups.
Yeah, bad news.
Yeah. Bad news, but he doesn't understand that. Paradox for $1 says, I think you missed what I'm saying about your discovery of the roots of racism. Wasn't it the term first used to describe the Holocaust? Wasn't your video saying racism as a term didn't exist before then? I always think about it when SJW said racism. Oh, yeah, no. I thought you were talking about the specific term of institutional racism, which is what systemic racism derived from. But yeah, the term racist derived directly from, even though it was used very rarely before World War II, it really came from equating it to the Nazis, which is why the term racism has so much power in America. Taker610 for $2 says, breaking. All white people with the last name Black are ordered to swap last names with all Black people with the last name White and last name Blackface. You know what? I'll allow it. Paradox for $1 says, one species is complaining in the chat that colorblindness doesn't solve the issue of racism. Okay. Could you kindly ask him if a Black ethnostate would solve that issue? Could we just give Black people some land and treat it as reparations?
Oh my God, we tried this.
They and the white nationalists both want that. It's true.
What is it? What is the state that they created? Is it Liberia?
Oh, was it Uganda? I don't know.
No, I think it's Liberia. Liberia,
yeah.
the
Liberia
Republic,
is like liberty, right?
Yeah. Is a country in Western Africa bordered by Sierra Leone, New Guinea. Yeah, sorry, they tried it already. Didn't work.
Euclid's 47th problem for $1 says, part 1, Adam. People are converting from religion to social activism because people have no connection to religion. Gods are characters in religion to describe real-world phenomena. Religions are metaphorical stories about the sun passing through the constellations. Part 2, the anti-theists are right that there are too many holes in Christianity. Jesus is an outdated hero myth. The left is dismantling all our modern myths, i.e. Star Wars. Jesus is just the idol you want people to believe in their morals. Debate me Horus versus Jesus.
I don't know. Which side are you taking, though?
I don't know. I feel like you would agree with everything he just said.
I agree with most of it, but I mean, just on the last part, Horus versus Jesus. I don't know which side you would take on that. I mean, Horus and Jesus are kind of the same, right? I mean, evidently Jesus was created, or Jesus's backstory was created from Horus, which was the Greek myth, which was the same kind of thing, like perfect.
Did you just call Horus the Greek myth?
Wasn't it Greek or was it Roman?
Egyptian.
Oh, it's Egyptian. Yeah, you're right. Sorry. My bad.
Fuck.
My bad. It's not the end of the world,
It's late.
Sitch.
It's late.
It's not late. It's 8 o'clock. I'm gonna go swimming later. Come on.
I'm cranky. I haven't.
I'm gonna go
DJ
swimming.
Crunk Factory.
I got some edibles on my hands. You're fucking jealous. I know.
I'm
When are they gonna
jealous.
legalize edibles in that shithole you live in?
I know. DJ Crunk Factory for $3 says the Electoral College was created when only white men could vote. It was obviously not meant to disenfranchise black people. They already couldn't vote. That's a good point.
Yeah, a lot of the shit he was saying about, well, no, I think it was the stuff that Martin Luther King was saying. Like, the reason they didn't get nothing, they couldn't vote. They couldn't vote. It's all dependent upon the vote. Like, if the Emancipation Proclamation would have given them the right to vote and the freedom at the same exact time, it could have been a whole different story.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's terrible. Like,
It is terrible. I'm not
live
condoning it.
We could live in a whole different world
Cody.
if after the Emancipation Proclamation, they had given all freed slaves land. We could live in a completely different world.
Oh, because they would have got the right to vote because they would have got the land. Like,
Yeah, you gave them land and the right to vote. We could live in a far better society
Cody,
right now.
we found your entry point for your time machine.
There it is.
We do.
There's your time machine. You got to get them the 50 acres and a mule.
Yeah.
That was it.
You kill Lincoln and you take his place.
Wait a minute. That must be what happened, Adam. He's already done it and failed.
Oh, he did. He killed Lincoln.
That's why Lincoln dies.
He didn't take his place.
Well, he did take his place, but then he became corrupted by power.
Oh, gotcha.
Cody Johnson
is William
Lincoln's vice president.
Is Booth? Who? William? Who's the guy that killed Lincoln?
Booth killed.
Yeah. William Booth. Is it William Booth?
Yes. Yeah, but he would be
It's
Lincoln. He would
Wilkes
be Andrew
Booth.
Johnson, right?
I don't know.
Who became
Let's
president.
abandon this timeline.
Okay. 100%. Joseph Kerwin for $5 says, thoughts on children's shadow government with legal jurisdiction over children's citizens on children's nation land.
Love it.
That's what Adam wants.
Yeah,
That's what
totally.
Adam wants.
Lord of the Flies, the nation experiment. I love it. Let's do it. Let's give it a whirl.
Mhm. Taker 610 for $2 says the late Whitney Houston in 2002 said something like, she is too rich to do crack. Crack is cheap. Crack is whack. So yes, it would seem that higher class users of cocaine did not use crack.
Did Whitney Houston die and I don't even know? Really?
Yeah. Whitney Houston died. You didn't know that?
No. Must have been all the crack
Like a long
she
time
did.
ago.
Holy shit.
Wow.
I don't know. Like,
She had
yeah.
coronary, I can't even speak, coronary artery disease, apparently.
We probably shouldn't talk about crack so much on our stream.
No.
Yeah, bad
Drugs
news.
are bad, yo, unless
Yeah.
they're psychedelics.
Yeah.
Joseph for $5 says, privatize the national parks and distribute the acreage to those who inhabit their claims. Homestead Act 2.0. There you go.
I like it. Yeah.
I don't think that would work because we're not an agrarian society anymore. But see, that's another problem too. Since we live in a far more complicated non-agrarian society, just giving people land, I don't know if that's really going to help so much.
They're going to abandon that land pretty quick because it's like, what the fuck? Where's the 7-Eleven?
Well, because the problem is, like with the original Homestead Act, okay, you could get random property like in the West somewhere, and like that land could instantly generate wealth because you're either farming or raising cattle or something to that effect. But nowadays, your land only generates wealth if it's in a good place people want to move to or build something on. already.
True. Yeah.
So you can't just give people land and be like, here's your land. A DJ Crunk Factory for $3 says, everyone subscribe to Cody and ring the bell so they can thumbs down every single video he makes. I think that actually helps them in the algorithm.
Yeah,
Thumb
totally.
down someone.
Yeah, signing up and ringing the bell is, I mean, if you want to help him, go for it.
Yeah. Gabe for $2.06 donation for the donation gods. Thank you very much, Gabe.
We'll take it.
Take it. Apple Mash for $1 says, I made a meme about this stream.
We love memes.
Let me
Meme-orific.
send this to you, Adam, so you can put it up on the screen. We all love memes here at PSA Sitch and Friended. Maybe only Sitch loves memes. Maybe Adam is an anti-memer.
Why would you say? Why would you even insinuate such a dastardly thing?
Such a terror. Such a controversial take that Adam is anti-meme. Is it up yet? Is it up yet? Is it up yet, Adam? Is it up?
I have to save it first.
Is it up?
I have to
save.
I have a very process oriented.
He has to click the picture. He has to save it. He's got to name it. He's got to put it in the proper file. He's got to click all the buttons. Just make it work, Adam.
Okay.
Make it work.
You want to read it?
Okay, so this is the meme. It's the classic Man Ray Patrick meme.
Okay.
Man Ray's holding a card that says race-based statistics, and he says, this is research. Yup. Racial groups are demographic based on their similar ancestry, right? Yup. Lastly, describing the data in this research isn't a prescription of how to solve problems drawn from it. Sounds right to me. So let's use this research to look for solutions to problems of inequality. That's race realism. That's racist. Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
It's about the size of it. That's actually sort of exactly what
that's the problem.
Serfs. That's what the serfs did to Sean.
Oh, big time. Big time.
He kept trying to force Sean into a position to possibly explain why there would be some racial inequality, which Sean didn't really feel comfortable answering, it seemed like. But then when Sean gives a potential answer, Sean goes, well, that's because you're saying that because you're racist.
Well, he knew he didn't want to fall into the trap. That's why he knew what was up. He's like, you don't give a fuck about helping people. You don't want to solve these problems. You just want to call me a racist.
I know.
Which was true.
Which was true. Which was totally true.
Solving the problems of racism doesn't give Lance a bigger YouTube channel or a bigger presence or more status in the fucking social justice hierarchy. Doesn't do any of that shit. Calling another successful YouTuber a racist? Oh my God. It's like the mother lode. Everyone loves me now.
Got him. Nailed it. Anyway.
One Species is a huge fan now. Oh my God.
Yeah, I know. Orion the Above Average for $2 says, Sitch's dog's fursona has a tight boy dussy.
Oh my God.
Hashtag facts.
Are we trying to do like a serious stream here? Come on, we're talking.
This is a very serious stream about very serious topics, guys.
Not really.
Very serious. Very serious. Anyways.
Is it time to go?
Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for journeying down this road to hell and slander and lies of the mad, mad world of Cody Johnston. The sweaty, disheveled, hairy man yelling at you over and over again and lying about your political position for YouTube glamour. Thank you so much for your generous donations. We really appreciate it. And thanks for staying with us all the way through. We hope you enjoyed the stream.
Is this our record? Is this 7? We're at 7 hours right now. Is this
no?
This
record? Isn't right. We did. There's one with Sargon where we went like 8 hours. Remember?
Really? Was that the one that fucking Lance got deleted?
Was it?
I don't know.
No. He got the one. Wait.
On his channel, but I don't know how long it was.
No, that was the one on Sargon's channel. The one we had one on our channel. Let me see. That
Lance
was like
got our stream canceled. The bastard.
He got our stream when we streamed with Sargon. He got that stream canceled.
And that was a huge stream. It was like hundreds of thousands of views. It was huge help for our show, and he got us. He totally fucked us.
So our longest stream was Ben Shapiro versus Ezra Klein.
Oh, really?
Featuring Sargon of Akkad arguing about free will for 1 hour, according to the title.
Hilarious.
And it was 7 hours and 42 minutes.
I love it. All right. Are you gonna rate? I'm thinking I might say the B word, but are you gonna rate me like a little bitch, like you always been doing?
Okay, so Adam.
It's my part of the show,
guys. Adam gets very sensitive about this.
Sensitive.
He doesn't want to be rated.
Sensitive.
He just wants to be like an SGW. He's like, don't be critical. Just accept me. Just accept.
I'm trying
to
do it. I'm trying to get it. I'm trying to do it the way that I like it. I'm trying. There's a certain way that I have it in my head that's like perfect. And when I get it that way, and you're like, that's not right.
Because the way that I want it is obviously superior.
Bye-bye.